swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
Welcome back, OPL fans, to day 2 of Super Week. We have so much more League of Legends action coming your way. Hello, everyone. I am Jake Spawn Tiberian. Joining me on the desk tonight is a Magic 8-Ball, Matthew Fish Stewart, the man that tips about as well as a Magic 8-Ball, and Max Atlas Anderson. Gentlemen, much more League of Legends coming your way. How did you sleep last night?
Really well. Look, We had a little bit of a different experience on Summoner's Rift that we may have been expecting last night, but I definitely slept like a baby. Looking forward to more Super Week.
Slept pretty well. Last night's game of fantastic. Super Week only just started. Today's going to be even better.
Yeah, exactly right. But before we get into tonight's matchups, let's actually take a look at the standings and where the teams currently lie just to get the lay of the land. It is Legacy, the OPL Legends, currently 6-0 at the top of the ladder. Direwolves, of course, are 5-1 after another victory against the Chiefs, who are now 4-2. Hellions will round out the top 4 at 3-3, and Sin Gaming are challenging for that spot. Avant, Trident, and Infernum will round out the ladder. A very congested top part of the map. Legacy kind of extending their lead. Direwolves right behind them. But everything could change because, guys, we have so much more League of Legends action coming your way. Let's take a look at the schedule. Tonight, it is going to be Direwolves versus the Sin before our OPL Legend match and match up against the two old sister teams. It's going to be Legacy versus Trident. Wednesday, it is Chiefs taking on Sim to see if they can get some revenge. And Hellions versus Infernum will round out Super Week. Of course, that is a lot of information. So if you need any of it again, head over to the website, oce.lolesports.com. We've got you covered there. And joining the conversation on Twitter, as always, at @lol_Oceania, or use that hashtag #IamOPL. But that's enough of me talking. Let's jump into tonight's action. As we said, on the blue side, for game one at least, it is going to be the Direwolves, the only team that has taken a set off the Chiefs in the last year domestically, and they've done it twice. Sharp in the top lane, Sybil their jungler, Fantix their perfect mid laner, Raze and Kuden are their bottom lane. Guys, this team looked incredible last night.
Well, they looked incredible last night in the last two games. They looked like they got a little bit pulverized in the first one. The Chiefs really coming out strong. But this is something that happened the last time these teams met. It seems like revenge is what the Direwolves are known for and what they're good at because, man, what a ridiculous performance in the back two games.
They got hungry. It was like deja vu all over again. Game 2 and 3, it was fantastic.
Well, the people who are going to try and keep them a little bit hungry tonight are Sin Gaming. They're going to be on the red side of the rift. It is Chippies in the top laner for some Fido, Jubes their jungler, Rymeister their mid laner, Cardred their veteran AD carry, and Rogue their support. Want to throw this one open because Sin are the team that have always kind of been challenging for 4th place. Tonight they get a chance to get there. What do you think about their odds?
Well, the thing is, Sin are built around their mid laner. Rymeister controls the flow of the game a whole lot from that mid lane. He has so much power, and you can see when he's ahead, he does ridiculous things. His Yasuo able to control the map. His Diana in the final game that they played against Avant was insane. He did more damage than anybody else by about 20k, something stupid like that. Ridiculous numbers, gigantic damage, put the whole team on his back and made things work. What the question is can he do it against Fantix? And this is where it sort of falls apart.
And I completely agree with Max. For Sin, it's really they're going to have to really rely on Rymeister to pick up the game for them today. I had high hopes for them going into the game against Direwolves, but looking at Direwolves last night, they played 2 amazing games against the Chiefs, and it's going to be really difficult for Sin.
But let's look at the game that the Direwolves actually dropped, because it was a game that Sybil picked up the Udyr and actually looked a little bit out of sorts. He had an amazing Elise game to follow it up, so credit to the guy for bouncing back, but it was an area of the map that Chiefs tried to pick on. Is this something that the shot caller of Sin can maybe call in his top laner, call in his mid laner, try and keep tabs of Sybil, who seems to be the barometer right now for the Direwolves?
Yeah, and this is somewhat dangerous on the side of the Direwolves, just because Juves on the opposite side hasn't necessarily been performing as well. Although, look, this is an area of the map that we have drawn attention to before. Juves has been up and down in his performance, but most recently was actually able to get aggressive, move into the enemy jungle, and start messing things around. And if he can utilize the fact that Sybil, is likely to sit in a brush for 4 minutes, he might be able to get something done.
For me, there's 2 types of Sybil, and it showed last night quite evidently. There's a Sybil that sits in the brush, like Max said, for about 4 minutes and sits there doing nothing and then gets 1 kill off the entire game. And then there's a Sybil that's a walking highlight reel. You mentioned his Elise, his Gragas was fantastic as well. If that Sybil can step up today, it's going to be great for the Direwolves.
Yeah, but you actually just mentioned exactly what I was thinking. Like, does Sybil have champion pool issues? It's a harsh question of someone that is a great jungler, but we've seen some very, very shaky picks out of the man.
Yeah, and I don't even know whether it's necessarily champion pick issues, because his Gragas looked fantastic, his Elise looked fantastic. It was the first time we've seen his Gragas for quite some time, but it seems like when he's on a champion that he may not necessarily be as comfortable on, it just looks like there's like this massive gap between the champions he's great at and the champions that he can play. And these ones, that's where you want him on if you want the Direwolves to fall.
So we'll see if that does become a strategy to try and maybe ban out Sybil. Another area that has got a lot of scrutiny from Direwolves, and maybe now it's becoming much more of a positive example, is Raze and Kuden down in that bottom lane. Ejim and Radier, no slouches, and Raze and Kuden every single game stepped up to the challenge and tried to take it to them. Cardred and Rogue are a strange bottom lane to me, Atlas. Break this one down.
Oh my god. Okay, so I love Rogue. Rogue is a fantastic player. His Thresh, ridiculous. This guy has like so many plays, but Cardred is just a little bit, I don't know. He's a veteran of the scene. This guy's been around the traps for a very, very long time, but he just seems to sit back and let things happen as opposed to make the moves. You look on the other side of the rift at the Direwolves, Raze goes in. That guy's ridiculous. That being said, he also has the highest average CS at 20 minutes in the whole league at 181 out of the 80 carries.
And this is also why I think that Sin's going to have to really rely on Rhymeister to come into this match, because Direwolves have this impressive bottom lane. I mean, Ejim was tilted based off Kuden from solo queue alone, and if you're already tilted coming into a competitive match from solo queue, it just shows how strong this bottom lane is.
Yeah, it certainly does look like they are making waves. You know, we keep talking about Rhymeister. The job doesn't get any easier, though, because he's across the rifts from Fantix. That guy's been an absolute beast. We actually have a replay to show you guys. It's the solo kill last night. This is against No Slouch and Cheese. And, you know, he's just able to get in there and put in work time and time again. And the impressive thing about the Direwolves is that they collapse as a unit time and time again. Rusty says it best. Like a hungry wolf by itself is susceptible to make mistakes. They go in, they're over-aggressive. But when a hungry wolf hunts in a pack, it's very, very scary to see them execute like that. And that's what was demonstrated in Game 2 and 3 last night.
Yeah, and this is the crazy thing, is because it wasn't necessarily controlled at all. This is just the
I'm going to say it was the opposite of controlled.
Yeah, it was them thriving in chaos. And if they can create that level of chaos again and then still all be around and make these big skirmishes happen, then it could be a real big deal for the Direwolves here. And look, I don't know. I actually quite like Sin on the same front, so we'll see whether they can answer in kind. But Direwolves, man, it seems like when everything's going pear-shaped, they're in their element.
See, I don't quite agree here. I feel like the Direwolves don't hunt really well as a pack, because you look at Game 1, that was kill the Radier. And that's all they were trying to do together as a team. Didn't work out too good for them. But when they're separated all across the map, they focus on individual objectives and make sure they're not just tunneling on one target. They seem to play a lot better to me.
Yeah, I think they just don't team fight all that great. We actually have an example of last night. Radier was able to put on an absolute clinic against the team. This is Direwolves with a 13,000 gold lead just about. They're diving into the base of the Chiefs. Radier goes absolutely berserk. And, you know, it was pointed out that their positioning and, I guess, target prioritization wasn't all that great. Radier is at the front of the team fight the whole time, and whilst his mechanics are definitely on point, that's a Cassinan as well as a Corki that definitely should have been able to clean up that team fight, let alone the fact that Poppy is probably the one champion that counters Kalista, like just outright with the W. Maybe it shouldn't have happened. In the end, they were able to bring it back, but you have to feel that if that was anything but a 13,000 gold lead, Atlas, game could have gone a different way.
And most certainly could have. But this sort of goes back to the fact that the Direwolves pretty good at skirmishing around the map very early on and making things happen when they may not necessarily have any right to. You saw them grouping up as like 4 people towards the top half of the map as well. Things like this, round the river, very, very early.
Okay, so I talk about this all the time because we complement Legacy for the same thing, the ability to early game skirmish. And people keep telling me it's a strength. Is there something that Sin can do to counteract this? Is a lane swap necessary? Can they take it to them? What is the answer to this early skirmish game that Legacy and Direwolves seem to be able to pull off time and time again?
Well, look, I don't really know, but if they can just avoid it, make sure that they're always safe, not going to be like fighting in the jungle like this. If Juves plays a champion that can disengage very well, maybe Agragas. I don't know. That guy's pretty good at the moment. So maybe they get something like that happening. But look, I'm not entirely sure. If Juves is still going to be in his own way where he just like wanders around the map, not necessarily knowing exactly what to do early on, we could have a problem for Sin.
What are your thoughts, Fish?
I'm going to go back to what I said at the beginning, which is they have to put a lot of pressure onto Rhymeister in this mid lane. Whether they do a lane swap to get him isolated with Fantix or not, they have to get him a champion who's very comfortable with snowballing. It's something where he can try and take it to Fantix and show Fantix what he's made of and then impact the rest of the map afterwards.
Yeah, and I actually really, really love that you bring this up because you look at the sort of champions that Rhymeister's been playing, lots of early power. He's got the Diana, lots of lane pressure, hits level 6, kills someone, flat out what happens. Whereas you look on the side of Fantix, he plays Cassidan, he plays Gangplank, champions that don't have this early pressure, Rymeister really might be able to find a weakness here that he can exploit.
Well, we'll see if that is the case. However, I want to get predictions from you guys. We've been doing tipping all week. Atlas, starting with yourself. Who is going to win this set? What's the scoreline and why?
2-0, Direwolves. I just don't see the Rymeister factor pulling through. I think Fantix is the best player in the OPL right now.
That's a very big call.
Well, at the beginning of the week, I tipped Direwolves to win 2-1. But after the performance last night, I think Direwolves going to pick this one up 2-0.
Yep, so after they got beaten in 26 minutes, Direwolves 2-0. I agree with you, Fish. Lots of logic here. Magic 8 Ball, come at me. Who is going to win tonight? Will it be the Direwolves? Focus and ask again. All right, cool. Will Direwolves win tonight?
It was very convoluted.
You need to focus.
No. All right. There you go. Sin just going to 2-0 him. That's what the Magic 8 Ball says because we want to hear from you at home. So jump on Twitter, use that hashtag IamOPL. However, we want to get you into game as soon as possible. So here is pastry time for Oscarin and Rusty to take us there.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to remind everyone, the Magic 8 Ball is as accurate as Fish right now, so take that as what you will. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining me is Indiana Frostcrew and Black and Zach Rusty Pie. It's another OPL Super Week match. Been an awesome week so far, and what a way to start things off. A hungry Direwolves picking up momentum from last night, and Sin, who honestly need to do so much work here in this week.
And we call Direwolves like an underdog type of team when they come up against teams like the Chiefs, but the Sin roster against any team that they rate as better than them is always the underdog, and that is where Sin actually steps up to the plate and performs above and beyond their own expectations. Rymeister, he's got this spark that ignites in him and just goes off.
And they're going to really have to go up here in general. We'll see what happens in the draft, though, because as always, it's important to see how the first game and the champions are going to roll out. Direwolves on the blue side for the first one, Sin over on the red, and we'll see what Direwolves want to first ban here. It is Yasuo, so already targeting Rymeister.
It is a really uphill battle. Super weak for Sin Gaming especially. Not only are they facing the Direwolves first, but they also have to face the Chiefs tomorrow, so unfortunately.
Yeah, it kind of starts one game at a time as Corki also banned away from Fantix, most likely, although Raze does play as well, which we've seen already. Have to agree with you though, Sin, I already said it, they need to sort of lift their place in the standings. They could do it here in Super Week with 2 wins, but their opposition is very tough this week.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a rampaging Direwolves that have taken down what is going to be Sin's other opposition, as you mentioned, in the Chiefs. So very interesting dynamic as we move into the week. But of course, Sin starting on the right foot with these bans, to say the least.
Yeah, I like them taking it away. Elise going to get banned by Sin. Malphite, of course, banned by Direwolves. You know, just a standard Oceanic ban.
The Wombo combo. I love how that's like a ban against Sin.
Yep. Sin have one strategy that has always worked for them 100% of the time. It may be a bit of a joke in the OPL pro scene, but don't give them the Wombo. That is what everyone says about Sin.
Well, Kog'Maw, the last ban from Direwolves. That leaves Gangplank, as Sin's final ban. And now Direwolves going to decide on their first pick here. The most obvious one, as always, is Lulu. Everyone's favorite first pick, especially Direwolves. Sharp loves the champion.
Yeah, there's also the Gragas, I think, that needs to be considered. Sybil's Gragas was ridiculous, honestly, above and beyond what I even thought he would be as well. He's an Elise player, likes to be mobile and aggressive, so Gragas kind of fits that bill quite well, but even just using the ultimate in ways without having to flash body slam them was what impressed me the most about Sybil.
Yeah, for sure. Although Direwolves may be changing tactics here. It will be Kalista as their first pick. We've seen this champion to see so much priority all around the world.
You have to expect, though, that means that the Gragas should be picked up in second rotation from Sin. You've banned the Elise. I don't think you should give him the Gragas either.
Well, there's Braum actually picked up by Sin, so going with the support, pretty clean first pick. Jungle would be just fine, I guess, but you maybe give Lulu over to the Direwolves. So Sin, they clearly had their first pick locked down. I guess they're going to think about their second pick here.
I don't think Rymeister's going to want to be much of a Lulu player in this particular game.
He also doesn't want to play against Lulu, though, if he has a disposition for assassins.
Well, there is the Lulu. Could be the Chippies champion. Could be there for Rymeister, but they have to take it away, which does leave, again, these first few picks always very intricate in the draft. Seems like Gragas is the next pick that we need to look for.
Yeah, definitely is, and I think it will be a top Lulu, as expected. Rymeister, yeah, he can definitely play control mages. Up against Fantix, though, it was mentioned on the analyst desk, champions like Diana, what really make Rymeister look his best.
I honestly feel like both these mid laners don't really want to play Lulu most of the time. I feel like they can, but Sharp always seems like the default Lulu player for me, and Rymeister just doesn't fit his MO as a mid laner. Is that maybe something that teams can exploit? Because if you see them get Lulu, you're like, okay, well, it's not a flex pick anymore. We know it's going top.
See, it's not a direct exploit, right? Like, if the Lulu can still be played mid, then Direwolves can assume it's top and pick accordingly, but they can still flex at mid, so you have to be very careful with your drafting up until last pick.
Likewise, Lulu doesn't have a lot of terrible lane matchups.
Yep, so pretty safe pick in general, as Sybil might be throwing it back. He actually doesn't go for Gragas. Lee Sin is the champion he wants, and Alistar the support to lock in with Kalista. Very aggressive first few picks here from Direwolves.
The Lee Sin is actually a preseason Sybil special. He's
Yep.
been playing a lot of it. We haven't seen much of it in the OPL, if any, I don't think, at this stage. So.
Cliven's played it once that I can remember.
Yeah, and I mean, Sybil hasn't at
Yeah,
all either,
no,
which
Sybil
is the
hasn't.
other thing. So Sybil, he's got a lot to prove on this Lee Sin. One of the lowest win rate champions in solo queue across every single region, plat and above at the moment. Competitive, still pretty good though.
Oh, absolutely. Lee Sin still gets work done. We'll see what Sybil can get done, as he is disposed to be aggressive most of the time. But Rek'Sai, Ezreal are the picks there for Sin. That jungle and AD carry leaving. Still a pick up in the air, but Ezreal Braum, why not really? Not really going to get anything done in the 2v2, but just want to farm out, be safe, and very strong mobile AD carry.
Always a reminder of how Rek'Sai interacts with Lee Sin. Proccing her Unburrow during the proc of your Resonating Strike can mess you up quite a bit.
Yeah, usually stops the damage as well and stops you from getting the extra combo with the Lee Sin kick. So
It used to be the thing that whenever you saw the Lee Sin when he was still fairly potent in the competitive scene a year ago, that Rek'Sai would be like the counter pick or a soft counter into it. Now damage has been moved around where Lee Sin does have a lot of dueling potential in Rek'Sai, but again, that mechanic still exists.
Yep, we'll see if Juve can get it done on the Rek'Sai. As Quinn's already locked in there for Sharp. They're considering the Fnatic's champion. Will it be the Twisted Fate? He has not won that much on it, I will say, at least in the few games he's played it, but he's going to get it in this one.
yeah. Super interesting, of course. Fantix, when he plays Twisted Fate, draws a lot of pressure towards his lane, which is really good because he can just escape the lane where the pressure is eventually. Twisted Fate's one of the more unique split pushing options as well. For a lot of teams, he's not going to be able to kill his lane opponent until he has like 3 items. But you can never kill the Twisted Fate. You try and gank him, he can just ult away. Generally runs teleport as well.
Yep, and I think Fantix, although he has Ignite right now, usually takes TP on the champion, so I have to think he will pick that one up. This does give Rhymeister the counter pick though, and if there's any one player that really wants to punish a TF, it is going to be something like Diana, which is their last pick.
Yeah, it's not a surprise.
No.
No, but I'm very excited, of course, picking up the Diana. The Rhymeister special, it feels like when Sin have the Diana, it's their version of Zed.
Yep.
The split pushing extraordinaire that actually just destroys everybody in a side lane. This is the kind of composition from Sin where 25 minutes in, they'll send him top lane, he'll instantly kill Sharp and just keep going.
Now, that's pretty good stuff against the Quinn. Dialves especially, they've pretty much committed to a lot of globals themselves.
Yeah, the thing that I wanted to point out though is kind of the 2 different styles in comps. So you have an excellent 4-1 that Rusty is pointing out with Diana on Sin Gaming, but on Direwolves, that's a very chaotic skirmish. Like even if all 5 of them are in the same area, it's still really like a 3v3 and a 2v2. It's going to be a split fight. You have Quinn, Twisted Fate, Lee Sin, Kalista. Your only tank is going to be your Alistar. So I like how it's the Direwolf special of like that really scrappy skirmish chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're going to be doing a lot of it here, especially if Fantix can get rolling on the TF, or if Sharp can leverage an advantage there on the Quinn. I didn't quite see what summon he went with. I have to think it's Teleport, but he may have swapped it up, old Fantix.
He might have. And that's actually a really cool point as well for Skrone, is the fact that they've got a Kalista Alistar, so in regards to their zoning in fights, they can actually control set areas really strongly.
Yeah, certainly can. We'll see which team comps going to look the best here in game number 1, though. Don't forget to use your hashtag DWWin for Dials, or hashtag SinWin, probably the best hashtag in the OPL. If you guys think Sin are going to start climbing out of their little slump, I'm going to say. It's not a massive one, but definitely not to expectations for the org.
Not at all, whereas Direwolves on the flip side, they have stepped up and gone way OP basically against the Chiefs and took them apart. So on the right foot coming into this best of 3 against Sin, but Sin have the most to prove.
They certainly do, and if there's ever going to be an upset, it would be a moment like this as we step onto the rift for game number 1. Sin going to move out once again. We joked about it already, talking about the Sin Wombo, the Yasuo, the Zac, the Malphite. I feel like this is the start of another Sin comp. The Diana is starting to become a thing for them, and some of their best-looking games have been with Rhymeister on the champion.
Big thing, though, is that they don't have a lot of options in a true Wombo combo style, but kind of going back to this identity of a 4-1 composition, what's brilliant about having Ezreal and Braum, and especially Lulu in kind of that 4-1, is as Diana is split pushing and as Rhymeister is creating pressure on the map, you have champions that are perfectly executed to peel backwards. It's going to be very difficult to engage on them.
That's also the flip side of this, is they're relying on Rhymeister to be ahead. Because an Ezreal Lulu do no damage in comparison to their opposition on the Direwolf side. So looking at a Lulu Ezreal I mean, even in team fights, they won't win 4v4s. They just neutralize and hope that Rymeister can kill his opponent, which is why it's now super vital that he does well early and can split.
It reminds me of an AHQ composition, in all honesty.
There's also a sleeper wombo with Diana Lulu. Diana
Oh,
goes
yeah.
in and just bam, knock him up.
Well, Fantix did also go for Ignite, so maybe getting a bit more aggressive. Probably not in his lane, but perhaps in other lanes. So
You'd be
curious to see him
surprised.
swap that up. I would be. I'm happy to be surprised, as we are going to have Rogue and Cardred move into the top side. We did see Raze and Kuden starting the Krug on the bottom, so lane swap time, Sin are going to move themselves into the top side as Rogue going to start getting nice and annoying. Sibyl's like, hey, what are you doing here in my jungle? Rogue's going to try and disrupt them, but Sharp's going to kick him out. Sybil should be able to secure this, and blue buff and the Gromp already safely picked up.
Man up, Rogue.
Going
Oh,
for it.
damn.
Blinded. Unlucky, really, but he's at least going to get some vision down. They'll know where they started. You can see Kuden doing the same now as well. He's actually going to find them. Jude's a little low, only level 1. Chippy's got the... No, he didn't get the blue buff, but it looks like he got quite a lot of XP early.
Big reminder that this is actually how the Direwolves lost their one game against the Chiefs. It was in a lane swap scenario. So, again, this is a team that thrives on their 1v1 mechanics and abilities.
Fair enough.
Nice little roam there from Kuden. Didn't want to burn his summoners, though, to try and force something, so just annoys Rymeister more than anything else. But not a bad attempt from Alistar. Unfortunately, being level 1 makes it tricky to try and pull something off there.
Consider it an awareness check. That's what that was. Is Rymeister this aggressive on Diana that he will not respect me being there? But of course, does get out perfectly fine.
Yeah, Sybil now going to make his way to that bottom side of the map. So we are going to have 4 members of Dials converging on that turret in bottom to start pushing it. And I can already see 3 members of Sin there as well. Juice is going to stay and farm the jungle for a little longer. I think Sybil's taking the Scuttle Crab on right side right now. So 3v0 as far as different pushes go, but should be fairly similar turret taking times.
The 4v0 never really did Lulu any favors. Not that she's bad at taking towers, but the big thing about Lulu when she was a really high priority top laner is her ability to 2v1, just because she acts as a ranged carry in those 2v1 scenarios. So
There is a major flip side to that, though. The original 4v0 strategy had Lulu as support, with Graves as the primary AD carry, because a ranged champion can take turrets down much more effectively. So Lulu being moved to mid and top might be detrimental to that fact.
Let's see, Sharp is going to collect that gold. Did share a bit of it, I believe. But Sin are going to keep pushing. Dials are the first ones to get the turret here, but Sin should be able to answer. I imagine they'll give Chippies the lion's share of the gold, and then everyone's going to move back, and we'll see where else the teams want to go. Right now, Dial is moving their dual lane towards the top half of the map. We'll see if we get standard lanes in some form, or if we do have more longer lanes with 1v2 situations happening. As there's Sin taking that turret. Cardred actually sticks around, gets it, so they share a bit of gold there instead.
This is that very cute thing as well. Chippies is trying to get whatever he can before they push back. He's trying to scrape out the bottom of the barrel before he gets pressured out and threatened to be dove. So
2 creeps.
exactly. It's even at level 1 when a lot of teams lane swap, if you're not prepared, you take 3. You get 3 because they start a jungle camp and then you just peace out.
Well, 2 creeps better than nothing, certainly. As you can see, 2v2 is actually going to start in the top side by the looks of things. Sin able to send their duo lane back as Fantix able to push Rymeister in early on. Very even CS, so great job by both of them. In fact, Rymeister will be slightly ahead as Fantix trying to harass as best he can, throwing blue cards as Diana just trying to CS. She's out of mana now. Fantix nice and healthy with those blue cards.
But she does get to cheetah back simply because Rymeister has the TP available, whereas Fantix has the Kill Summoner and Ignite.
Which is a very interesting thing, though, because if Rymeister was to teleport, Twisted Fate's almost ticking that 6 over and doesn't need teleport, essentially.
Fantix actually going to go back now. Rymeister will use the teleport to come back to lane, and that's going to prompt Twisted Fate to stay here. Nope, I tell a lie. He's gone back. Blasting on picked up. That looks like Abyssal Scepter first, perhaps. Null Magic Mantle also there in the inventory. So pretty aggressive early Twisted Fate build.
Yeah. Reasonably aggressive. It's more to stay alive in this lane just outright. Abyssal Scepter on Twisted Fate is becoming a lot more popular as well. Do a fair bit of damage, and even people that don't have MR, there's validity to it.
Yep, range is lines up pretty well with the auto attack range, I think. As Jude's going to be taking that Grump.
550?
I think so.
The aura's 550.
Yeah, which is standard auto
Yeah.
range, so makes sense. Rymeister now level 6. Fantix also level 6. So you could see him move to one of these lanes. Sybil down the bottom side right now.
There he goes.
Very potent gank
already
combination.
ulted.
Here we go. Gold card coming. Tribu's in trouble. He's going to get stunned up. That's a level 3 Lulu. Sharp going to dive in for it. And that should be a kill. First blood goes to TF.
And honestly, no reason to be there if you were Chippies. He should not have been that far pushed with the tower missing and the minions actually coming back towards him. Kuden.
Yeah, you're in trouble actually. Plenty of spears there into Rogue, but Raze is just deterring him. Will not pull the trigger on the Rend. But
This is very cute, though.
certainly is. Rhymeister going to try and get Phoenix on the rotation. Juve's actually with the camp. That's going to be a dead TF. He's going to flash up, but Rhymeister chases easily with the ultimate.
Super cute. Comes down to their pink ward placement as well, knowing there was only one direction that he could have walked, and even letting him walk straight into them instead of engaging. There was no way out for Fantix, and he even had to blow his flash.
Re-engage on the top side though. Cardra getting low. Ray's going to try and line up the kill. He's not level 6. He pops the Ram, but Cardra's going to live through it. Rogue, though, could be in a spot of bother, but plenty of minions to hold them back, and Kuden is so low.
Here comes the teleport.
Yeah, now Shark going to move in. He sees Cardra. Ward's going down. They're trying to force a TP. Cardra going to get flashed on, but Rogue with a great block from the Unbreakable as Chippies is up here now as well. Drops Hangstreak is going to prop as Chippies tries to come in for a bit more damage, but Raze is going to force another flash.
Wow, that was a good teleport though from Chippies, even though it was out of necessity to keep the team alive. Most importantly was Rogue using the Braum's Unbreakable and actually keeping him so healthy and keeping Cardred healthy to the point where they could look to at least counter-engage, but what they do is they at least get out with their lives.
Yeah, I'm going to give major props to Sin's bot lane right there. Again, knowing that both junglers and mid laners were busy on the opposite side of the map and trying to go super aggressive to force Raze and Kuden back. And then a fantastic Braum play, like Rusty pointed out, having that Unbreakable there.
Well, worked out relatively well. Pretty much everyone got in there, and we just traded a kill. Actually, we traded no kills. That's upsetting. Just the one from earlier.
They were also trying to reset the wave, so there was a big stack of minions about to be frozen top lane between an Alistar and a Kalista. They can handily do that. Sin overextend, essentially, knowingly, of course, because of the vision they had. Wow.
Yeah, now Rhymeister really putting the hurt in.
Here's
This
no
is
flash.
just a Faker run into trouble. Rogue's down here. Fandix completely stranded. Easy kill for Rye.
This is exactly what you don't want to happen if you were Direwolves. Evidently getting 2 kills onto Rhymeister could come back to bite them. And this is the one member of Sin that we even said you don't want the kills to be on, and he has all of them.
I believe in the magic 8-ball.
Well, it's the one time, the one place we didn't maybe expect it as well as in lane on the Diana, but Sin even going to group up. This turret should be dead with Ezreal here to help out. Diana's passive does so much damage to structures. And 2 structures now for Sin. They break the crucial mid-outer.
And this is excellent. I'm glad that you brought up the fact that it's the mid-outer tower that went down. The fact that Sin made the rotation to move their bot lane into the middle lane initially, as opposed to putting them in a side lane and trying to freeze and farm, was massive.
You are deep.
Yeah, this is a little too much from Sybil here. He's not really sure where to go because he doesn't have very many good options. He's going to get stunned up there by the pass. They're going to try and make a great escape, but that's going to flash for Juice. He'll lock it down, and Chippies collects the gold.
Yeah, just locking him down. Sybil was actually stealing the enemy blue buff with a dead mid laner and no pressure in that lane because the turret had fallen, as we saw. Aggressive. I'll pay him that much. Holy, that was aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think trying to make up for something, because Fantix did suffer a kill there in the mid lane, but even trading tower for buff isn't really worth it. Trading no buff and a tower for also your life is definitely not, as Fantix going to go for something on the top side. Cardred pretty low, going to shift out, but he's still going to get hit up. Raised there with the kill as Fantix moves into Collector, but a nice kill on Kuden, who did not have his ulti.
That was absolutely best case scenario for Cardred right there. He still had his flash, but there was nowhere to go. So instead he turns around, he fights, and only a level 4 Alistar, who was not in range to exhaust, gets out with a death, and honestly an even trade for Cardred. Massive.
And naturally, the desk has more experience with Sin's bot lane than I do, but so far I've been nothing but impressed with Rogue and Cardred.
Looking good so far. Raising Kuden, I think playing a little too aggressive after the lane swap. Supports a pretty low level, and Kuden's paid for it almost twice now with that first death now in the column. Sharp though, continuing to farm up. Fantix also keeping track of kills versus Rhymeister, but Rhymeister's in full split push mode right now. The Nashor's 2 now collected, and he's got a massive CS lead as well. Fantix has to make plays with his ulti like he's trying to because he's got a big hole to crawl out of.
Yeah, he absolutely does, and I guess that's one of the positives to being Twisted Fate, is you can make plays across the map. The lanes have been broken as well. Once they get the top turret, it's really long lanes. If Twisted Fate ganks, well and truly capable of picking up prolonged engages, which means eventual kills for Fantix, or at least for Direwolves as a whole. And In regards to the Cardred thing as well, he's actually just consistent. That's the issue with Sin's bottom lane is Rhymeister, if he's ever behind, their bottom lane looks worse for it because all they are is consistent. So if his team's losing, it reflects poorly on them.
That's fair.
Sybil going to get counter jungled. No, he's not. Nice little smite there onto the Krugs. Juves had his smite, but couldn't quite take it out. As Rhymeister doing some work in the bottom lane. Goodbye,
Yeah,
turret.
and it's just the fact that they have beautiful triangle vision set up in Dire Wolves' red jungle, and then just shadowing on top of Rhymeister to try to catch an enemy team cheating between that jungle to try to gank him.
This is the genuine concern that Dire Wolves are now having to deal with is who do they send? Oh,
Ooh,
never mind, he's
teleport.
teleporting mid.
Go for something here. Rhymeister very aggressive. Trying to track down Twisted Fate, I believe. But
Just
the rest
push
of
mid.
Dire Wolves
Yeah.
should be able to move.
They have such a better position on this. Now it's on Dire Wolves to make the flank happen here, but Alistar is so far behind his team.
Yeah, they don't even have Raze. Like they're, if this wave crashes in time, they'll get at least a fair chunk of damage.
Yeah, they have to go all the way around. They can't force in front of Sin.
Pretty crisp play here from Sin. The Dire Wolves are moving in to try and defend it. 3v5 right now, and actually is enough.
Yeah.
Good teleport, but the wave not being there does cost Sin their summoner spell.
They effectively wasted about 20 seconds that could have been pushing if the wave was there, but Dire Wolves had already cleared said wave, even though they were rotating, which is why they were rotating, to be fair.
No dragon either, unfortunately, so grouped up for nothing. Cardred going to chuck a true shot barrage. Actually finds Sybil
He was clearing top
in
wave.
the Rift Herald pit. Kuden going to come in to try and save him. Sybil's getting awful low here. Rek'Sai's popped the ulti.
He can't get to the eye, he'll be too close.
Oh, Smite does come down. They will take it. And Sybil going to get it, but Rogue's here to try and stop them. Judes goes over the wall, and Kuden, once again, he's got no ultimate on the Alistar. Going to get stunned up. Cardred swoops in, and Judes gets an easy kill.
That is pretty big, I'm going to say, in favor of Sin once again. The map pressure that they can establish from this. Every single pick that they're making, it's not directly translating into kills, or sorry, into objectives or anything massive. They're not snowballing the game from this, but what they are doing is letting Rhymeister get further ahead. They're also letting Chippies catch up due to the numbers advantage that they've got across the map, putting themselves back into it as a 5-man.
Got a blue buff out of it as well. Here comes the push from Sin. We expect a
That
great
kick.
kick from Sybil, but nowhere to follow up, unfortunately. Just disengages them off the turret.
I feel like we've seen a lot of really advanced macro strategy from some of the considered bottom OPL teams. Trident played well, Avant-Garde played the map really well, and now we're seeing Sin Gaming play the map.
I feel like something maybe just changed for Sin. He's definitely playing much crisper in the early game of this one. Going to take the dragon out for themselves now as well. So he's going to go over to Sin.
The biggest mistake so far was Chippies overextending bottom lane, and that was it. That was the one big thing that should not have happened so far.
Otherwise, even on their rotation with the burnt teleport spell into the mid lane, they still got superior position on the tower, and even though that didn't work out for them because the wave mistimed, it gave them superior position on the dragon.
Yeah.
Well, did cost Chippy CS at least, and of course his life that first time. Does have a kill. Rod of Ages up already on Lulu, so not feeling too bad about it. But 40 CS down also from Sharps, pretty big deal. I guess conversely though, that has opened up room for Rhymeister, who's got a massive CS lead there on Fantix, so actually about the same, 40.
That is a big deal. And the fact that he's now working towards his next item with Merc trades there. Now infinitely harder to kill this Diana. And is this the patch where they changed Merc trades to have more tenacity?
Maybe. Ooh, Fantix looking for someone though. Finds Rogue. Sybil there as well. Great kick on the Cardred. That could be the follow-in. Cardred in trouble, but the rest of Sin is going to come in. Rhymeister goes to, and Chippies picks up a double Glitter Lance kill.
Oh my god. 2 big kills for Chippies actually puts him well and truly even now with his lane opponent. Also gives 2 kills to Sin with control of this middle lane and minions pushing. They've grouped up as 5. Razor's still recalling.
And it's been Dials looking quite sloppy here in the early game of this one. Sin actually looking to take the tier 2 win mid very swiftly into this game. It will fall 15.5 minutes in. 4-2 up in turrets now for Sin and 3k up in gold.
But that's the thing about Direwolves yesterday. Even when they defeated the Chiefs, it still wasn't a clinical macro game. It's about their mechanical abilities, which they have some of the most talented players in the OPL, but they're trying to brute force this way too hard. They didn't have the necessary vision to try to make an aggressive forward play like that.
Does cost them. Good collapse from Sin. And that's Chippies. Some much needed gold. Rhymeister takes his own blue. Raze does have his Blade of the Ruin King, but feels like everyone on Direwolves is fighting for farm. This is the other Direwolves thing that we've come to know and love in some respects. Farming 3 lanes as best as possible. Pretty easy when ahead, much harder when behind. And right now, Direwolves are playing from behind.
Yeah, definitely a harder thing to execute on, and the more people share farm, the worse it becomes.
As we see the 80 carry in the mid laner in the exact
The
same
one
lane.
thing you don't want to happen, unless you are pushing for something. And of course, the second they clear the waves, they have to recall, and that's how you know they're playing from behind. The weird thing as well is that we saw Chiefs beat Direwolves when they played macro style, and that was the big question mark coming into this, was can Sin actually effectively be a macro team and beat Direwolves at what doesn't work for them? So far, so good, which is most surprising.
Yeah, in game one, certainly looking strong for them.
This sounds fairly obvious, but typically when a team is outclassed mechanically, the only way for them to win is to play ideal League of Legends in terms of just playing the map and making sure that you're never taking a fight that isn't necessary.
Damn.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's exactly what Sin are doing in this instance.
Yeah, they're just playing smart, using Rymeister. Again, the Diana comp we've seen for them before.
Yeah, and they get so much control over the map, as Rusty was saying, simply because Rymeister is so far ahead. The reason why Callista and Twisted Fate have to be funneled into the same lane is because...
No one can split push.
Exactly.
No one. And Sharp's going to take the lane where Rymeister isn't, because he can deal with Chippy. So wherever Rymeister is, they send 2 people, or they send nobody.
Well, right now, Sinner sending everyone almost as someone wants the top lane farm, but Direwolves have not decided who yet. Rymeister with the blue buff with distorted Merc Treads, and now the makers of
It's like
his Hourglass.
the Hunger Games. They're all looking at like these red dots on the bottom side, see the Diana, it's like, nope, I don't volunteer as tribute.
Nope, I wouldn't either. As the Direwolves again have to clear as a team.
They're pulling names out of a hat. Kuden, you are defending this time. No!
And Rymeister, if he gets a good Q, might have been going for a dive here.
He's a
Chippy's
level
is-
6, by the way.
Yeah,
Alistar.
Kuden has been killed so many times.
And level 12 Rymeister, who is 2 levels ahead of anyone else on his team.
I
Which-
like that Fantix is hiding himself, waiting for the dive.
Well, dive might not come. Sin can actually seed pretty well here. Kuden getting chunked, and now
Kuden took
Juves.
way too much damage on the Alistar.
I mean,
Yeah.
he's too low level.
Yep.
What's he going to do? Roar away?
Well, that's massive, obviously, because you're dealing with the poke, and he's their only tank as well as the majority of their CC. Otherwise, they're relying entirely on Gold Card and the Dragon Rage kick.
But this is also why Braum can be arguably better than Alistar, because you're always a tank, you don't need your ultimate.
We don't. Direwolves. This is getting very precarious. Few misses there from Braum out onto Sybil. The Juves off for the flank as the Direwolves will finally get forced off this. But again, just wasting time, not getting them farmed. Sin going to fall back, get their objectives. We'll drag it up in a minute.
Okay, this is good. Dragon.
Blue trinket time.
It's blue trinket and pink time. How many pinks? 1. Come on.
Count them with me.
One still.
God damn it!
So close.
Well, not there yet. Fantix gets himself blue buff. He's going to take away the Wolf Camp here as well. Again, trying to pick up CS where available, but he's been shoved off so much farm this game. He's down 65 CS. As Rymeister's had free reign of every single side wave.
They have to do this fast.
Certainly do. They
Nah,
almost
it's
died
fine.
last time.
It's gone back to the void. See you later, Harold.
Bye.
Nice try, Direwolves.
Well, it's better than nothing, but unfortunately that time they roll nothing. And Sin continuing to apply the pressure. They zone them off
Bye.
the Herald. Harold goes back to bed.
Back to bed.
Is that where he goes?
Good night. I have no idea.
Probably just put his feet up.
I
you know,
think I
has a
read that
coffee.
book. Good night, Harold.
And now dragging up in 5 seconds. Sin doing a great job, again, controlling the map, playing it well. Karjik with 2 items. Rymeister's an absolute monster. He's going to start this dragon. Direwolves do the right thing. They can't go anywhere near it. Just take the 15 seconds free you get and try and get some farm.
So this is a very contrasting thing. Frostgurn always talks about triangle vision. Right now, Sin's vision is a circle. Like, it is like a full way around. So there is no way for Direwolves to even breach the bottom side jungle without being pinged or spotted immediately.
There was a sweeping arm motion.
Yeah. The crescent moon.
So we've upgraded. It's 360 vision now.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
There was a no-scope joke. I didn't touch it.
That's fine. I'm glad you didn't. And
Okay.
Sharp trying to do something up in the top lane. He kind of has to split push. He is a Quinn. He's got a more of Malmortius, but
He's about to find a 200 CS Diana.
yeah, good luck.
Da-na.
Gets
Oh,
back.
yeah, you're out.
Rymeister in for
Oh,
it.
wow.
Line lands. Volt's not bad. That's going to force a flash. Follow flash in there as Q. Ulti. Goodbye.
Really nice use of the displacement on the Quinn vault to make sure that she couldn't get the maximum distance.
What a disaster.
Well, Fantix are looking for something. He goes for chippies. But Juve's there to answer instantly with the Rek'Sai
Here he
ulti.
comes.
The teleport.
Now going to flash in for it. Rymeister hungry for more. Fantix to
Oh
target.
my
He's going to get
God.
munched down, and Rymeister's just destroying people. He's a little low on mana, so he might have to stop. But Race is forced to use the Fate's Call. And Sin just on a rampage right now.
And what sums this up nicely is he's got not enough mana, so he has to stop. It's not about his health bar, and the damage is always there. He has just killed the top laner Sharp, and then teleported bottom and killed the mid laner Fantix, and then the Taker turret for it. This is quintessential Sin gaming, playing around their strength.
It's so clean, too. So right now, back, spin the gold that you just acquired globally through the tower kill as well as your pickup on the top lane. Pick up pink wards. 1, 2, 3. We made it. Now move your vision, pick it up, and move it onto the Baron pit and start pressuring the top and mid waves.
Well, we'll see if Sin do just that. They got the pink ward part right this time at least. So seems to be relatively strong here for Sin as far as their map play is concerned. They've been playing well all game long. And it didn't take much. Couple kills for Rymeister, some really smart pressure from Sin. And the Dials maybe thrust upon their own sword here in this one. Something about Fantix's Twisted Fate,
Here we
despite
go.
how good it is.
Here we go.
Well, this is
There we
cute.
go.
Are they going to look for something onto Rogue? He's still pretty tanky. Sybil moves in for it. He's going to get ulted up now by the Braum. And that's going to force the flash Juve straight into it, though. He's going to look for the last auto Kuden. Nice little play there. But now he's in trouble. Pops the ulti. Don't think he's going to live regardless. And that is going to be a kill for Cardred.
His dying wish was to place a ward and spot them if they do the Baron. So Sin, they pick up a kill. And that was actually Direwolves engaging, which honestly felt like desperation. Sybil didn't connect with the flash kick either. I believe Braum jumped as he attempted to do it, so kicked Braum away towards the rest of the Sin roster as Rymeister's
Yeah, he
in trouble.
actually could be dead here. This is a good shutdown, but the Zombies is there. Where did that gold card go? I think he hit a creep, and now Rymeister with the rest of Sin can look for the re-engage. Fantix getting low on that front side. Rogue, though, is going to get blown up as Sybil takes him out, but Cardred is able to get the snipe onto TF. Sin still not done.
They are not done at all. Rymeister gets the Zonias off. Twisted Fate hits a minion next to him, and there is no chance for follow-up there. As Direwolves, honestly, they got sniped by Cardred as well. This is a highlight reel from Sin, individually.
And you can see the play there from Direwolves, try and pick off the big Rymeister, but he's too far ahead at this point. Zonya's already done 23.5 minutes in, and Sin is going to stay and take the turret. Direwolves cannot defend this, so they're going to make a go of it. Juve's pretty tanky there on the front. They get kicked out by Sybil. Does actually get it, gets away with it. The snipe's in, but it's not enough to take out Lee Sin.
Rymeister, though, he's gone.
He's actually dead. That's a good shutdown there for Sharp. The Direwolves,
They have to Desperation Baron.
But this is also a Quinn, so they don't have to. They can chase.
they're going to chase. Bird's moving in for it. Chippies does not have his ultimate. Cardred's the target. Gets blinded. Good polymorph there, but Ray's going to move in. Fate's Call
Got
actually
him.
pops Kuden in. Massive double pulverize after the initial knock-up, and there's the shutdown. Chippy's dead here as
Rogue?
well, and it's all falling apart right now for Sin. Rogue, you have to get out, buddy.
He's going to go for
Oh,
Kuden.
Kuden! That's the flash. Rogue does
I
have
got
the
him.
ignite. He takes him out. Ray's going to try and get some revenge, but the Q's going to miss. The Ren's not enough, though.
Rogue managing to make a trade. Direwolves, they've immediately started up this Baron. You would say it's free, but Rek'Sai's almost got the ultimate, and there's a tunnel next to the pit.
Well, they better do it quickly. Ray's going to start to throw some spears into Baron's face. But here's Juves. I don't know if they're going to be enough spears to try and get it. This could just be a smite battle. Juves
He
Kill
can
Lee
go
Sin.
in.
Kill
going
Lee
to move in
Sin.
for it. He goes. He wants Sybil, but Sybil's cutting around it. The Baron's still low, but Race is getting shredded. Juves able to take him out. Sybil has to move, but Juves is dead. As Fantix is able to
Oh
take him
my
out.
God.
Chippies moves in, though. Gets the kill.
Oh
Rogue
my
goes
God.
to the Baron as Fantix gets a double. And Chippies and Rymeister are here to finish it. If Baron's dead, Sin get it.
This was a story of overextension on both sides. It's a tragedy.
We've overextended so far. We've come full circle. Sin Gaming pick up kills and the Baron. That was desperate, to say the least, for Direwolves going for the Baron. They stayed too long to get the picks, opposed to starting it. Juice gets in, the knockup combo with Rogue just decimates him. The Baron is MVP in this fight as well. 1800 health this entire time. Surprised that Ezreal didn't kill Sybil, but it doesn't matter, because Chippies comes in, and then, you know, Baron tail whips Rogue. Gives him one.
That's weird. It's supposed to only lower defense, but does a pretty good job killing him there as Rymeister able to pop his way back into that one. Fantix now on the bottom side going to try and push some things out. Don't you give me that look.
Hey, look, tail whip does damage, right? It's the spit, the caustic spittle. It doesn't.
He's been playing way too much Pokemon.
I absolutely have. Thank you for screwing. As Fantix does at least push the wave back out. Drag it up in 5 seconds. And Sin are able to
Imagine if Baron
pick
could use
that one
double
up.
team.
Oh, no.
You smite and misses, you're like, uh-oh. Not a good time. We are going to get it though. Dragon number 3 goes over to Sin.
It's never a good time when you get into a battle. It's like sand attack, double team. Great.
Pidgey, the bane of my life. There's Sharp. He's going to get himself to blue buff. No, he donates it over, excuse me, but doing a bit of jungling there. As Fantix is able to pick it up. And Sin still riding high. They kind of managed to weather the, I'm going to say, very effective storm for a while there from the Direwolves, who, again, always thrive in those big chaotic moments where they can outplay you. But Sin, keep it under control. Juice does well, despite the massacre around the Baron Pit, and Sin buy enough time on the respawn to pick it up. So we'll see what they can get done here as far as structures are concerned. They've got 5 turrets already. Wouldn't mind breaking that base, getting that number up a little higher.
It was quite simply just an overextension from Sin that actually let Direwolves even mount any kind of defense whatsoever, and their resilience shines through, but they do the exact same thing themselves. They think that they've taken an inch and they can get a mile from it. But Sin halt them in their place, and now the pressure is well and truly on.
I will say in general, the pace at which the Direwolves play at every point in the game, pretty fast. And it seems to be both their greatest strength and maybe in this game their undoing. Raze with the Hurricane, going to be a bit more effective now, and the Callista has the 2 items and
Well,
is sort of ready from there.
if they ever get into a chase situation like they did on that top tower when things started to go right, there's definitely a long way to go back to safety for Sen.
Certainly is. So Sin do want to be careful here in this siege, but they've got the blue Azure, they've got the Baron buff still for a little while longer, and Rymeister's looking for a TP. I think he's getting his own blue buff.
The weirdest pink ward that I've ever seen placed next to Juice. That would not reveal anything. Like, it's in the wall.
It's the ambush ward.
Like, there is a ward that Juves is sitting on. He doesn't know because that pink ward is hugging a tree.
Oh, that's all good.
Yeah. Like,
Never mind. Ambush ward failed.
He should have just placed it to the opposite wall where that little blue flower is.
yeah, I'm just going to say not in the trees. Yeah.
No high ground vision.
It's not a sentry that you can place higher, that's right.
Sharp, showing things out. Rymeister does have teleport. He's level 16. He's at. We've already explained it. Massive Diana at this point, but the Void Staff at the ready. So can 1v1 anyone still, including Sharp, despite the 2 items that he has.
On the bright side, Direwolves did not have their base broken in the Baron Siege. So some pressure alleviated there.
Teleport's used though.
Here's Rymeister looking
no.
for. Oh, it's raising Kuden. Kuden, great headbutt actually. That's going to deny all of that offensive.
Yeah, no one else from Sin was actually able to get there in time. And it's pretty obvious when a Rek'Sai yells super loudly that someone needs to run. So you just kind of look at your minimap and go, oh, it's us, better leave. So Rymeister not actually able to get a flank off. Was well done by Kuden to ensure that Rymeister was the one not putting down damage, whereas Juves was the one they just had to avoid being near. And they defuse everything.
Sin though, still on the offensive. Again, with no Baron buff, could be a bit trickier. Fantix also just got his Zhonya's. So this whole time, again, Sin have still had a nice gold lead, but Dives are picking up gold as well. They've managed to stalemate the game somewhat. So these fights are going to start to get less and less even as the gold discrepancy starts to matter. Not so much, but Rymeister is still massive. Sin really just one last piece of the puzzle left. They've got the split pusher. They got to this point. This is usually where you get to with a strong split pusher. Just a matter of finishing the game, so breaking the base, and then eventually, you know, of course, taking down the Nexus. But you do need to do this fast.
An issue is also kind of where Direwolves had the discrepancy between Sin. All of their farm is on their top laner. Sharp has over 100 CS on his opponent, but he hasn't really been participating in a lot of these fights.
Mm-hmm. He's also got a very offensive item build, so if he were to join the fights, even if he were to split push against Rymeister, he would go down. So just picking on the outside lane, not actually being involved, definitely going to start hurting his team when you're right. He is just so far ahead of at least his opponent directly. Lulu's always going to be grouped up, always going to be relevant. They need to start picking their battles more carefully here.
Yep, whereas Sharp is just more janitorial, kind of comes in, sweeps everything up in the end, but he's very strong right now. He's got a lot of power, so...
And if nothing else, he's buying his team some time, which is definitely what the Direwolves need here. Sin, though, are going to go back, reset their map, and look for the objectives that are starting to come back up. Baron and Dragon will be back up shortly. And Sin, Dragon number 4, as they could look to Dragon 5 as another potential win condition. They probably didn't want to have to get that far, but they've had such good map control all game long. if they need it, they have it there. It's sort of an insurance policy.
This is Sin who have executed the early game effectively. They've got themselves a decent lead as well, 5k. It's nothing to laugh at, that is for certain. It's just that they've not managed to take that 5k lead and put it anywhere further. They just kind of watch the map unfold, and yeah, if they get towards the 5th Dragon as a win condition, just means they haven't recognized how to end the game soon enough. Still a very real possibility that they can win the game from the 5th Dragon or getting another Baron in 30 seconds. Just surprising that given their strength right now that Rymeister has, that they couldn't execute on anything more aggressively.
I think it's just a lot of respect given to Direwolves, especially after you're in the top lane and Direwolves come back and almost take the game back but manage to lose out on Baron. So simple decision making. I feel like it kind of turned Sin off to this idea to push it further.
This is also coming back to Sin's team composition though, if we want to bring this back around to the start of the game. They've got a Lulu Ezreal. They're not very good at diving when their key source of Wombo is a Diana, who's never there as well. So kind of stalemates the game from drafting alone. Gives Direwolves an opportunity to come back in this.
Well, something started here as Sin are moving into the Dragon area. Direwolves are grouped as 5, I think, for the first time all game long. And it seems like they fancy a team fight despite the goal difference.
Yeah, they've got a flank.
Oh my god, Rymeister going to dive in. Going to move straight in front with the Zhonya's. Sybil already taking a massive chunk of damage as Juice will take him out. Sharp is trying to flank on the other side, but the rest of Sin are going to chase him down. Bandix needs to lock somebody down. They've actually got Rymeister though, but he's going to move it back in. Ray's going to get chunked out. The Fate's Golem might save him. Wild Growth on top of him as well. Sin, I think, just a little too far ahead, but the Direwolves are still trying to fight it out.
Direwolves could fight this.
They're going to look for something. Dragon getting low, but it resets again. Fantix gets the go-kart down onto Chippies. They're still fighting 4v5. Sin, though, will just barely get away with that Dragon.
Rymeister, of course, is about to have his teleport, so goes back to base, and Direwolves need to respect that fact. And unfortunately for them, they did see a re-engage as a possibility. They just took too much damage from the poke. Eventually, little Lulu and Ezreal can place onto you. And just like that, Direwolves, they don't get the 4th Dragon, I will say. Sin managed to pick that one up.
Sin managed to get it. That'll threaten 5 in about 6 minutes' time, and Baron is back up as well. So certainly not done as far as map pressure's gone here. Sin have plenty of objectives to play around. And the Direwolves, again, if that was a more even gold game, I think they would have happily taken the fight. Sybil's going to find Juves, though. That's creative.
Yeah, it was also an issue of target selection from Sin. They couldn't cohesively decide if they were on the Dragon or if they were turning the fight, who was zoning, who was actually going in. So Rusty's correct. It was really their poke that saved them there.
Sharp, though, continuing to apply bottom side pressure. He knows the Baron is what Sin want next, so he's going to try and be as annoying as possible. Rai, though, level 18, still with his teleport and about to build a death cap.
Yeah. The question, though, with Rymeister is he doesn't have any mana items. So really does run into a hole without blue buff, and this is why, at this point in time, with him having blue, Sin should be fighting.
Going to start something, though. Juve's going to get knocked back. Fantix looking for a target. Does get the stun onto Roygo, I believe it. Here comes Rymeister, who's in already. Fantix is forced to pop the Zhonya's, but Twisted Fate is going to go down now. Raze is going to be the key target. He needs to keep fighting this out. Sharp's going to die on the back end as Cartridge is able to take him out as well, and Raze just does not have enough spears despite Juves having a whole ball worth of them in his backside. He gets demolished here as Cartridge gets himself a triple. Sin get themselves an ace.
And Cartridge genuinely carried that entire team fight and Sin through most of this game. Rymeister just goes into a bouncing castle and does nothing for the entirety of that fight, but their poke is just too strong. Chippies keeps the person targeted alive, and Sin run over Direwolves.
And a very clean team fight there. Sin might have been pushing to end this one now. Death time is a little long, 15 seconds for Sybil and Fantix. First turret falls. Rymeister far too good at taking out structures, and Sin are going to pick up a game 1 upset as they slay the Direwolves.
Sin looked phenomenal. Their macro play that game was almost perfect. Other than the single overextension that Lulu made that one time, it was pretty crisp.
And I feel like the trend is continuing. Twisted Fate for Fantix. I know he's great at it. He's got one of the best solo queue records on the champion. I've seen him go off in OPL games. But that's 2 game ones in a row now, and it has not worked out for the man.
No, definitely has not worked out. Twisted Fate, I'm not going to say is the cause of him not working out on the champion. That's Direwolves not understanding macro with it.
Well, good. A slow start there for the Direwolves. As Sin are able to pick up the first game. Let's break that game down, though, and Sin's upset as we throw back over to the analyst desk.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, where a Magic 8 Ball has more collective brain power than my other two analysts because they got it right. No, the 8-Ball got it right. You guys got it wrong. You should be ashamed of yourself, gentlemen. Ashamed. I just want to point out.
It's cheating. The 8-Ball's cheating.
It is, yeah. It's a mystical being, you know.
Yeah,
It's
it didn't
very,
even
very
know that you
smart.
asked the question correctly and then told you to do it again.
Yeah.
The guy's ridiculous.
I also want to point out that credit to my analyst, I also picked Direwolves 2-0. So, you know, I'm supposed to know lots about this league. But what happened, boys? Like that was a pretty crisp game out of Sin in the end.
Oh, man. Disrespect, though, honestly, in the draft phase. Picking the Twisted Fate blind into Rymeister, who we just saw goes nuts on Diana. He's played it against the Direwolves, went nuts then. I think he went 9, 3, and 7 the last time he played Diana into Fantix. Still had a brilliant performance. So I just feel like, honestly, the Direwolves just said, well, we don't think that we can lose this match.
Pretty much sums it up. Rymeister just went off, and the vision control that they provided for that match for him to rotate and out-rotate, in fact, a Twisted Fate was fantastic.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, you know, during that game, we saw that Twisted Fate went down to the bottom lane, picked up an overextending Chippies, but it was a response out of Juves and Rymeister that very much impressed me. They catch him rotating back through the jungle. I mean, he has to come back to mid lane at some point, right? And it was just after a recall. That's the most likely path. That's the guy I want to go to next is actually Juves, because we mentioned Sybil maybe looking out of sorts if he's not on something like Elise or Gragas. Another game not on Elise or Gragas, another game looking very, very sloppy for a man that we expect great things out of.
Yeah, and Sybil, once again, not necessarily where it was, but I don't think it was necessarily Sybil playing badly. This was Juves knowing exactly where he needed to be on the map. They played the lane swap so beautifully, managed to set up all the vision, were utilizing the fact that they knew that the enemy support, the Alistar, didn't have the Unbreakable Will for a very, very long time in that game. Was so incredibly key because they were able to dive. They were able to take advantage of the very squishy cow and just get kills across the map. It was beautiful to watch.
On the other side of the rifts as well, Sybil just not being the highlight reel Sybil that we saw in games 2 and 3 against the Chiefs. Looked a little bit like game 1 Sybil, which was camping in a brush for a significant amount of time. Not in the right place at the right time. Not able to assist his team and just didn't look great.
Okay, so now let's take a look at this because a lot of people would have thought that this would be a 2-0 for Direwolves. Apparently they didn't. I, myself included, didn't look at the fact that Direwolves have dropped a lot of game ones. This is something that they're very, very familiar with. Is this something that Sin, did they dictate the pace of the game? Did Direwolves look sloppy? Where do you think this series goes from here?
Well, if Sin do what Chiefs did yesterday and just go to standard lanes next 2 games in a row and just let the same thing happen where the Direwolves get the standard lanes, they get the hunger. You know, these guys, like, they smell the blood. They're like, oh, my God, we lost a game. We're going to kill everyone. They do that, but they do that in standard lanes. If Sin can keep up this lane swap strategy and move forward that way, I believe that it will be a very different experience. But I want to see Fantix on something with a little bit of early pressure.
I think we will see the Direwolves bounce back in games 2 and 3, especially. They're kind of like Dr. Mundo. He has to take a little bit of damage first before he can dish it out, and that's what they've done once again here.
Well, there we go, guys. We actually had a beautiful macro game out of Sin, so they pick up game 1. Magic 8-Ball was right. However, we have much more League of Legends around the corner. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Super Week, where Sin have just won 0 Direwolves, but we have Game 2 coming up just in a second. But before we jump into it, guys, we have got a competition we're running right now. We need you to collect the 3 keywords. Once you have them all, I cannot stress this enough, do not tweet along the way, guys, please. Tweet all 3 on Wednesday night to @lol_Oceania. You'll win a cool prize. That's the competition. They're going to be a word hidden around the broadcast. Last night's words is left. Can't say it again, unfortunately. This night's word will be coming up somewhere shortly in the broadcast. But let's get back into things. Want to talk about Chippies, because this guy's an absolute legend in the top lane. Was able, like, you don't fight Chippies, Atlas. This guy is the king of fighter. And it looked like that's all they wanted to do when he came back bigger and stronger.
Exactly, and managed to pick up that fantastic double kill towards the top side of the map. And Chippies was a nullifying factor in that game. He was able to get there where he needed to be, and then laid down the shields, had the glitter lances for the slows, really controlled Direwolves in their sort of skirmishing style that they're known for. And he just sort of cancelled it out. See you later.
It looked like someone they wanted to attack coming into this game as well. We saw the Twist of Fate try to port down to the bottom lane and get an early gank on him, which was successful, but never became anything of it.
Yeah, and there was actually a couple of key moments in that game where you were like, Chippies is about to become irrelevant. He's 30 CS behind now. But Juves actually did a pretty good job of not last hitting. This is something I'm very critical of junglers on. If you're going in for a gank, make sure you don't take it away from your top laner who's already starved. And Chippies got some key kills and was able to scale up and be relevant in this game.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And it's what I was speaking about before, that double kill, 1 glitter lance. Oh my God, that's the feeling that you want. You know, you see that glitter lance goes a couple of different directions. Both of them net you a kill. Oh, baby. Feels very good. And he got it, and then everything was fine. Stunning.
The thing that I want to point out is I actually don't think I've ever seen Atlas play Lulu, so I don't know if he's actually
I've recently picked her up.
Oh, you picked her up? All right,
that's
cool.
why, very recently. Very, very
He's
recently.
more of a Rymeister man. He does like his Diana. That's the pick I want to go to next. Very contested right now for Ry. You know, he's got a great Yasuo, Diana, similar vein of a champion. Do you get rid of them both? What's the go there?
Ban it. Get rid of it. He's shown time and time again that he can play this champion and play it really well. Don't risk it. Just get it off the Rift.
No, don't worry about it. Like, the thing is, Fantix now has the counter pick. What? Let him pick it. Let him pick it, and then Fantix pick something that isn't Twisted Fate, something that's not going to get hard countered by the champion, straight up, and then just dumpster him. Please prove me right, Fantix, because I called you the best player in the OPL that last game. Was not good enough. And I'm going to need you to step up, please.
Like a disappointed father. No, that's Carmen's line. So that's where we're kind of looking in the top, in the mid lane. It is a 1v1 matchup. Rymeister versus Fantix is very excited, but maybe a bottom lane we didn't give enough credit to is that of Sin Gaming. Rogue and Cardrig came up huge against Raze and Kuden, something that maybe Ejim and Radier tried to do yesterday. Executed very, very well from Sin this time around.
I love that you bring up yesterday as well, because this is the really exciting part, is the fact that Raze and Kuden played the exact same lane of the Braum and Alistair into the Kalista Alistair. The Braum and Ezreal into Kalista Alistair.
We were with you. Yep.
I got there in the end. But the point is, they managed to win that. Just wear it on the other foot, Sin come back, and just show that, yeah, that lane's going to win, boys. Like, you figured it out yesterday, and it's still true today. And they did a fantastic job. Of course, Cardrid even got dived in the top lane. We've mentioned this so many times before, is that Cardrid isn't the one to necessarily make the moves, but when the action comes to him, he's able to deliver, was able to go 1-for-1 under turret.
And that is actually the example I was going to use to demonstrate how smart Sin played this game. When Fantix rotated back towards mid lane for first blood, he burnt his flash in a situation where he was 100% dead. He actually flashed further away from his base than he did towards his base, gave up a kill, really set the tempo because all of a sudden you can't make aggressive plays on Twisted Fate. Cardric gets dove in the top lane. Trades 1-for-1 and doesn't burn a summoner spell because he knew he was already dead, got the most out of the situation. Really got to respect the veteran AD carry out of Sin.
And this was a bottom lane coming for Direwolves as well, which I thought was going to be the insurance policy, so to speak, for the Direwolves. I thought no matter what, they're going to be the ones that are going to be solid. They're going to be the ones that perform really well. But it is Sin that came out on top. That's right, the veteran of Cardrid in the bottom lane with Rogue, his support. They play phenomenally and just helped Sin out so much.
Now, gentlemen, the 8-ball is a very gracious mystical being. It is going to give you a chance to renege on your earlier prediction. You've already got it wrong. How far do you want to go down this path, Atlas? Are you going to say that Sin will now win this series?
I want to ask to hear what the 8-ball has to say first.
So he's already said 2-0, Sin. I'm not asking him again.
All right, well,
Sin
are going to take this game.
Sin's going to take the game?
Yeah.
What do you think, Fish? You're on equal footing, so if the 8-ball wins this one, I just want to let him know, at least in my book, he's ahead of you. So
I'm gonna say Dire will still win 2-1.
Well, there you go, guys. We've got a split desk all of a sudden. The 8-ball causing turmoil everywhere. But we are ready to get into game number 2. So here's Pastry Time to take us there.
Thank you very much. Thank you, 8-ball, for your bold prediction so far earlier. But you were at least right for the first game, as Sin looked very strong, taking out Direwolves there. Direwolves have to be reeling a bit, but we do see it. We saw it already yesterday. They lose games. They're relatively one-sided. They're always good at coming back in a series.
It goes without saying, right? Direwolves, they've lost so many game 1s now in the OPL that game 2, you just feel like it's an entirely new side. It's almost like a part of their strategy. Lose game 1, come back stronger for it. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what we see now, but most importantly, it all starts in drafting.
It does, and it felt like Sin had a very clear plan. You know, the Wombo got banned out. They probably expected the likes of the Yasuo, the Malphite bans. The Diana is something that seems like they've been practicing. The overall game from Sin that you mentioned, Frostgold, is much sharper. So I think Sin, if they have another good plan, they play like they did around the map, they should be looking good for a potential upset 2-0, but it is going to start here in Champs, like Sin swapping over to the blue side. Direwolves over on the red, and a Corki first ban there.
You also have to understand that, you know, having Twisted Fate taking the Ignite into the mid lane, I'm not going to call it disrespect. I'm going to call it confidence. But I don't think that we'll see the same thing this time around. Confidence.
Yeah. I think it could have went like Exhaust. I find it like a pseudo-offensive spell. It reduces resistances, reduces their damage. It's an all-in champion. They didn't really have an Exhaust to combat Rhymeister either. And what I want to actually touch on when I say drafting as an issue is Direwolves had no answer to the split push, firstly, when you can assume that Rhymeister is going to play Diana. It goes without saying, he plays Diana now, right? Like, it's just his thing. They didn't have an answer. They had a Twisted Fate mid lane.
Should be noted also that from the red side, Direwolves lose out on a lot of their target ban ability. So the Dust was talking about how just take the Diana completely off the board, which I actually expect. But that means that you're going to have to trade it for something like Gangplank, Malphite, or Kog'Maw.
Yeah, well, that could be a problem. As Yasuo was the first ban. Direwolves stick to the plan from game 1. Elise also banned by Sin, so a very similar looking ban structure this time around. And there's Lulu, so they're going to change it up a little bit. Chippy's Lulu, getting some respect there.
It's not a bad ban by any means. I just think Lulu is strong, and Chippy's 100 CS down, still relevant.
Yep.
That is the big
That's
thing.
Lulu.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Gangplank banned away there. Not too surprised on that one.
Yeah, it's because the Lulu was banned, and again, we were talking about kind of like if they followed the trend, Malphite, Kog'Maw, Gangplank are all kind of the big champions. At least Malphite was banned last game. So by taking away the Lulu, I agree with it. It is a strong champion, but it does open up the ability to ban Gangplank from blue side because you're still weighing those options. They're getting one of those champions.
Yep. We'll see which one, as Direwolves now have their final ban to decide on. Not too long left. And what'll it be? It is Diana, so they do respect
Kog'Maw.
the
Do
mid
it.
laners. But that is the obvious thing. Cardred, a very well-known Kog'Maw player, and there's pretty much the insta-log.
Yeah, not a surprise. Cardred's going to lock up what is the strongest character right now in League of Legends in patch 6.3. You can build team comps around it, and the big thing is usually Braum as your support. So Direwolves with their next rotation,
Should take Braum.
they should definitely go Braum Lucian. I think they should just take the Braum now.
I actually would really like them to go Braum Gragas.
Yeah.
Simply because Gragas can be really punishing against Kog'Maw. He is fairly low mobility, and again, if he's not using his W, he's technically a mid-range 80 carry when he's just using his base auto attack, and obviously Gragas is able to dunk him, or we're going to call it the alley-oop, pretty easily.
Yep. Nice little combo in there. As the Lucian hover does come out there from Sybil, Dials maybe just thinking about completing a bottom lane and leaving some of their picks for later.
Well, we did see Sybil last game choose to go for the Lee Sin when the Gragas was available, so maybe just not feeling confident on the champion despite such fantastic performance on it yesterday.
Well, we're not going to stick to Rusty the Prophet at least for now. There's Braum Lucian hover. 2 seconds left for the Dials to lock it in. And there it is.
I didn't actually want them to lock in the Lucian in first rotation. I wanted that to be their bot lane, but not like this.
Not like this. Well,
yeah, I think Gragas would have been better.
well, that's what they've got. And this could just give
God.
juice to Gragas.
Oh.
My. Jana and Gragas disengage everywhere.
That's the big thing. So if you remember back in 2014, Jana and Gragas were like the two champions that you could never have on the same team because the displacement and the disengage potential is massive. You can't give a team with a hyper carry like Kog'Maw in the current state that he's in 6.3, both of the primary... like if they get Poppy on top of this, dunzo.
That's a good way to say it.
kind of hope Sharp takes Poppy now, actually.
Watch me like Poppy. Oh, man. That'd be...
Well, we'll give it a bit as Dials are going to consider their next few picks, but a lot to worry about now already in this draft for
Oh
them.
my God.
given the start of it for Sin.
I could
That's-
round it out with an Oriana.
Oh, man. But that's the really scary thing. So
It's
6.3...
2 comps. It's the 80 carry and the Wombo in one.
6.3 Kog'Maw is obviously terrifying, but the thing is there should never really be a meta where Kog'Maw can exist when Zed is also very strong. That was kind of the idea. Alex Each even said if Zed is playable, Kog'Maw should not be. The difference between then and now is how many displacement and disengaged champions are now viable in the meta. Champions like Poppy, who with the rework weren't playable then, which just gives so much more security to Kog'Maw alongside the Rage Blade.
And Zed being changed 0.5 seconds on the ultimate. You
Yep.
can't go in and immediately peace out and still do your damage. You actually have to sit there and maybe get an auto attack in. You get destroyed.
Yeah, especially with all this disengage. Maybe something like Kassadin is what Fantix is thinking, but we'll decide on mid lanes later because Udyr and Fiora were the picks there for Direwolves. So Sharp going to go back to a carry, interestingly enough, like a hard carry. And still we're going back to that Udyr. I guess with Gragas not available, he wasn't feeling the Lee Sin. And LeBlanc and Trundle are going to finish things off here.
That is very... I'm going to say it's very good, honestly. It's interesting that they've decided to go for this particular style. What they've got now is a mid laner LeBlanc who's underrated as a sieger as well. Gives a lot of potential, at least burst, and Kog'Maw feels safer because everyone looks at the LeBlanc and kind of has to deal with this person jumping around hurting your team. Trundle's always going to be competent at split pushing or at least holding his own what is going to be against the Fiora.
Likewise, like the Poppy, Trundle's going to offer a lot of disengage as well, obviously with the pillar and his ability to slow down multiple players, play around choke points.
Yeah, I like this as well in general. Having the Trundle to try and answer potential split pushing from Sharp as well. So smart little adaptation there for Sin. They probably wanted Poppy, but are happy to swap back now that they've seen the top lane pick. And this, of course, does leave Fantix with that final pick here. I kind of expected an Assassin to deal with the Kog'Maw, but he's actually going to pick a Control Mage by the looks of things. Victor final pick there. Oh, no. Never mind. Straight to Fizz.
There you go, Fantix. Changes it up. Back to, I'm not going to say what is a standard Fantix champion, but something that has an abundance of kill pressure, but doesn't have to all in. So if the fish doesn't connect, you don't have to go in. And that's the difference here, right? Is they've got so many disengaged tools on Sin that if you were something like a Zed, you would get knocked around like it's nobody's business. Diana instantly would die anyway, even if though it's banned. Like, Fizz is probably a happy medium between I can kill you and I don't have to kill you.
I just feel like Fizz is another one of those pocket Fantix champions that he's probably played a couple hundred games on and knows really well. He loves the, the very mechanically intensive, complex champions. Fizz sort of
Outplays,
fits under
yeah.
that, yeah. When we saw his Zed, it was okay. Only played it once in the OPL. I think Fizz is the sort of thing they need in this comp, but getting through all of this from Sin is going to be very tricky, especially if Cardred has another good game.
The other issue is also, excuse me, Sybil on Udyr. I know, Rusty, you talked about that Sybil knows how to play Udyr, and he can be a fantastic Udyr, but the last time we saw it, he didn't just farm his power spike out, he attempted to sit in brushes and try to gank early with Udyr.
And I think he needs to change that up a bit this time. I think he should be looking to farm, get everybody maybe looking safe and towards their first item, but honestly, just let Sharp go.
Well, we'll have to see what happens here because Sin are on the verge of a 2-0 sweep and upset here. Use that hashtag Sin win if you think they are going to get the sweep here, or the hashtag TW win if you think the Dials are going to make it push it all the way to game 3 once again. Don't forget, of course, to use the hashtag IamOPL. Who knows, maybe one of your tweets could be featured in the broadcast. Super Week's been a lot of fun so far, so plenty of League of Legends and time to get those tweets in.
Absolutely, and this is a very important game. Sin are on the rise as well. 5th place, and not too far away from that top 4, which is the semi-finals berth. Super Week, what a way to kick it off for Sin.
Well, we did mention at the top of the day, it was a tough Super Week ahead for Sin, but right now, on the verge of toppling at least one giant here, as they're a game away from taking out the Direwolves.
Hey, I know how this works. If they beat Direwolves, Direwolves beat Chiefs, that means Sin better than Chiefs.
Maybe, quite possibly, as you're going to have a little check-in with the Keystone Masters. Nothing particularly unusual here. In fact, I'm going to say standard there for those ones. I do like the Wind Speaker's Blessing on Jana, though. We don't see Jana too often.
Didn't Avant beat Sin as well? Or something like we could go
Whoa.
super deep and say like everyone is
That's too deep. We're too deep.
Jesus.
Eject.
Now I'm sad that Dials lost the OPL Legend to Legacy, because it could be bouncing around everywhere this week. Instead, it seems that Legacy might hold on to it. Actually, we're going to find that out later after this one, but we have a couple games to play until then.
We have seen a lot of Jana in terms of NA. I believe Adrian is the
Yes.
primary player for her. I wish there had been more Jana. I know that OPL plays it a little bit, especially in Denium. I always want to say Denim.
Denian, yeah.
Always, every single time.
Denim Genian.
Best Jana OPL. Simply because of the rise of the triple AD carry composition. And with Kog'Maw getting stronger, it inherently buffs Janna simply because they work so well together. Kog'Maw is going to prioritize scaling, or not scaling, building attack speed. And Janna's 5 points in E give a free BF sword worth of stats if she puts the shield on them. So compensates for a lot of the fact that he's not just building the flat damage.
And since Dual Lane are waiting so long to get to this lane because they really want the lane swap, I think they saw Fiora and then wanted to double check to make sure that Raze and Kuden went top, but now they are there. They're going to be late to this lane. Kuden going to go in to check that jungle, but Sin get the swap they wanted here. They waited a long time for this.
Seems to be the blueprint, however, for beating the Direwolves is lane swapping against them.
Definitely feels like macro play is their Achilles heel, at least from what we've seen so far. But Direwolves were also very much prepared for this one, as they did have the double jungling start.
I like the fact that it's Achilles. Like, obviously Achilles heel is just a really well-known saying, but it's still like the Direwolves. They're absolutely terrifying. It's still like this Greek warrior.
Ooh, I like this from Kuden. Another level 1 gank.
That's
Reinmeister
rude.
probably getting sick of it at this point, but he'll be okay. Shakes it off. Fantix going to get a little less pressure under that turret. Pops the E. Let's see how much CS he can get under the turret. Nice trade. Corrupting Potion doing some work. Fantix keep going here.
I can't believe that E connected onto Reinmeister, but it did, and then gets an auto attack Thunderlord's proc. Damn. See you later.
Fantix level 3 now. Does have teleport as well, by the way, so no ignite this time. He's going to have the more macro-oriented summoner spell, excuse me. As Sharp level 2 roams in on the Fura. Dio was going to try and take a turret.
And this is the biggest difference between the fact that Sin's bot lane was so late to the lane, is that their wave isn't prepped and ready to hit at the same time.
Juice is here.
Yeah, he is. Fantix forced to flash, but there's the body slam going to
Nice.
follow in. That's a kill. Juves gets himself first blood.
And showing off his mechanics as well, getting that flash body slam in. Forcing an early flash out of Fantix made that all too easy to secure. Direwolves, of course, still going to be trading turrets with Sin, but their jungler making it happen.
Fantix again, a little too aggressive perhaps in those trades as Sharp does collect the gold. He's going to try and keep the wave here for as long as possible. Sin going to take a little more time to take this outer turret out, but it will be gone relatively quickly.
This also highlights the major difference between a Gragas and a Nudi in regards to jungling. Sybil was never going to gank. He was never looking at ganking, but randomly, I'm going to say randomly, Fantix managed to find map pressure off of a mechanical misplay from Reinmeister. And so immediately, Juves is like, I must gank this lane. Reinmeister must win or we lose.
There is a freeze option available in the bot lane right now.
Certainly is, but we do have a tweet. It's actually from Spawnlaw. Set 1 looks great so far. I can't wait for set 2 tonight. Our OPL legend match between Legacy and Trident should be very fun.
Who's that guy?
I don't know.
There's a guy that looks like me, I think.
I think he is, yeah. Oh, it's your brother, yeah. No, nice guy.
I was going to say, is that Rusty?
But he is right. I am very excited for the legend match.
Should be a lot of fun as Juves busy taking Reinmeister CS. I guess he's minding it. Reinmeister, though, going to step back in and get it. As you do see, double non-magic mantle out for both mid laners. Fantix has gone back, but does, of course, have that death. So we'll see if Juves can continue to apply pressure, or maybe on the other side, just if Reinmeister has enough space now to try and snowball this lane a little further ahead. Back in the bottom lane, though, Raze and Kuden have moved themselves here into standard lanes, and Kydrid's actually topside right now, taking a bunch of farm.
Yeah, so Kydrid is one of the OG lane swappers
Yep.
in regards to AD carries. He's playing with the original Legacy when the 4v0 meta became a thing, and that was Legacy's prime, essentially, in map play. And they understand what it means to give the AD carry frozen waves. They're also prioritizing it onto a hyper carry this time, which is the Kog'Maw.
In response, though, the Direwolves are moving very aggressively into Sin's jungle, and they're actually considering a dive as the arrows go down.
See, Sybil is getting chased out of his own jungle, though, but here is the dive that you mentioned. Sharp looking for it. Tornado's used. That might be the go button. Never mind. Raze gets chomped. Well, they don't really fancy it right now. Just a bit of poke there. But they know Juves is down here already. Although Sybil's also come in for the party.
They've just been kind of following each other down here.
And that's the thing. Janna isn't as useful as Alistar in a dive situation like that, which is why Direwolves were considering pulling the trigger. But with Juves also being down here, it gets a little scarier.
Wow.
Yeah, they're going for it. They want it. Kuden moves his way forward. That's actually just a threat, perhaps, but they're getting some decent tower damage as a result. I like the pump fake, but Direwolves can't stay here forever.
I feel like they actually should have pulled the trigger as soon as the tornado didn't connect on anyone, but a lot of respect being given to the CC being clumped up against the body slam from Juves.
That's also 3 disengaged champions sitting under a turret. So if there's one thing that they could have done is live, considering the Rogue has his exhaust and flash available to him.
Sybil rocks in the mid lane, casually takes a tower hit. Rhymaster doesn't seem too bothered by it though. You can see Fandix level 6 now. Could potentially get some fish action happening.
Rusty, maybe you can enlighten me. Sybil, to me, seems like such an aggressive, proactive jungler as we see him literally chasing into Juve's jungle. He wants to make things happen on his map. And you know, you said that he was a good Udyr player, which I respect that. He seems like a good everything player, just mechanically very sound. But Udyr doesn't seem to fit into his MO as a playstyle. Like, the fact that he's running by trying to gank mid lane on, like, level 4 Udyr.
It's a unique thing to Sybil, I will say. If there's anything that you could say is we'll just let this happen first.
Couldn't pop the Unbreakable. Trophy's good there from Chippies, but not enough for the kill. As Kyle does actually return to the bottom lane now. He's got a pickaxe. So he's halfway there to the Ginsy's Rage Blade.
It says a lot about Sybil as a player as well, though, that he is... yeah, so what he's doing, and this is not so much what Sybil is doing, it's what the Direwolves need from him. And this is why Udyr in particular may not be suited to Sybil as a player for the team. Definitely still suits Sybil. He could power farm. Absolutely. Could spend the entire time getting ahead. But what he needs to do is keep tabs on Juice, who is going to gank for whatever lane that he chooses. And if that gank goes off, Direwolves could be in a lot of trouble. And it feels a bit weird to say. Direwolves tilt super hard. Like, you just don't want them to get ganked. Like, Sybil's job is damage control. And by seeing where Juves is, he's going to protect any damage from happening.
I've always felt that Udyr was kind of like old school Shyvana in the sense that I'm here to make the other jungler as worthless as I am in the early game.
Yeah, so that's what he's doing.
Well, working out so far, I guess, apart from the great gank by Juves in the early game, right onto mid lane. That was tricky. But seems like standard lanes, maybe probably where the Direwolves feel strong. They actually have a gold lead, despite the first kill and the turrets being equal. That's quite impressive.
Yeah, and a lot of that is in the CS discrepancies pretty much across the map. Udyr especially, 19 to 30. That's a big difference concerning the jungle, but also between the 80 carries, although a wave is pushing into Cardred here. 61 to 82. So, again, being punished for initiating that lane swaps as slowly as they did.
And again, just sitting here, biding their time. Sin, of course, are happy to take it a bit later because they've got the Cogmore, but he does need to get his farm going. Mid lane is just farming it out as well after the early action. As Fandix feels pretty safe right now. He's going to go take his blue buff, or get it. Sybil's able to help him with that one. But Abyssal Scepter's on the way once again. I like the mid lane flavor we have here. You know, everyone just wants to get aggressive, so get your MR item, get your dueling item.
Yeah.
And then throw your face at it.
It's kind of funny how that works. Of course, LeBlanc not getting the blue buff. Fantix is. Could be a major difference. It's the kind of champion Fizz where if you get aggressive and use your distortion anyway, you can just throw the fish at you. If it lines up right. And even if you go back to the distortion, you'll still get hit by the fish because it's just such a long range.
Seems like Juice is looking mid, but Carter's the one in trouble. Good block there from Kuden. Haven't seen the matchup too often, but this was part of the reason why people stopped playing Jana.
The power shift when Kog'Maw gets to level 6 is pretty massive, especially the damage on the, I want to say Q, the damage on the R now.
I like it.
Cam.
Yeah, Rippy Cam is
I was
back.
so concerned
Rippy
with
Cam.
this, the Udyr cam.
I like it. Now you have Udyception. I mean, to be honest, it's probably the best way to illustrate what Sybil's doing in this game. There's a lot of movement and pressure as Direwolves will actually get the bottom turret for themselves.
Yeah, they pick up the bottom turret, and it's nice. That's basically an organic 2v2 bottom turret through pressure. And what they did was hide the lane swaps in until they felt like they were strong enough to 2v2, but they'd fallen behind in farm to the point where it hasn't actually impacted the 2v2. It still hurts them, and so the turret does fall.
Well, up here on the top side though, Chippy's trying to keep those creeps
dragon
up the tower as Sybil with his team is actually getting the dragon.
I don't know where to look.
I know, Rusty's like literally like, and this is how you get challenger. And I'm like, but he's on the dragon.
Well, the dragon is going to go to Direwolves, so thank you, Udyr Cam. Able to get us some additional information.
I feel like it needs a better name than Udyr cam.
It's Rippy Cam.
Rippy cam?
Rippy Cam. It's not even Rippy. That's Sybil, mate. All right, we'll go with
Udyr
Rippy
is...
Cam.
I actually played a game the other day, and I stopped calling him Rippy by accident.
Yep.
Started calling him Udyr, and the contrast as well. Started calling him Rippy when I was watching an Udyr.
Well,
Udyr is Rippy.
all right.
That's
We're
fair.
wrong with it. Rippy Cam it is. Ripping it up there. Taking out the wolves.
You see, there's puns with it too.
Oh, now we've gone too far.
Isn't that every play-by-play caster's dream?
No, absolutely not.
Rip into it.
Please no. As Juves again still defending his jungle. This time actually from Fiora. A Sharp looking towards Titanic Hydra.
Rippy is effectively like an OPL legend as well.
He is. It's a pretty good story. You can take that one with him forever. It'll also be with the organization forever, which is awesome. Hey guys, that one time I played Udyr in the OPL. Sybil remembers. He's been playing Udyr all the time. He's clearly learning from Rippy.
You can say that.
I think we've gone too far. let's reset here and have a look where we actually are in the game.
I want to talk about Sin, Direwolves. We talked about the crescent vision that Sin had last game. Check the Direwolves vision around that Baron pit. They've just made like an arena.
Arena vision?
Arena vision.
That is suitable for the Direwolves.
It's surround sound. Look at that.
Fnatic's trying to wave clear. Juice with a
Oh,
nice
no.
play, but a nice unbreakable from Kuden. Going to stop that all preemptively. Fnatic does eat a Mimic Sigil, taking Pokia from the Kog'Maw as well.
Yeah, trying to group up in Siege. This is one of the issues in taking a Fizz into that mid lane as opposed to the Victor, which Fnatic had hovered previously, is that you are very susceptible to Siege, which forces the rest of the Direwolves to get behind him and protect this tower. Fortunately, Juves did fumble the cask against a nice Unbreakable, so a lot of pressure has been alleviated because that cooldown is down.
Sharp in top side as well, though. Starting to get pretty far forward here in the lane. Does have a nice CS lead. Closing in on 30 as Chippy's returns to the lane. And you can see they're both trying to be split pushers here, but if one of them's ahead, especially significantly, that could be an easy window for the Direwolves to try and leverage the slim gold lead they currently have. And look at Sybil, just hunting this top side, taking the jungle where he can, making sure to cover Sharp at every possibility.
Yeah, he's just going to make sure that Sharp can get further and further ahead. It's pretty standard stuff here from the Direwolves. They've got more lanes that they can focus, opposed to potentially Sin, who primarily work around Rhymeister and ensuring that he's okay. And even that attempt to break the mid lane turret not actually coming to fruition hurts Sin, because that was a big movement around the map and setup time for them.
Well, Rageblade is now there for Kog'Maw, so first item online there for Cardred. Essence Fever, of course, there for Razor's top side. We're looking at a gank. Sharp get ulted up by the Trundle, but Juve's not able to connect. Didn't have his ultimate there either. So unsuccessful as Sharp is going to get away from that one.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. Obviously, the Rage Blade synergizes so well with Kog'Maw, and completing an item is always going to be a power spike, but Rusty's talked about this at length. Kog'Maw right now, because Rage Blade takes the magic damage item and the attack damage item, Pickaxe and Blasting Wand, you lose so much power in your build path that other champions like Lucian don't have to go through that trough.
Certainly not. And you can see Rift Herald not going to be a bother this time here for Direwolves. Probably give that one over to Sybil. Going to run around the lanes.
He's so fast
Apply
now.
that wherever he can. Certainly is. And that's just 1 point in Bear. As Chippy's actually, this could be a problem. Going to Bear up, get slapped. No, not this time. Ulti forced out by by Kuden, sorry. But a flash was used there by Chippy's to make sure he was okay.
Sin need to be applying pressure to the mid lane right now, and I think that they're just taking this a little bit too casually. They're going to get some decent
Use the
damage,
fish.
but I'm waiting for it to go in.
You can clear the wave with it. Like, you don't have to hit Cardred.
Yeah.
You use the fish.
Well, no fish forthcoming, and that is going to be the mid tower falling. I like the Janna Cog interaction as well. A little bit of bonus siege potential, I suppose.
Yep, obviously Janna's Tailwind passive allows people to move between the lanes, so you can siege out your outer sides faster. And then again, once Janna is level 9, she becomes the ultimate siege assistant because you have the 5 points in E, which here, have a free BF sword.
Sybil and Fnatic's going to group up for the blue, though. Fnatic's now without a mid lane turret to farm at. Could be a bit unsafe, but he's kept up in CS. Master has 2, though. Let's see which assassin can have a big impact. If Sharp's trying to steal it, he does. Gets the guaranteed crit there on the big one and takes it out from under Juves. Got the Titanic Hydra already finished. It does feel like Sharp might be the bridge here for Dials towards the middle of this game. He's causing so much pressure on this bottom side. He's basically the split push threat they wanted last game when Rhymeister was on Diana.
Yeah, essentially. Of course, Chippy's changing up, going Trundle's never going to die. I think that's the major bonus for Sin. They're not looking to split push themselves this time. They're looking to siege. And so it's 2 defined strategies from Sin. The problem is, it's something we've always seen from them. No matter what team composition they've got in place, they default to team fighting and wombo combos. You can run a siege composition. They're probably going to have to flash Janna somehow to like double it up with a keg, for it to work for them because they just love Wombo.
Sharp is trying to defend that pink ward, and it looks like he will be successful. Still down here in the bottom side as Fantix has now transferred power into that top half of the map. His TP's up as well. Didn't quite talk about it before, but there is potential for maybe Fantix to be a secondary split pusher here for the Direwolves also.
Yeah, and entirely possible, honestly. I think he will be. He does have to pick the lane, though, that doesn't have the trundle. So it's defined when they actually want to do it.
Group in mid now, though. Trident going to defend it off. That was easy. Got the Zeal now as well for a bit of extra attack speed. Throws a bit of extra goo onto the back of Raze.
I feel like there's pressure on Direwolves right now to be proactive around the map since they do have momentum and control. Right now, Sin have set up that they've just effectively created 3 different farm lanes. And they're totally fine doing this. Again, they have the hyper scale with that Kog'Maw, but Direwolves, I feel like they're going to get antsy. We do see that they're flanking onto the side there, but spotted out by a pink ward.
Still impressed by the farm, honestly, for Direwolves, because pretty much all their gold lead is just based on the individual farm. Turrets are equal. They do have a dragon, but it doesn't give any gold. They're going to get a second one here, which might make some of their siege efforts in mid lane a little easier.
Yeah.
But up 2,500 gold, down a kill. There's only been one. Sin do have it. But they've been farming very efficiently.
Yeah, it's definitely a decent lead for Direwolves in regards to their farm. Of course, it will help them a fair bit once the next item is done for Raze. The concern is that by that time, Kog'Maw will have 2 items also, and the Hurricane will be there. And that's when he really starts to hurt.
Well, Sharp in trouble here as well. Gonna have to riposte off the snare. Does, but Rhymaster just ignites him. Flash forward in. Sharp really can't juke all of this, and he's just gonna die.
There should have been at least an ultimate from Sharp to try and turn it around, maybe get some health back from Vitals, or even just the move speed from the ultimate. Wasn't placed there, and Sharp, not respecting, goes down.
And again, this is an issue because it isolates Sin with these 3 free farm lanes, and this is exactly where they want to be. Power spike pressure still on Direwolves to make a play. And I think it has to be the mid lane almost, but trying to gank or pressure into a Janna, super hard.
They also had wrong lane allocation. Now they actually have Fantix going down to deal with Rhymice. That's where it should have been the whole time.
Yeah, you see it cost them there. Sybil takes the blue buff again. Again, strong overall pressure here. Sybil might look a little silly, but running around on Udyr, causing pressure, and just, again, like you mentioned, keeping tabs on everyone, Rusty, has been working out for the Direwolves so far. Sin feel very constricted with the way they're playing back into their half of the rift right now.
Yeah.
And the Direwolves are able to take advantage of that, but it does feel like there's a ticking time bomb here almost. We're about to hit 20 minutes into this game. The Direwolves are still farming up, and Sin more than happy to keep farming.
And you can see Rymeister just then danced in the middle lane, deciding which lane he wanted to go to, and immediately goes towards Sharp's lane. Does not want to deal with Fantix on this Fizz, and they actually swap their lanes to make sure they're getting the ideal matchups. And this is favoring Sin once again, because Frostgrunts kept alluding to this fact. They're just farming. They're allocating their farm nicely. And eventually, it will hit a point where Kardred is stronger than everybody.
And likewise, the Direwolves are losing their gold surpluses on their CS because they're spending so much time moving between the lanes, trying to avoid the LeBlanc, trying to avoid the Trundle, and we're starting to see these CS gaps closing.
Well, not good news for the Direwolves, because that's pretty much what their lead's been built on in this particular game. Rymeister again going to get aggressive, and that's a huge amount of damage. Sharp going to get chained up. He does get the stun, actually. Very nice riposte.
That was very important. If he
Saved his
didn't hit
life.
that, yeah, he would have died 100%. Rymeister has a lot of burst, 2 big items completed. And being able to sit in that bush comes back to the preparation that Sin have played. They're communicating the fact that LeBlanc wants to be the one fighting Fiora. For better or worse, naturally.
I think a massive issue for Direwolves' composition, at least right now, because they are, or they need to be proactive, is that they simply don't have the tools on their comp to be proactive. Sybil's been kind of the guy that takes charge and leads when they do get their massive booming victories, but on the Udyr, he's shelved to farm. It's pretty much on Kuden and Fantix to step up and say, we're fighting now, we need to take advantage while this Kog'Maw is still weak, but now has 2 items.
Well, this could be the fight. I think Kardred might be the target here. Sharp is going to line something up. Fantix also moving in for it. They're going to look for some vitals. They find Juves, they pop the ulti, but Kardred just turns it around. He's got the Runins. That is massive damage from the Cog.
That's a lot of damage, and that is the 2-item Kog'Maw that we were worried about happening if you were a Direwolves player.
But they do get better posture on this mid-tier tower.
to an extent.
Oh, no, Juice! Huge play and just deletes poor Lucian off the rift. As now Kuden going to get chased down, executed by the Cardred ulti. Huge misplay from Dials and well capitalized by Juves.
That's why Rusty was saying to an extent, didn't expect them to walk up and just slap the tower and
You
give
can
Gragas
tell.
a free.
You can absolutely tell how confident Sin are right now. They recognize that with 2 items on their Kog'Maw, they can team fight. LeBlanc's also doing well. Direwolves not respecting.
And it sounds really strange to say that Sin, again, had a really beautiful macro game, and at least as far as Game 2 has been, but absolutely honest, even though they weren't proactive as they were in Game 1, this idea that understanding how to freeze the lanes, to open up 3 farm waves, and as Rusty said, to allocate the correct side lanes and get the matchups that they want. Beautifully orchestrated by Sin.
Still behind on gold. Might not matter here though. Sharp and Rhymaster are going to go at it again, but Sharp this time happy to fight. Riposte a little late. Chippies actually might be able to take him out, but Sybil's here. The Trundle Pillar's good. Flash auto straight to the face, and now Sybil has to run away, but he's getting chomped. The chain is not quite there, and Sybil's able to skirt away this time.
This Magic 8 Ball is a god. It's an
may
absolute
be.
legend.
It may be, as Dragon is up in a minute 5. Dials do have 2 already, so can look to that potentially as a way to keep themselves up in this game. But it's awfully close, 23 minutes in, and Sin already have the first game in the bag. Again, Kog'Maw will only get stronger from this point. Trundle will only get stronger from this point, and I feel like the Assassins are going to neutralize each other. The Dials are sort of running out of time to make this game work for themselves.
Udyr will get massive as well. I don't know if you've played against one yet, Julian, but
I have.
a 6-item Udyr
It is awful.
is fairly frustrating, and we did see the Direwolves have great success on that earlier, but they're facing against possibly the best composition to stop Udyr because he's actually very kiteable. And against a Janna, Gragas, and Trundle, it's going to be very hard to get to that back line unless he finds a perfect flank or Sin are lazy on their vision.
This is so easy to just bring back to mistakes in drafting, though. Direwolves going for the Udin, giving them the Gragas. So they have a Gragas, Janna, Kog'Maw composition just set from like their first 3 champions. Like, you just have to question it. I mean, yeah, 6-item Udyr is great, but the problem is they're at 2. And they need to get to 6, which means like this 3-item spike that Sin have, I feel like they need to spend 10 minutes past that, not dying and farming and actually turtling Direwolves if they need to get to that stage. Thankfully, they'll have rot portals in their back pocket.
Yep, that's the rot portal coming out for Sybil. Dials are going to attempt this dragon. Sin are more than happy to fight. They're ready.
Chippy's flying.
Dials getting it low. Sin needs to pull the trigger relatively soon. Chippy's going to get dove on. They are going to ult him up there with Fiora. Rhymaster in the middle of them all gets exhausted as Roig in the backside getting munched down by Fantix, doing a huge amount of damage as Raze has gotten the first kill under Chippy's. Cardric will slay Fantix on the back end though, and the Kog'Maw is still alive and healthy.
These are excellent areas to fight the Kog'Maw comp though.
Juice!
The post use. Dragon does go to Direwolves. Rhymaster, be careful. Does get himself out.
So what I was going to say, I was like prepping for it as they were setting up for this dragon, is this was possibly the best case scenario for Direwolves coming to this fight. Yes, Kog'Maw is on his item power spike, so he wants to do it, but you saw Fantix get into the back lane right there and do so much damage, and you force a lot of flashes for Sin to reposition themselves, get their tank line in front of them. Fighting in jungles, fighting in the Baron and the Dragon Pit are absolutely where Direwolves need to be because it helps them get those flanks. Sin want to fight in the long lanes because they want to have everyone in front of this Kog'Maw.
Yeah, the only mistake was the assumption of spells about to kill Fantix, so he uses the Zonias and gets completely caught out. That entire fight was who can kill the front line first, and what it came down to was Chippy's not tanky enough just yet, did go down very quickly, and when Rhymaster threw his face into the front line to hurt Raze, he paid for it as well.
Yeah, I feel like that was Direwolves' best chance to kind of get their foot back into this game, and so now they have to be very conservative with how many more mistakes are allowed to them.
Well, they do get something out of it, at least. It is the dragon and a third one at that, so starting to ramp up the objectives now, but I think I agree. Not quite enough, given what they could have gotten there in that particular engagement. The Dials will reset and look to try something else. The rot portal finish, though, for Sybil.
Here we go.
Starting to have some fun.
It is going to be very important that Cardrid's flashes down for the next 5 minutes. So I suspect that Sin will be very patient and passive. So that opens up a lot of room for Direwolves to kind of spread out their vision along this river and try to bait Sin into the jungle.
There is a flip side, though, is that Gragas does have his flash available. So there is a very real chance if they make a pick, Cardrid doesn't need the flash, he can just stand still and spit.
And that's the big thing. Pick versus a 5v5.
Well, we'll have to see which comes out ahead, because this game is awfully close still. I honestly feel like Dials think they're behind, given the way they're playing right now. And we can see the goal. It makes our job very easy. Dials are up by only 1,000, and it's not a very big lead, but they're up. It just feels like Sin are playing like they're still ahead, waiting for the comp to come online, and then again, we'll hit 35, 40 minutes, and Sin are just going to move everyone forward and win.
To be fair, though, Kog'Maw with the 2-item power spike is putting out so much damage.
Oh, Sharp nose.
This is good, though. Onto Chippies. The damage could be enough. Never mind, Trundle. Unkillable? Maybe not. Vital's there. Needs the last one. That's not it. And now the Pillar's going to come in. Bandit's going to try and move as well. And also Rhymeister's here. That's going to force the cancel. And Sharp, being a duelist that can't duel anyone, it's a bad time.
That was just outright foolish from Sharp. And that was good from Chippies, though, standing next to the wall, not giving him the passive to heal him back up. But wow, that's an aggressive decision from Sharp that backfires and hurts Direwolves now.
Certainly is, and you can see there from James Leong at Tobias, praise Magic 8-Ball, hashtag IamOPL. Magic 8-Ball's looking good tonight.
That 8-ball, I don't know if any teams need an analyst, but that guy's free.
He's free.
No
He's
doubt.
available.
You stay away.
I don't know if he's available. As Sin is going to munch down this turret.
I almost feel like in draft phase, like Direwolves, they effectively, okay, should we pick Udyr here? Shook the Magic 8-Ball. Do it.
Well, they did it.
All signs point to yes. Lock it in.
Sybil is going to get a tower. Speaking of Mr. Rippy, they're on the top
That's
side.
actually good. He can Rot Portal and split push as a Udyr. Why not, you know? Like, he's got the 800 gold lead, which was the major difference between these teams.
And he's so fast.
Yeah, you can't kill him. When he's near a dead turret, like, good luck.
Kill him. You can't catch him.
Well, you can see those drop minions doing some work. Chippy's actually mid lane. Raze, I would
You are
stand
in
there.
trouble.
Not a good time. Does dash out, but Chippy's still chasing. QSS is going to use everything. The fish even burnt just to keep him alive. Raze again playing up so far forward there.
That was definitely playing up, I think the best way to describe it. He was not having a bar of any defensive attitude. He wanted to go all in on that turret and pays for it. Chippies is doing a lot of damage.
And this is starting to fall apart a bit for the Dials. We mentioned again, they're
Oh my God,
still
they can
ahead
Baron.
technically in this game. Their Baron damage is disgusting.
Oh, it's genius. They Rot Portaled the bush.
They Rot Portaled the bush so they could see and get vision when this flank was coming in. But here comes the TP.
Well, Sybil looking for it. Sharp found Rogue. That's not the worst target for a free pick, but Sharp gonna have to riposte back in. Kuden trying to lock down Chippies as the rest of Sin are chasing somebody else. There's Chippies gonna get locked down. Raze eats the caster from Juves. And the Dials just don't quite have enough. Sybil, though, in the middle of the fight, might be able to get something done. Rogue will finally die, but they need to get onto Kadra. Juves is low, and if they can get some picks as the fight does flow out, that might be all right. Juves is going to die to Fantix, and Rhymeister sort of caught out the side here. Sybil going to
Low
keep
mana.
chasing. Rhymeister's in trouble. Distort's back. They're going to wait. He actually will get away, I think.
Yeah, they want to do the Baron. So immediately Direwolves win a team fight with 2 members dead of Sin. That was their disengage, using it on themselves. We're now looking at a hero Rhymeister Cardred play, and Chippies is making his way in, but he won't be
They
here.
do so much damage. Kadra needs to be in position to try and shoot them. Oh my God! He stole the Baron!
You've got to be kidding me!
That's disaster for the Direwolves.
I would kill him. They're going to try and chase him down. The Dial is going to try and get I'm going to call it a lash out kill.
Meanwhile,
Turn around and spit on them! Just do it! It's
Kadra,
all good.
He's got cooldowns.
just do damage.
He's been spotted.
He's going to try.
He
He
can't execute now.
He can kill Fantix.
Get in there.
He should kill
Shoot him.
Fantix.
He's
No.
got no mana.
His W costs nothing.
I-
No,
no
I'm
idea.
talking about
Oh.
Fantix.
I know, that's what I mean. I was like, I have no idea. Either way, look, he stole the Baron. So MVP Cardred.
Doesn't give an assist away. But how did this even happen?
The LeBlanc burst damage came through, and he gets it with the E.
Oh my God.
Of all things. Like, of all things. And Kuden was blocking the LeBlanc, so he had a flank with the spit. They're ridiculous.
And all
Okay.
this-
There were a couple of really cool things, so let's like quickly break this down. First and foremost, the placement of the Zerat portal. It's actually cleared now, but it's in that little brush that enters into the red jungle. And the reason why they put it there is because not only does it apply pressure and force a mid or a wave into the mid lane, it gives you information and vision, and that's what you're getting the information off of, is the vision that the little minions are doing, because every time they spawn, they take information with them, so you can see the enemy coming. What's beautiful about Direwolves comp is if they're in a scenario, again, when they're on a dragon, when they're on a baron, that's exactly where they want to fight. It had this awesome fighting 2 different flank where someone was behind them, someone was in front of them, and they need to continue to force that.
That was Dragon number 4.
Yep.
To keep that in mind, even though the Baron was stolen, this is definitely an opportunity for Sin to make something happen.
And Sybil is starting to go off on this Udyr. You guys were joking before, or not joking, but you were mentioning before that 6-item Udyr is a very real thing. He's starting to get quite strong here.
6-item Udyr is legend tier, but the issue is that he's still against a composition where he has to get back to that Kog'Maw. They have to fight in the jungle, and Sin have to stay in the lanes. As long as they can keep Gragas, Janna, and Trundle in front of him, no one will touch this Kog'Maw.
There's no teleport available right now for Sharp, but he's opting a split push instead of grouping with his team. Dangerous against the Baron up Sin.
Very. In fact, this tower is not going to last particularly long. Does go down.
They can trade 1.
Sharp
That's
get it.
actually good.
Okay, so not a bad trade there from Direwolves. They will get the bottom side turret. Fandix running around. Does have his TP, so maybe can look to make a play. But the Direwolves, I think, at this point have one pretty obvious game plan. Just run Sin around the map and never let the Kog'Maw group.
And that is a very defined strategy against Kog'Maws, and I like what Direwolves have done here. It was a first pick Kog. This is how you beat it. You don't meet it. Like, you just avoid it at all costs. Rot portals are the best way to combat this as well. And I like that Sybil got it instead of Sharp, who is an offensive top laner.
We'll just see. Ooh. He's looking for something. Again, Sin needs to keep being aggressive. Deadman's plate buffer wear after as he eats a Braum Q to the face. And Sharp still back on that bottom side. Teleport back up, I think.
Just about to be, yeah.
Just about. And again, Sin, the Baron's worn off. They need to keep pushing the advantage here.
We're getting there, Pastry.
Oop.
Well, we're
No
not
one
getting
saw
over
that.
there, but we are getting towards that 5th dragon.
33.5 minutes in. About 4 or 5 minutes away from it, I think. Sybil may be caught. Can you catch Nudia? It looks like you can. Fish lands. That's onto Chippies, though. Good block. As Rymeister going to get poked down. Kuda puts up the shield. But Sin has so much pressure here.
Yeah, Sinner in complete
Sybil's on a ward.
control, but yeah, you'll never catch him at least. This is still a lot of health bar missing from Sybil. He still needs to recall. And they've got time now where they're missing all of their members.
They just have a window of opportunity until that dragon comes back up,
Turret's
though.
gone.
Yeah, I mean, no wave quick kind of makes this awkward. Bandit's going to try and make a play. He gets exhausted. Pops the Zonias as Cardred firing away. Raze needs to try and kill him. He's going to move in for it, but the damage is just a little too much. Like QSS has popped. Sybil got so low, but he did not die.
But Sin can keep going here, absolutely.
Sharp is trying to poke his way in. He made his way back. He burnt the teleport. That was the one thing they really had going for them, and that inhibitor is just dead.
Okay, so this is how Sin need to play this. As a chase might be ensuing, Sybil is fast.
Oh my god, he's so fast. The dead turret's powering him up.
Okay, so now they have control of the mid lane, and they have the supers coming through as well as another rot portal that they can put down. Dire Wolves want to make them fight that dragon. That's their win condition right now, because if they can get that Kog'Maw, if they can find the flank, it's beautiful. Cardred doesn't have his flash up. That's massive, because it won't be up in time for the dragon fight if they fight on the timer. But Sin need to play around the pressure points that they have in the mid lane. Force that wave in, clear Dire Wolves to take care of that from the dragon pit, and stop that 5th dragon from happening. That's what needs to happen.
Well, not there yet. Baron actually up in 2 minutes, so starting to have some big objectives come up at key points in this game. The Dials, again, continuing to just try and run Sin across this map. It feels like Sin just had the answers. They're still behind in gold, by the way. I
Yeah.
find that amazing.
Well, they're about to be potentially ahead in gold.
Oh, Chippies. Gonna find Sharp. Sharp's like, absolutely not. And I feel like Fiora can't actually split push against anyone right now.
She doesn't want to split push against someone, though. Sin's team composition is designed to have 5 members there. And every time that there is 5 members there, Sharp is split pushing. He doesn't have his teleport as well at the moment, so it becomes a little bit more delicate, but you can tell he's going towards a Bloodthirster build. He definitely wants to continue splitting where applicable and not dying to the person that comes to fight him, whether it's Rymeister or Chippies.
Sybil going to take down these Krugs. He's been farming up a storm all game long. Ray is relatively strong as well. Actually has the Infinity Edge now completed after the Essence Reaver and the Phantom Dance that he went, which seems to be an item he quite likes.
Still no Last Whisper.
Which could be a problem against even the John.
Wow.
Actually, he's got a frozen heart.
Still no Last Whisper is the biggest issue ever right now. Like, he needs a Vamp Scepter, needs the Lifesteal, needs the QSS so that he can't get engaged on, right? But he's missing his damage because of that.
Unfortunately, that means you have to finish Mercurial and then go last fist, but you'll be a while away as that blue buff gets demolished by Cardred, who's got a QSS and a Blade of the Ruined King now, just doing silly things on the damage front, especially with a bit of extra help from Rogue. And the Dragon's up in 30 seconds. Baron's about to come up in about 12. They are going to steal this blue buff for Direwolves.
They've established vision quite well here, Direwolves, though, in preparation for the Baron starting. The question always comes up. They've got like 20 seconds right now between Baron spawn and Dragon spawn, that they could just start it on the very beginning of it, or they could just bide their time.
I thought we were in LPL for a second.
I guess. I was going to say, that was complete conviction with the starting of it. There is a ward on top of them.
There's multiple wards. And they are going to start it. This is risky
Very.
from Direwolves.
Keeps them away from the Dragon as well, though.
They're going to commit to it. I think they have to finish it now. Steal again. No, they do get it. Direwolves able to do it fast enough, and Cardred gets knocked up, and Sharp tries to flash to get him, but that's not the way you want to do it. Kuden's going to die. Ray's forced to flash out. Pops the culling as Bandix. He's just trying to keep it alive. Rogue is the target, but he's just going to disengage with a Monsoon, and Sharp, he's going to get chased down. That's going to be a kill onto Sybil as well, and Raze will be lucky to live here. Maybe he's trying to kite back as much as he can. And the Dial's lost too much there.
I think they just lost the game there.
Oh, Raze is dead. Nice catch from Rymeister.
They absolutely just lost themselves the game. The desperation to start the Baron up and not choosing their 5th Dragon as the easier option to take comes back to bite them. And Sin, wow.
A 2-0 Magic 8 Ball comes up massive as Fantix. He'll try and do what he can to defend, but he gets blown up as Sin finally finds some pep in their step. 2-0 versus the Direwolves.
In 2 games, Sin played a beautiful macro strategy, but what's better than that is the fact that Fish has a lower percentage than a Magic 8 Ball.
What is Magic?
It
Let's
is.
give it some credit, jeez. Sin, on the other hand, they're not Magic. They executed perfectly.
No, that was awesome, and they have such an uphill battle. They also have to face the Chiefs, and they just took down Direwolves.
I mean, part 1 done, I guess, but I just can't stop being impressed by Sin. It feels like so much has changed. It's been a week since we've seen them.
Yeah, and this is the Sin that you never really see. It's funny because they always talk the talk. They're a very vocal team, but come OPL time, they never really perform. Well, they have this time.
They certainly have put the money where their mouth is this time, but we are going to break down that game more. And Sin's 2-0 over the Direwolves. Let's pop back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Pastry Time. And the Magic 8 Ball got it right, but I do want to point out to everyone that during the article that was released during the week with the tipping contest, the Direwolves actually picked Direwolves.
The Direwolves picked Direwolves?
The 8 Ball picked Direwolves.
Okay.
So not only is Atlas someone that renegs on camera, the 8 Ball also reneged on camera. I'm not going to strip it of the point for this analyst desk segment, but you still lose during the article. That is where the points are. So, Fish, you are safe from ridicule on the article. You still suck on the desk.
I'm still, however,
Whereas
tired.
I just picked whatever the 8 Ball said because I couldn't actually handle the depression that
The
I would
depression
suffer.
that you get. All right, yeah, no, cool. All right, let's jump into this game, however, because I feel like it actually was a really high-level game one more time. Want to kick it off in the draft. Another Udyr game. I've been throwing questions about Sybil's champion pool all night. Can we say he has a champion pool issue yet, Atlas?
Well, the thing is, right, I'm confused because the Gragas was there. He could have picked it. Like Sybil showed a fantastic Gragas performance. He went like 3-0-11 or something like that yesterday against the Chiefs. They just leave it open. They give over the Janna Gragas combo with the Kog'Maw to Sin. It's like Sin said, "No, can you just leave those for us? Like, we've got a sweet deal for you." and we can have them because their draft was stunning for a team fight.
Yeah, it certainly was. Very, very nice draft pick up there. And the thing that I liked about Sin's draft is that it answered a 1-3-1 split push in a really unique way. They had very good split pushes in their own right, but also that their top laner was a peel-oriented top laner, and it meant very, very fun team fights. We've actually got one to pull up onto your screen now. Fish is going to take us through it. This is actually... Okay, cool. So we're going to get the actual team fight aspect. But before this, there'd been a long chase through the river that Sin successfully disengaged from, and then this happens, Fish.
That's right. They had Janna and Gragas, and that was able to allow them to disengage nicely, but this happened, basically. That was just Rymeister going off, sees Raze out of position, capitalizes on it, and they get 2 kills for it. And this is the story of Rymeister, really.
And everyone was speechless. Like, when that happened, like, Frostgurn's like, oh, yeah, they're in a good position. And it was like,
Yeah.
all right, cool. Well, now they're dead. And that is Sin playing on the same page, and we haven't seen it for a while. This is why they say they keep Juves on the roster, because of his shot calling ability finally coming up trumps.
Yeah, and Juves has been brilliant. This series has been definitely Juves coming out of his shell. And if he can keep playing like this, my God. Sin, I mean, you asked the question earlier on, Fish, about can they get to that top 4 spot. They might get there by the end of the week. They've got Chiefs coming up afterwards. And look, on paper, theoretically, Sin should be the favorite.
That's right. And Sin, they came into the OPL saying that they are. Everyone came into the OPL saying that Sin will be the number 4 team. They're top 4 definitely, and everyone thought they'd sit just below the Chiefs, Direwolves, and Legacy. Now they've beaten one of those top 3 teams. They could definitely climb up the ranks.
So that is super exciting, and that's a matchup I want to look ahead to. So now that that's out of the way, Sin versus the Chiefs is tomorrow night, and this now becomes a massive matchup. You already mentioned that now when you look at it, theoretically, Sin is the stronger team. Chiefs have lost to Direwolves twice, 2-1 both times. Sin is just 2-0, swept the Direwolves in pretty convincing fashion, you have to say, both games. What does this series look like to you, Atlas? Like, what are you looking ahead towards?
The thing that I'm really excited about is sort of the game on a strategic level here, because when we saw the Chiefs fall to Direwolves, the sort of chaos versus control really butting heads and chaos reigning supreme, we saw it again here today, and Sin were able to make it work for them. But are they going to be able to play this control style against the masters of control that just seem to have the Achilles heel of the Direwolves at the moment? That's the real question for me.
Well, if Sin Gaming have been keeping Juves on the roster because of his shot calling ability, I think their match against the Chiefs is really going to be Juves and Rhymeister going up against Spooks and Cheese. That's what I really want to watch out for, and I think that's going to decide that game.
Yeah, and I'm really excited because Rhymeister was the mid laner that could, but Sin take the set 2-0 against Direwolves. Don't go anywhere, guys, because we have a legend match coming up after the break. It's going to be Legacy versus Trident. Welcome back to OPL Super Week Day 2, where we just saw Sin take out the Direwolves in 2-0 fashion. It was predicted by a Magic 8-Ball, and with that, my dreams of casting one of the play-by-play positions for the end of the week are now dashed, so thank you, Magic 8-Ball. However, we do have a second game of the night. It is going to be our OPL Legend match of Legacy versus Trident, and let's just get straight into this one on the... Oh, let's not get straight into this one. So we'll see how this matchup works out. Alice, I want to throw to you first about this matchup, Legacy versus Trident. It is for the OPL Legend. Clash of the ex-sister teams. A lot of history here.
Yeah, heaps of history, of course. We're remembering back to Carbon being on the desk, talking about Impaired as he was going through a little bit of a slump, that disappointed father spiel that he went on. We talk about this Trident lineup as being built around Impaired, having Impaired be such a strong member of this team. He's really started to step up. When we spoke to Carbon, it was before they were starting to do well, before Impaired was able to get in amongst it. We'll see whether this time he's going to be able to actually prove himself on the Rift against his father.
If he wants to prove himself, he's going to have to step up today because he's going up right against him. And if there's one way to do that, it's to prove him wrong.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether he can do it because on the blue side of the Rift, it is going to be your OPL Legends Legacy. As you can see on your screen, Tally in the top lane, a Carbon, their captain and jungler, Choo-Choo's in the mid lane. It's your boy King as AD carry and Regret in support. This is a team that has not dropped a game, looked great against the Direwolves. It's just smashing everyone, dropping branches left, right, and center. But they're going up against Trident the little ways they could. In the top lane, it is Pac-Man, Impaired, their jungler. Wizard in the mid lane. He doesn't actually play any Wizards. That's a fool. And Addition and Jakey are their AD carry and support to boot. This is a team that is looking a heck of a lot better with Wizard on the lineup. He's making Addition look good. He's making Impaired looks even better. This is someone that they've just been waiting for the whole season.
He's the pillar of support. He's the glue for the team, essentially. I mean, even in the game against Avant earlier this week, they lost that 2-1, but every single time, Wizard looks solid in the mid lane, and he's just the glue that keeps them together.
Okay, well, he looks solid in the mid lane, right? But I don't understand how he does well. The thing is, he falls behind about 40 CS every game. Without fail. The man can't fight.
So I think you're not alone.
And then just kills people.
You're not alone because I know Pastry Time doesn't like this guy because he keeps missing his Corky rockets and it just tilts him off the face of the planet.
But the thing is, I'm actually going to dispute what you said heavily. He does not do well in the mid lane at all. But if he steps into the river, he will kill someone. That is honestly what happens.
So he's the river wizard.
Yeah, so as soon as the 1v1, it's not great. But as soon as anyone leaves the lane, he just picks up kills. He always is 3-0, 0-0-0, 10 minutes in, 15 minutes hits, he has 3 kills. I'm like, I don't even know what happened.
Yeah, 0-0-0, behind 1,000 gold, and then all of a sudden someone's dead. Oh, Wizard's here. Welcome to the game, Wizard. Have a good time. And it's him delivering packages. This man seems to be able to time that particular special ability on Corky incredibly well.
It's interesting, though. He can't time any of his rockets, right? So maybe he might be able to get that one right this game. And he's only been playing Gangplank and Corky, I believe.
Yeah, and I actually think that Gangplank and Corky, very similar champions. Corky is kind of non-committal Gangplank to me. A lot of zone control, good mixed damage. I talk about it a lot. Everyone looks at me like I'm crazy. Those two are at the moment. So I think his champion pool is quite linear, and he's going up against a very good mid laner in Choo-Choo's. This guy's his class.
Yeah, and Choo-Choo's as well. He's been up against the Gangplanks. He's been up against the Corkies as well. I mean, we were talking about Fantix, the fact that he's a very, very strong mid laner. Of course, didn't necessarily find form in that last series against Sin, where Rymeister just went completely ballistic. But Choo-Choo's versus the Gangplank of Fantix put him in a hole of 30 CS at 20 minutes. Ridiculous stuff. Fantix known to be able to farm very, very well. He's also dealt with Corkies all over the Rift and played his Z into mid-beast playing Corky as well, things like this. Choo-Choo's very, very good in a lot of these matchups, has an incredible champion pool to deal with it. And Wizard's really going to have to find something else to play, I think, if he's going to take it to this guy.
And I'm beginning to sound a little bit like a broken record, but
yeah, we know.
Get rid of these champions. Don't let him play Corky. Don't let him play Gangplank.
I thought you were going to say that he's going to miss more rockets.
But Legacy are one of the only teams in the OPL that win with and against Gangplank. They seem to have it figured out from both sides of the matchup. A lot of it has to do with their top laner, Tally. This is someone that we might have slept on. Used to be a very big Riven player, huge on the carries in the top lane. And Atlas, I know that the stats, you're the stats man at the moment. The stats keep speaking about how good this young top laner is.
Yeah, it's been multiple times that he's managed to keep up with the clock as a top laner, which is a big deal. 200 CS at 20 minutes has definitely been a thing he's been able to do. But on average, he is 30 CS above his lane opponent every game. That's his average.
Yep.
And as a top laner, that is huge because controlling that lane is a big deal.
It certainly is. Guys, Before we get into the matchup, I want to get your predictions because I love doing this with the 8-ball on the desk. Atlas, Legacy versus Trident, OPL Legend match on the line. Do Trident have what it takes, or will Legacy drop another branch?
I believe in the branch, man. Legacy just looked too strong. You can't bet against them.
Can't bet against them. Fish, what about you?
Wait for the 8-ball, man. Just go with it, dude.
In the article, I mentioned that Legacy's branches don't have any mercy for their own kin. But you know what? I want to ask the 8-ball if that's all right with you. I just want to make sure. So, Magic 8-ball, is my prediction going to be correct? Not a chance. Right, so Trident 2-0.
Okay, Magic 8-ball, what are your thoughts on this one? Will Legacy win? Indications say yes, so he stooched him, ladies and gentlemen. The 8-ball's done it again. But here is Pastry Time and his team to take us into game.
And our very first matches together were against Legacy in their own tournament they hosted. So we went into it not really expecting to win and just kind of having fun. First games together as a team, we just wanted to see where we were at and did our best and somehow 3-0'd them. They sort of didn't talk about it. I think they were a little upset because they did end up 3-0ing every other team in the tournament. We were the only ones to beat them. But I think they sort of brushed it off as luck. I don't know. I mean, 3-0, like 3 games. Can't be luck for all 3. If it was 1 game, maybe. Obviously, we'd love to win. It would be a huge upset for the league and a really, really important win for us. Although it isn't going to be easy and we're going to have to do our absolute best to win. Our goals have been changing after every week, depending on how we do. So at first, we were hoping for top 4, and then after going 0-3, we were aiming to just get out of relegations. But then after beating Sin, we put our sights back on top 4, and losing to Direwolves, sort of, it's kind of in the middle. We'd love to get top 4, and it's still possible, but we have to work our ass off.
Well, great to hear that from him, Pat, and certainly a lot of hard work for Trident tonight, particularly against tonight's opponents in Legacy. Hello, my name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me, Indiana Frost Crew in Black and Zach Rusty Pie, still holding down the fort here in day 2 of Super Week. We just saw our first upset of the evening with Sin 2-0ing Direwolves. What are we thinking about tonight's potential second upset?
I don't know why you called it an upset. The 8-ball called it. We knew it was happening.
Let's still call it a small upset. We'll go with a small upset. This one, though, if we're looking at Legacy versus Trident, I guess they're like stepsister teams now because they used to be Legacy Genesis Trident. I feel like this is the biggest uphill battle ever. It's like water trying to climb a tree or something. Like it's just impossible.
Well, we know how powerful the tree is. Tree's been winning a whole lot of games so far as Legacy, been absolutely dominating the OPL so far in the season, yet to drop a set. We'll see if Trident can at least force a game, as we are going to get ourselves into Champ Select for game number 1. Legacy will kick things off on the blue side, Trident over on the red, and there's a Nautilus ban. So goodbye, Pac-Man's favorite tank.
Makes a lot of sense. And getting rid of the Nautilus at the moment is one of the stronger champions. Even if Pac-Man is a Nautilus main, I would still look to banning it if he wasn't.
And again, the pickup of Nautilus, he's very easy to blind pick. He's a pretty soft counter to Callista just because his ultimate can track her down, keep her down. So, like the respect that champion's getting.
And there's Corki banned as well by Legacy, so continuing the respect. GP and Lulu banned by Trident. So Wizards champion pool shrinks all of a sudden.
Here we go. The real question. He's played 2 champions to success, Gangplank and Corki. He's played 1 champion that wasn't and lost in that game quite handily on the Lissandra. That's also a shared champion by Legacy, one of the few other teams to still play it. What can Wizard do?
Well, maybe play Wizard for once, make me happy, but we'll have to see. Gragas is the final ban for Legacy, so Jungle are going to get taken out there. And now Trident have to figure out that last ban for themselves. And Legacy will have their pick of options over on the blue side.
I would ban Callisto, honestly.
Yep.
That'd be the absolute first pick.
Yep.
Cogmore's there as well, though, so what do you do?
Cry.
There you go. Lay down. Try not to cry. Cry a lot.
Well,
that's the strategy here from Trident.
I feel like they got outdrafted, and it hasn't even. You can see the indecision, like, oh no,
that's Fiora.
They're getting one or the other.
I mean, it's a good ban, like against Tally, but you're right. It's nothing on Callista. It's nothing on Cogmore. There's Callista.
Kog'Maw Braum.
At least for Legacy, they Trident do have Cogmore open to them.
Kog'Maw Braum.
I think one day what we should do.
Why?
Yeah.
Because the concussive blow. So obviously, if Braum auto attacks you or hits you with the Q.
Auto attack. Nailed it. Yeah, got it. I'm stunned.
There you go.
Yeah.
You can proc it with multiple hits, and Kog'Maw can proc that very quickly with his massive attack speed.
Makes sense. We saw the strength of Cogmore in Sin's last game. Definitely been a popular and powerful champion over on the patch, but Imped is hovering the Nidalee. And there's the Lissandra. Lissandra and Nidalee are Trident's first few picks.
And it sounds funny, Proskern, but we've already said why. Champion pool on Wizard, champion pool on Impaired. It's a Trident thing.
But I understand, but you didn't have to pick the Kog'Maw simply because the Kalista was already there, so you could have saved the 80 carry because you know you can pick it up at any time in the draft. But you should have picked the Braum.
They would have taken Nidalee. So I'm thinking Braum Nidalee was probably their best draft, but Wizard can only play the Lissandra that Legacy can play.
I mean,
that would have been a second rotation Legacy pick 100% because they flex it.
I mean, history indicates that yes, he can only play Lissandra. There is potential to flex it. Pac-Man has played it as well. But I have to agree. I guess we'll find out soon whether or not Wizard can play more than the 3 champions he's shown already. As Legacy lining up their next few picks. Oh, it had me excited for a second. But there's the Elise locking the Carbon, and there's the Braum.
Yeah, it's pretty much... It's just a good draft from Legacy all around.
Especially against the Nidalee now.
Yeah, so they've got the Spear Denial, I guess, from the Unbreakable. They've got the Hard Engage from the Kalista onto them all. They've also got the Elise for pick, and Carbon's Elise is hyper aggressive. He'll look to fight you. Elise is a very good champion to fight you in the jungle, so very well suited champions.
Yeah, last time we saw Carbon's Elise, he was doing some pretty gross things on the Elise. Flashing out of red buff, I believe, repelling in. Oh no, flashing in, sorry. Doing all sorts of fun things.
The Unstoppable Force.
Oh yeah, no, he's been doing some great play. Just in general, Legacy have looked absolutely insane so far. Again, yet to drop a set. We'll see if Trident can, again, at least force the first one. But they're doing to make a few more picks for themselves. Addition is going to stick to what he knows for now. Trident may be looking for a bottom lane here as picks 3 and 4.
I would like to think so. They want to be able to flex their last pick with it being Lissandra, so it makes a lot of sense that they would go towards... This is cheesy. I like it.
Wow, I like it. Soraka and Caitlyn. Addition has loved the Caitlyn recently. That much I can tell you. But going to pair it with a Soraka this time. Jakey is a Janna player. Can play more of these passive supports, but going to go all the way back to Soraka and try and keep the Siege dream alive.
Yeah, so, I mean, overall, Soraka Nidalee is ridiculous for Siege, you're right. They've got dive, they've got counter dive. Very hard to kill Addition, who does preference the Caitlyn, so... I mean, the 4-man they've got at the moment is well established. It should be a top laner that they go with, and I'm going to say Poppy.
They have to lane swap.
Probably the best option.
That's my concern here, is obviously the weakness to Soraka is that she's very low mobility, so she's very easy to gank. We know that Carbon's an incredibly aggressive jungler. Elise does super well ganking early, and then you also have a Braum and a Kalista. That's death. They have to lane swap.
Well, Trident usually like playing 2v2 with their Caitlyn, but I agree. I think they should get the Siege going early. Legacy, though, trying to lock down these last few picks. There's been some funny stuff happening here. They do have to change these.
That's good.
Poppy, okay, no Nami. King having fun. Victor and Poppy are going to finish off the comp.
Yeah, so the Poppy is ideal. I said Trident probably want that to round out their composition in the top lane so that they can have the Lissandra mid and honestly just give them an extra piece of disengage if they group up as 5, siege down turrets effectively. So Legacy, they've taken that away and they've put that on the tally. That's a strong team.
Yeah, Legacy definitely gotten the best of this draft, at least so far. We'll see how Trident get around things out, but it does feel like Trident's champion pools, they are a little, very strong. They're a little shallow, perhaps.
They have to go Trundle?
Maybe. Yeah, okay.
They're not the king of the sea. They're like the king of the puddle.
Yeah. Still figuring it out, that little wave that could, but there is the Trundle lock-in, like you suggested, Rusty. Fine round out there for Trident's comp, but just feels like Legacy, again, got the better end of this draft.
It's funny, the Gangplank Lulu bans, even Fiora, this is top focused with their banning phase as much as it is flex. And the fact that they've got Poppy first as well, realistically, they've essentially outdrafted Trident and they've forced him into a last pick Trundle, which is a predictable last pick. So it's very, I'm going to say very well done here from Legacy throughout their drafting phase, knowing what Trident we're going to be at all times.
Yep, have to agree here as we are going to finish off Champs League. Just to let you know, there is a slight delay of about a minute due to a connection issue, but it shouldn't be too much longer. So we'll have the draft, have a bit of a chat, and we should be on to Summoner's Rift relatively soon. But we've said it already, we like Legacy's draft. What do we like about Trident's draft, or at least maybe the champions and the players they've
I mean, if
selected
Soraka
here?
can bypass her lane phase and kind of get into a team fight phase where everyone's grouped up, the siege potential is incredible. Something that people don't really account for Lissandra is how good she is at sieging towers, simply because of the threat of the E every time she throws her Glacial Claw out.
Yeah.
Glacial Path. I don't know.
The claw.
It really should be Glacial Claw, but it is Glacial Punch.
Yeah, but you assume that she's going to proc it and then immediately dive by ulting up herself. And so it pretty much forces people to back away from a tower. And if Soraka's there, it just keeps everyone full health. So the siege is incredibly powerful from Trident. It's about getting to that point, though, and you're facing across from Carbon.
Yeah, and the other major thing is, the Soraka's really good for it as well, keeping people alive whilst they siege. They also don't have the Callista with the Soraka, which is the common NALCS pick with Adrian and Wild Turtle, to keep the Soraka alive against the team composition that can catch the Soraka out and take it down. Caitlyn's got nothing to help you.
Yeah, Addition's actually the one that's like, keep me alive. Stand all the way back here on the edge of this screen and try and make it happy.
And speaking of Addition, when Callista is going to be strong, is going to be right in Caitlyn's power trough.
Well, we'll have to see how Trident can navigate this, because it does look to be a bit tough. But we have our 2 team comps on the screen. Don't forget your hashtags out there in the Twitterverse. Hashtag LGCwin if you think Legacy will continue undefeated, or hashtag TRIwin if you think Trident are going to at least cause an upset here for Game 1. Don't forget to use the hashtag IamOPL, especially that we're in the middle of Super Week, which has been awesome so far. Plenty of League of Legends left here. It's going to be a jam-packed week. We saw a great night last night. We had an upset already to start the day off. See what happens here with Legacy. See if the tree branches get a little wobbly.
Something to say about Super Week, isn't it? You never know what's going to happen. So far, it's just been nothing but a bag of surprises. Trident, this is going to be one of the biggest surprises in the OPL right now, if they can pull this one off, though. This is essentially last against first.
Well, it feels like we got no surprises in the draft, at least. Both teams kind of getting what they want, but Legacy having a pretty strong draft as far as current power picks go. Pac-Man going to meet Tally.
I love how they showed Tally first, so Pac-Man is unaware that all 4 members are following him.
And now does not know. Oh, that's very rude. That's insta-flash, though. Good choice there for Pac-Man. Not going to get baited out there.
Clever invade strategy coming out of Legacy here.
That was spot on, the cutest thing ever.
Well, you can see the Keystone Masteries there out on your screen. Nothing too unusual. Always nice to have a check-in, see what people are running.
Minions have spawned.
And it looks like Tally does get a ward down. You mentioned already Frostgrin. Lane swap, likely on the minds of Trident. So it seems like they are going to scout for that potential.
That's also a Bond of Stone, is it? Braum?
Yes.
The 3%.
Yeah, the damage reduction.
Yeah, instead of going for the health one, which is the interesting question. That Strength of the Ages would arguably be better for Braum. You've got a Relic Shield as well, so you can last hit cannon minions and get full health from it. But instead opts in a damage reduction for the closest person.
Yeah, wants to make sure King stays alive, I suppose.
Makes sense, given King.
That's all good. Good ward, though, from Legacy. Actually going to maybe stop some of Impaired's jungle. No, it's actually 2v3. This is a bad time here as King ate a spear. I mean, Soraka chasing him down is not too threatening, but they are going to have to separate for a while, and that's going to give Addition and Jakey a lead here in the lane.
To be fair, you don't expect Middle East to start Spear. Typically, they start traps, top lane jungle a little bit faster. So I think King invaded not realizing that that was a potential.
Not always, though. When they start on the blue side and they have the double lane to help them clear, they can afford to start Spear. Also very good if you are with that side of the map where you're actually stronger.
Oh, parkour.
Parkour.
Sorry.
Are you okay?
I said parkour. Pac-Man's actually doing a nice job trading up against Tally on the top side, but Crafting Potion is going to keep him more healthy as Carbon goes for the invade. Straight onto the red buff.
Yeah. So knowledge that they started at the blue buff. Impaired's going to do a full clear. And then you would hope he's going to go towards the enemy red buff, but without the knowledge of where Legacy are, only knowing that they invaded, could be a risky assumption.
Smart play there from Carbon.
Unless Carbon
I was going to say, unless he shows himself by ganking the flashless Pac-Man.
Yeah, and he's probably about to ward. Here we go.
Straight to the ward. Good timing there from Carbon. Venomous bite down. Great block on the pillar, but Tally has to carry him all the way over, but it is First Blood Elise.
And that makes so much sense from Legacy. They're able to pick up a free kill.
And Impaired backed. He now has information that he just lost his red buff, and he backed to go buy an item. He may still be able to make it in time to Carbon's red buff, but it's going to be much closer and much scarier.
And they'll be fighting for it if he does. Carbon, he will fight. That's the dangerous thing. He's got experience advantage, got an item advantage.
Has a red buff.
Has the buff. So no, honestly, Impaired shouldn't.
Yeah, and he's going to go over and get the bad news now. Does start up his Raptor camp. As we do see the bottom lane. Addition, looking good actually early on. Able to use the traps on that long Caitlyn range to abuse regular range Callista here. Regret doing a nice job eating the traps up though, as this lane is real annoying.
This is everything good for Legacy, though. They managed to 3-buff and get a first blood.
Yeah, and bot lane's consolidated even after a very rough level 1 start. CS is only 2 difference, and there's a wave crashing, so they're effectively ahead.
Well, Audition going to try and get some damage done here.
Effectively.
Does have to make use of the Caitlyn early on.
Oh my god. Just get one. Prove the point. Oh,
There we go.
Regret got it.
Thought he shared it. Okay, it's okay. Still only 1 CS behind. We'll see if King can keep up here.
I believed in you,
That's a
Rusty.
caster curse, isn't it?
Yep.
It's like 6 minions crashing. Oh, he's ahead. No, he's not.
Ooh, impaired.
Here comes Carbon. The itsy bitsy spider.
Down into bottom lane.
That's a
Soraka's
big
not a
spider.
bad target. There's a large spider.
Australia.
This is Australia tick. Good flash, but great flash from Jakey to a dodger. Addition flashes out as well.
He just got
Summoners everywhere.
2 flashes for that.
Value. 2-for-1 sale.
BOGO.
Carbon. Able to continuing pressure on the bottom side. Impaired is going to go over to his wolves though. And we'll start the counter jungling.
Got it this time. They gank my laners. They burn their flashes. I'll take your wolf camp.
And deny it.
That's good. Impaired now on the Grump as well. This is sort of what you want to be doing with Nidalee.
Frog's mine too.
Constantly pressuring the jungle. Let's take down the Grump.
And if there was a crab, I'd take that as well.
Still too hard
They
for him
already
to
took it.
actually gank. That's the problem. I think like Impaired is doing the right thing by counter jungling.
He is pretty much entirely reliant on Lissandra's level 6.
Yeah. Or Tally overextending, but the difference is already arguably too great between the top laners. It's a Soraka lane. So like, the only way you'll gank it is if Braum throws himself onto a trap because you've placed it.
Ooh, good Q there onto Jakey. Regret puts up the shield. Does that block one of the spells? It looked like it blocked Equinox, but that wouldn't make sense. I think it blocks Soraka Q. You can see King starting to push up. Carbon's little bit of pressure actually got them back into a CS advantage here, or at least neutralizing it back again. A world of difference now for Legacy's bottom lane, who wants to play aggressive when they're allowed to, is Wizard.
Stop
Gets
the
ulted by
recall.
the Victor. Does flash actually Choo-Choo's. Nice all in.
Yeah.
Didn't use the summoner.
Level 6 to level 5 just drops down the Chaos Storm and puts some burst on the Wizard. Makes him go back, and that's just time now where the jungler for Legacy Carbon is able to pressure the opposite jungle and maybe top lane.
Looking for it again.
Maybe.
Pac-Man level 6 this time. Pillar goes down. Tally has gone onto the wall. Cocoon will land in on top of it. He can't use the ulti yet. Great ult there from Tally, and now Pac-Man's far too low. He flashes, and he pays for it.
Yeah, Legacy, they do it once again. Even with a pink ward available in the tri-bush, it's not going to spot Carbon on time because he was at the Krugs. You can see it already being pinged. He's like, he was there.
And the biggest thing is where Pac-Man utilized his flash. But hold on.
Choo-Choo's and Wizard going at it, but
He has cleanse.
Choo says cleanse, yeah. There we go. Cleanses out. Might be enough. Impaired with the spear is going to force the flash. Choo-Choo's finally have to burn the summoners.
And that's the big thing, flashing before the damage hits you. So Pac-Man up in that top lane should have flashed the heroic charge. Instead flashed when he was certainly dead. Now doesn't have that summoner, whereas Choo-Choo's pulls the trigger there, flashes the spear.
Ooh. That's a little too close for Impaired. Carbon out of repel range, though. Would have happily taken the fight if he could, with a bit of assistance from Regret. Instead, Wave's going to crash in the mid lane. Choo-Choo's will return there. And Wizard looks like he's going to go back as well as Tally. He's also returned to top side. Got that balmy Cinder working. But Pac-Man, he should be okay, especially as the items come out for Trundle. Just doesn't want to... Hopefully some of the pressure alleviates from top lane, because Carbon's been there twice now, and that's 2 successful ganks.
Yeah, well, Carbon's also the one getting the kill, so he doesn't necessarily need to alleviate the pressure from the top lane if that's where he's going to continue to get further ahead. But what he does want to do is use that elsewhere where he can. So this bottom lane, being a Braum lane, entirely capable of killing it. Knowing that Lissandra doesn't have her ultimate as well,
Or teleport.
or teleport, or flash, means you can go for that lane. Choose does have his ult back up himself.
You can see a tweet here from @Mr. Unlucky OCE. Seeing OCE Carbon get the Elise and Trident Impeg get his Nidalee. Only in OCE, my friends. Let the blood flow.
Smashing.
Well, I agree with him. These are 2 aggressive junglers on 2 trademark champions. But right now it's been Carbon that's getting the early jungle lead. And Legacy in general, up about 1,000 gold. 2 clean kills out into the jungle. It's always scary to give Carbon any sort of leads.
Yeah, 100%. He's so aggressive that he utilizes the lead better than a lot of other junglers. I think the major difference is Legacy. If they find a lead in a lane, generally just use that lane to kill their opponents, less so for the macro play. and then just snowball the game from that advantage. They kind of just happen upon really good objectives.
Now Pac-Man continually getting shoved in here. Gonna have to try and push it back. This is that cannon. It's a tragedy. This Wizard gonna get his blue buff through as well. Ulti back up, so maybe can apply a bit more pressure into this lane as Choo-Choo's with his blue. Gonna put down a cheeky gravity field and looks like wave clear walls for the time being in mid lane. His addition's the only one maybe we can start to have a chat about because he's got a BF sword. Caitlyn always good early. See what happens when King goes back though. Looks like he's just got a vamp set up now. I think he's got some extra gold to spend. But Legacy are doing a good job pressuring in this 2v2. And I think we expected Caitlyn to maybe be a bit stronger earlier.
Addition's a relatively passive player though, so by having the Soraka there only adds to that further. Jake's never the kind of person that'll engage, so Soraka does suit him. It just means that realistically, by having a Braum and a Kalista in the bottom lane, Legacy are always ahead in a 2v2.
Yeah, certainly looking that way now. In fact, even built a CS lead after a small deficit early on from a slightly botched level 1. And Carbon also with the Runic Echoes finished. His next gank, thought of her earlier, his next gank's going to do a whole host of damage wherever he chooses to go, which right now is actually the Rift Herald. Going to give it on over to Carbon. Create a few more options here for Legacy.
And Parrot's looking with the spear.
No luck there. In fact, might just be in trouble.
Oh god, here we go.
Carvin basically gets a face check. Cocoon lands. Here comes the damage. Impair gets chunked to 30% health, and Pac-Man's going to come in to try and save it. Carvin does move over, though. Nice pillar from Pac-Man. Wizards up here as well. Soraka also burnt ultimate and tried to commit a lot to just make sure Nidalee stays alive.
And the Spiderlings actually save Carbon from getting hit by a spear. Not that one, though.
Nope. Impaired not going to hunt. A little too ambitious, I think. And it's just 2v2 right now.
I'm just saying, in America, cats typically eat the spiders for you.
Well, not in Australia, certainly. Back in the bottom side. Jake used the ulti, which is probably not a huge deal for the actual lane, but as you mentioned already, Rusty, it just feels like Braum Kalista
Never
have initiative here.
seen a cat eat a spider.
What? They do that all the time.
Which doesn't sound right. Like, I've seen cats attack snakes.
Well, attack on the bottom lane now. It's Regret, looks for Jakey. Nice ulti, but King ate a cupcake on the way in. Got himself snared up by a snap trap. So no follow-up. Did have the ultimate, but didn't want to pull it. Again, Legacy's bottom lane. More than happy to just play for farm here, I think.
And Rusty made a good point on the fact that the Braum really just gives so much power back to Legacy's 2v2 because they have a CS advantage when he has a Vamp Scepter to a BF Sword.
And it doesn't recall.
Yeah, and raw power, Addition is so far ahead in this lane.
Well, Carbon's going to try and equalize a lot of this. And by that, I mean...
Show them that there's a Rift Herald buff in the lane and then recall. I like it. It's actually cute. Very cute.
Well, you can see Trident like definitely playing back
Yeah,
now.
they're like, holy, what is going on?
And that is going to give Legacy the recall they need. So, effective time. Carbon doesn't waste too much there. And it seems like we had a sort of... Oh, what the hell, King?
I wonder if there's a moment in comms where, like, totally meant to do that.
How much money does King have is the real question.
A lot.
Yeah, that's pretty much the full line.
Oh, that was a beautiful Q. Just going to get healed up here. Pretty hard to kill Caitlyn without an all-in with Soraka in the lane. And again, just trading farm back and forth pretty much everywhere. In fact, let's have a check-in with the mid lane and their farm difference right now. 115 to 106. Choo-Choo's up 10 with, I believe, 2 Hex core upgrades already. And then up for Poppy as well. Tally's actually got another massive CS lead.
Like, Trident should just fight for the dragon right now. Like, 100%.
They had the BF Sword.
Yeah, they've got such a big advantage in the bottom lane. King and Regret are refusing to recall. And this is bad in the end because, like, Trident are stronger.
Certainly are, and they take your advice. Don't think they can hear you, but good play from Trident as they will get themselves Dragon number 1. Nidalee is very good clearing out neutrals. Bear's going to make that one look easy. Level 9 now. But Legacy, Tally with that big lead in topside. Carbon's able to help him out after 2 ganks, and that's the first tower.
Now, naturally, strength has been adjusted to the Dragon these days on 6.3, but I also will always agree with trading tower for Dragon, simply because opening up the map, you're giving your team global gold, so you can take control of the Dragon later on.
Oh, Carbon, that's a bit awkward. Walk past the pink ward, immediately proc his Raptor bar. But he will clear out the ward instead. Put one down of his own and continue to get a bit more vision ahead. King still hasn't gone back.
Please go back to base. Oh my god.
Fate's
what?
call. They want it. They want
Italy's here.
They want Jakey. TPs are in. A little too much perhaps as the exhaust been used. Impaired. Now moving around the side, but a great ult from Regret. Maybe going to turn it around. Never mind. Pac-Man TPs in. Tally's here, but it might be late. Regret, the next target. He's going to die to Addition, and now Tally. He's going to get himself dove. Trident capitalizing nicely. As Tally, he's forced to flush out.
I don't even need to explain what happened.
So many poor decisions.
King has above 3,000 gold that he would have just spent and completed his item and probably boots with it and will be in the strongest position on the map right now. But instead of recalling, spending that gold and getting the item that he needed, he ults Regret into fight without vision to reveal where the Nidalee is and dies for it.
And let's just take it a step further. Even if King had spent his gold and was as powerful as Rusty is talking about, the fact of the matter is that Choo-Choo's wasn't in lane across from Wizard, and you're running against a double teleport, and they knew that the Lysandre TP was up.
Well, lots of resources burnt for Trident, but they're looking good as Fish is actually going to weigh in there on Twitter. This 8-ball, man.
It's a legend.
Certainly is. What a time for it as well. Surely the legend has to get it right in the legend match.
Who's that guy?
It's Fish.
The anti-legend.
The anti-prophet. The anti-legend. Those Chews.
Help me with my bench press today. He's a legend.
Always good. Those Chews with the blue buff. It's going to clear some stuff out. But was not available before, as we saw earlier. Trident definitely made some progress there in bottom lane, but you can see King and Regret now with their items able to play a bit more aggressive.
He went from a Vamp Scepter to a Blade of the Ruin King, 2 daggers and boots. Like, it's perplexing as to what he was thinking prior.
This'll work.
Yeah. Well, that is actually... Okay, so that is a fair mentality that King may take, is that we can win every 2v2. Nothing matters.
Well, it was not a 2v2. It's Carbon maybe caught out here. Choo-Choo's going to try and catch Addition. As Wizard's in around the side, True's going to cleanse, but it's not enough as Wizard damage is more than enough to take him out. That's going to force the Fate's Call as King going to try and get himself out of here, but he eats a spear and Paired flashes forward. Going to lock down onto King. Addition's going to take him out with the ulti.
Trident.
This is something that we've seen from Legacy, and it's that they're a very confident team is the word I'm going to use. They will constantly put themselves in possibly the worst decisions simply because they know how talented they are and how mechanically strong and gifted they are as a team, but you can't make so many poor choices in a row.
I mean, there's only so many you can make, right, until the game starts to come out of control. In saying that, they are still somehow even, considering what has happened the last 2 times they have fought. So that's just really good farming.
Not for long, though. Just try to do take the tier 2 in bottom side and give themselves the gold lead. 1,000 gold up now as Trident have played very well for Legacy's mistakes.
Yeah, Trident actually put themselves in a gold lead against Legacy, the former sister team. What a way to start it off as well.
And now the siege begins.
I mean, the tweet that came up earlier said it all. We've got Carbon on Elise and Impaired on Nidalee. This is the one champion that you don't give Impaired. Didn't take it away from him.
Certainly didn't. You can see the mechanics of that Nidalee using every little bit of her kit to just ravage through the jungle. Nidalee's one of those champions I feel like you play, and you learn something new every single time you play, even if it's your 200th game.
Do you want to learn something new now if you have,
Sure.
if I haven't already told you? Is when you last hit wards with your Q, you can also stack up or queue up the jump, and you get a reset as you jump away. You get 2 immediate pounces when you clear wards.
It's really cool. Oh yeah, because it can't. That makes sense. Okay, cool. Thank you. I did
You're
want to
so
know
welcome.
that. As Rift Arrow does go over to Legacy, Impaired may be caught though. Needs a double pounce.
On it.
Just throws a spear, gets up to safety. Excuse me. Soraka able to heal him up. So the siege is on. You mentioned it, Frostcurrent. Trident with 4 members. Going to charge down mid lane.
And this is where you don't want the Soraka, but we'll see if the flank matters enough. Trap set up. And look at the respect that Choo-Choo's has to pay for this team. There's that claw that we were talking about. Wizard doesn't have to proc it.
One more.
But
One more.
But anytime Lysandre throws it out, you have to give respect and back up. And that's why Lysandre is such a fantastic siege champion.
Well, Trident making the siege look great there in that little one. 3-1 up in turrets now. And they managed to take out the mid outer very straightforward.
Yeah, and this is a siege composition now. The Soraka's already putting in work, level 9. Absolutely ridiculous to deal with. Addition doesn't necessarily need to be in a power trough because if he's hitting turrets, he's always going to do the same amount of damage.
Well, Legacy, they're going to try and break the siege. Massive ult from Tally as they lock a couple down. He's going to maybe turn it around them as Regret gets low. Pac-Man now, and then amongst it all is going to look for Carbon. The ulti there from Caitlyn is enough as it's actually Wizard that gets the kill.
And Trident actually come out alive for this, which works out so well for them. Legacy have one fight. They are a one-and-done team fight composition against what Trident have to offer. Or you start to fall further back.
Regret has to ult, sorry, King has to ulti Regret out, and the poke's still coming in. Imped is low. Not for long though, as Jakey's able to help him. The mana is the real issue. Imped does have a Hunter's Potion, so he's going to pop over, clear a camp, and get a bit of extra mana back. I think Trident might have to stop the siege right now, but very effective use of their composition there.
Yeah, they will stop the siege, but they got exactly what they came for. And if Legacy continue to onslaught them every single time like that and just come at them, and Trident don't die every single time it happens, they will break down these turrets. They will get effective sieges off, and Legacy will fall further behind.
And Legacy, team that we did not expect to lose often, now behind a few more 1,000 gold in this one as Trident trying to make the Magic 8 Ball look really good today.
It's going to sit on my desk now.
This King's going to take the red buff away. He's building it towards the Hurricane. Has a Zeal now, so getting stronger is the Callista. And you see Carbon building it towards the Rylos. 2 items up for Tally and a Rylos also for Choo-Choos. Legacy have the items to fight, but Trident got a huge influx of gold. You can see that now as they've got pretty much 2 items on everyone.
And let's quickly kind of talk about where Trident need to be on the map if they want to continue their siege. And it is on the top side of the map, which is why Wizard is up there trying to prep that as it's the last standing outer tower. But because they're kind of out of position or they've committed too much to mid and top, it does allow Legacy to trade bottom.
Well, King is able to pick that turret up. So always nice to get some gold. Hopefully not really enough from Choose. Now it may be enough, but the ulti's burnt. Addition has to be very careful. But Jakey's able to heal him up. I think Trident may have enough to maybe have enough to continue here, although bottom lane's a problem.
It's really the power of Soraka at this point. As well as Rusty was saying, the fact that Legacy are kind of a one-and-done team comp. The reason why is because they're waiting on their cooldown. If Victor doesn't have the Chaos Storm, he can cycle through his laser a few times, but it's a big chunk of his burst damage not available.
Yeah, that means he won't be killing anybody if he doesn't have the Storm available. He's kind of banking on the rest of his team. And King hasn't necessarily been positioned the best so far in these games to put down damage at all.
And this is why I suggested that Trident should actually be going towards the top lane, because it's much easier to dive that tower rather than the second tier mid tower, especially with the vision that they could lay down.
Well, right now trying to defend their own turret, and Legacy are going to look to break here. King will get the last hit. They're going to equalize the turrets now.
And frankly, that's because it was a mistake to try to prioritize second tier mid, despite how much damage it has gone down. I think they invested a little bit too much in that Jakey would be able to keep them in the siege long enough, but good response from Legacy.
Now they're going to move to bottom, perhaps. Pac-Man getting chased down. Tally takes the Grump. So Pac-Man's able to get out safely. Carbon here as well. Never mind, as the damage is good. Pac-Man takes a beating there from the Poppy, and Carbon's just going to go straight in for the dive, but Pac-Man pops the ulti. That should keep him alive. Carbon forced to back out.
Yeah, they get the Subjugate out, which is nice, but Pac-Man always going to be healthy and happy. And they do actually force Tally to teleport top lane to deal with Addition, who weirdly enough is by himself. And I just want to quickly touch on the fact that he has a Phantom Dancer as well. I quite like this, because everyone has to run at him. That's the composition that Legacy have. Addition can hit the closest target to him. I feel like that is going to be his goal. And it doesn't really matter who it is as long as it isn't Poppy, because he can kill them all.
He's starting that siege up again. They're going to change objectives by the looks of things and maybe try the somewhat easier tower here in top lane. Jakey is moving in, and Ped's also moving up as well. As we do have a tweet here from @CheapOCE. Yeah, Frosty Law could stop telling people to ban Italy. That'd be great. I believe that is the coach of Trident.
Yeah, it is. If Impad could win on champions that aren't in Italy, it'd be great as well, Sheep.
Ooh.
Savage.
It's the only reason I say it, let's be fair. Like, he's going to tweet something like that. Like, it's pretty obvious why I'm saying it, because he's winning on it. Hello?
Looking good so far. 5 assists. Motivator's charging up. Impad looking good on one of his signature picks.
Love you, Sheep.
Oh, I've never seen it do a little backflip. That was the cutest thing ever.
Today you learned.
Oh.
Well,
Why didn't you tell me that niddly tip? Man, Rusty, you're of no use. I don't care about the ward double bounce. I want the backflip.
well we got
I got
hops.
nothing
We got
now.
some hops
You
here
know,
on
like-
the bottom lane from Callista. Hopefully this can...
You can infinitely
Fulfill
chase your tail. That's nice. That's all I got for you.
Slash G.
Yeah.
yes, it's the dance.
I've never seen her do a backflip.
You clearly need to play more Nidalee.
I used to be a Nidalee main.
Well, you've clearly not played enough Nidalee, have you?
They changed the champion. I was like, I'm donezo.
Oh, when it wasn't, when it didn't become a oppressive poke champion anymore, you stopped playing. Not only that, oh, Wizard in trouble though.
Oh, man.
Good initiation, but he does ult himself in time. Legacy get the knock up, but Wizard's going to use the Zhonya's. And now Pac-Man's going to try and
He's
keep himself
alive.
alive.
He's
Legacy
still alive.
diving a little too much here perhaps. And now they're way past the turret, trying to dodge spears. Cocoon to the face there, out onto Lissandra. But spears keep coming.
And Soraka has pretty much put Trident at full health, which means that Legacy can no longer choose to fight this a 4v5 as Addition is pushing top.
Yeah, all they have to do is cancel back. Addition is actually going to get a teleport assist here from Pac-Man, and they're going to take another turret.
I really have to question Carbon's target priority in the early game, because I think this is what it boils down to. Soraka, you can't allow this champion to get to this point. And the reason why Immortals found so much success with Turtle playing Soraka is because, Adrian playing Soraka is because they play it with the Callista to keep her safe during lane phase.
Well, Choose is caught.
Yeah, Impaired actually maybe going to find a kill here. Regret looks to be the target. Ulti out is enough to kill Addition. Now on a killing spree. Is that turret's dead as well? Legacy starting to bleed structures across the rift.
Legacy really are struggling right now. The composition from Trident is in effect. And that is a dangerous prospect for Legacy. Of course, we do have to remember the later this game goes and the more damage a Victor can do. Soraka is very much killable, and she is the core problem. Wizard played the dive well, but he also got a Soraka ultimate from way downtown to keep him healthy. That was a major difference here.
And I just want to tell you, Pastry Time, that I didn't play Poke Nidalee. I wasn't that awful of a player. I
No.
played AD top Nidalee with Wriggle's Lantern.
Oh.
That makes you worse, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
that does
Yeah, I
make you
know.
worse. What an item. As Tally does steal the red buff. Addition not there in time to try and claim it for himself, so cute little bit of counter jungling there from the Scarlet Hammer, but Tally going to have to do that quite a number of times to alleviate the gold lead that Trident have found themselves. Up almost 3k in this game. Most importantly, they've got so many turrets taken out here that only inhibitor turrets are left to defend here for Legacy.
So that's the most interesting thing, right? And like, yeah, they've actually taken down 6 objectives to 3. The gold lead is only 3k, a little bit less than 3k. That means that if Legacy win a team fight and they take down standing gold, it's well and truly back to even, if not in Legacy's favor. So yeah, Trident, they've actually established themselves quite a nice lead, but they can't make a mistake from here.
Well, this could be one of them. Fate's Call finds Jakey. Regret with the ultimate gets onto 2. Jakey going to get blown up, and King is able to take him out. Now Tutu's going to flash forward. He wants it, but Braum is actually already dead. But here comes Tally. Shuts down the Caitlyn as Wizard. Now caught in the middle of everybody else. He's going to go in stasis for as long as possible, but he's dead.
Just like that. Again, Legacy, they can still team fight. If they kill Soraka, then it's easy for them to follow the rest of it up. Nobody to keep Trident alive. And just like that, look at the gold lead.
It's always been a good strategy against the poke comp. Just fight them and break the siege. Legacy have well and truly broken the siege this time around. Impaired though, trying to assassinate Tally instead. Gets himself assassinated. And now Pac-Man getting chased down. That's maybe enough. That's the ace.
That's going to be the inhibitor.
Absolutely going to be the inhibitor. No way Soraka can deal with it. And Legacy, they blow the map back open in standard fashion with their team fighting. If ever there was a counter to a poke and siege comp, it's hard engage. It's what they did.
Certainly did, and that was some hard engage. As Regret busy cleaning out minions in the bottom side. He was the only one that died, I believe, in the last little exchange. It is. He's having some trouble.
He's got it.
Who's the lucky recipient is the real question of the rest of this stack.
Wonder how loud King is right now. Give me my farm. Oh, Regret actually doing a nice job last hitting here. But a
There it
couple
is.
will die to the turret. Oh, it's actually Tally. He's the lucky winner. Oh my
So
God,
juicy.
goodbye, creeps.
Issue, though, is that Trident are moving into the Baron pit. They won't be able to start the Baron. That would be pretty much insta-death. But they do get to move their vision on it.
Not necessarily, because Soraka trying to place down the vision isn't ideal. Legacy can kind of brute force their way back in, and that is what they will do. Trident are designed to poke, and if Legacy kind of just run at them, there's no way for them to poke. So vision is very much a battle of, I'm going to place it when they're not there, and I'm going to run away when they are.
King having fun with the Gromp. That render is almost there. Does get it with the last hit, though. And continuing to clean things out. Has the Runans, has the QSS, so he's good to go as far as team fighting is. And a Rabadon's up for choose. We saw it in the last fight. Legacy are equipped to fight. Trident just have to find situations where
Kalista.
they don't have to fight. But with no Kalista, they will kick things off. Tally going straight into the background. Impaired. Going to get blown up and blocked out by the Poppy W. That's enough there for one. Poppy's going to go down to the backline as Pac-Man's actually doing some work here, but Wizard, he's been stunned up, and now King finally arrives. Carbon gets low, does die to Addition. Addition actually dishing out a pretty massive amount of damage. King no flashes forward, he's got Pac-Man, just needs to take out Addition. Wizard going to try and lock it down, and he does take him out.
And King has not been able to use his render secure Addition, and he wasn't there at the start of the fight. It took a long time for Carbon to go down, yes, but Jake was able to keep Addition alive the entire time, and wow, Legacy, they blunder again.
And Fish is still a little concerned. This game, is the Magic 8 Ball actually going to help me get a correct prediction? I'm not sure even the Magic 8 Ball can save you, Fish, but we'll have to find out.
I don't think Wizard was in the best position for that fight either, so a couple of key ultimates missing. Obviously, King not there, but Wizard a little bit late to the punch as well.
Also, Soraka just living through the entire start of the fight.
Big thing, though, is that she did burn her flash, so it should be much easier to kill her. Jakey was out of position when that fight started, having to flash behind people, but Carbon went real deep on that.
Yeah.
Classic Carbon, really.
Kinda had to be fair. Like, if those two are just hitting Carbon, then effectively that's a 2v1 where the rest of the team has a mismatch in their favor.
Absolutely.
Well, game has been definitely going back and forth. Gold's pretty much back to even. We have yet another turnaround here in this game. It's been close, even when there have been gold leads as well. Impaired's going to take out his Raptor camp. Just to remind you, though, Trident do have 3 dragons. That's actually one of the other leads they've been able to carve out for themselves that does not reflect in the gold lead. And dragon number 4 is a nice big threat that they can look to try and take, but it could just as well be juicy bait for Legacy.
Yeah, this is exactly what it is. It's juicy bait. That is the strategy that Legacy are currently implementing. They'll take the Baron, they'll take the Dragon. If you try and contest it, we've got wards to catch you on the way here, and we will kill you. That is what they're trying to do.
Carbon with a pin cord in the Baron pit is able to clear out Trident's vision in the area, so all of a sudden, contesting for major objectives is tricky, given that Trident don't really know when Legacy will be starting them at this point.
Unfortunately, Trident just need to get control of their waves again and start making pressure points where Legacy have to challenge them or at least follow them into the lane versus walking into these blind, dark jungles. But with their inhibitor down, that takes out a pretty big option for them.
And there is the Dragon. Pac-Man was there to maybe entertain a steal,
Wow.
although apparently a
Here
fight's
comes
going to
Tally.
start. King going to get locked down. Massive ult there
dead.
from Wizard, and King is already dead, but Tally going to try and flank in onto Addition. Does get the knock up, and he's securing a lot of CC in that backline, but Jakey's not dead. He's healing everybody up here on the Soraka. Pac-Man gets himself a double, and Impaired flashes forward to try and take out Carbon as the chase will continue here for Trident. Carbon is going to try and buy his team some time, but that's going to be 3-0 there. Trident win a team fight.
Trident absolutely destroy Legacy right there. And once again, over-aggression going for the Dragon. Caught out of position by a Trundle Pillar. Actually comes back to bite them because the hard engage out of a Lissandra and most importantly, the silence field out of the Soraka is what keeps them in position, forces a cleanse out of King, which then results in him getting Lissandra ulted and killed. Trident, they come up trumps, and now they start the Baron.
Choo-Choos and Regret are on their way, however, and that's a lot of poke.
Hits back though. Baron is low. Trident will stand and try and take it. Pac-Man's going to zone them out. Addition's not solo
can't
taking
solo
the
the
Baron.
Baron.
Impaired walks his way back. Very dangerous time. The Baron's going to get low, but Jakey has just enough health to make sure Trident stay alive, and they will just secure it.
That's a big lead right now for Trident. I think this is the biggest lead they've had so far, realistically, and then I've got the Baron to
And
push
the
even
inhibitor.
further. Yeah.
Okay, so this is perfect. Now they're back in control. They want to siege. Again, getting that pressure point, making sure that they're staying out of the dark areas where Legacy have controlled jungles. Just need to refocus themselves. Most important lane is either going to be the mid lane or the bottom lane. Obviously, if they secure the bottom inhibitor, it makes the second Baron that much easier to obtain if you play the different pressure points. But the mid inhibitor will give them the most control over the map.
Well, their mid's also wide open, so not a bad spot to look at. As King busy farming away, clearing out the waves here in top lane. But Trident, definitely initiative now with the Baron buff. Group together, see what you can get done. And it feels like the team fighting is maybe a possibility now that Trident's items have also come to fruition. Addition, pretty massive here as the 3-item Caitlyn with the lifesteal and the QSS. This is sort of the point you always want to be at as Caitlyn. It just takes too long to get there.
Yeah.
But now he's there.
And I mean, the only thing he's missing is maybe some upgraded boots might help.
He never buys upgraded boots on Caitlyn.
I'm going to genuinely say it's important this game, so I would appreciate if you did it. Honestly, just to get away from the Poppy, run faster. Just boots of swiftness.
I think also being able to exit the Chaos Storm is pretty massive.
Yeah, Rylai's everywhere, also slows everywhere.
Well, Siege is back on here. Pac-Man is in that top half of the map with the teleport ready. No teleport at all for Legacy. The Trident have a very key window here where they can start using that poke and peg with the spears. Addition with the long range. And Jakey, of course, ready to heal them up. This doesn't really feel like it'll amount to anything, but as long as Pac-Man is buying some time and getting some turret damage down, he's doing his job.
Impaired's in Cougar form the whole time. That's not Cougar Nidalee. That's human form.
Yeah.
He threw a spear.
Oh. Thought he was doing something clever.
Backflipping.
Oh, that's great. I'm so happy. Obviously spectator, bro.
Yeah. Oh, Impaired caught still in Cougar form. That's actually Cougar form. Pounces out of it.
He just swapped
How great is that? That's so good.
That is pretty great.
Hit him with the spear. Oh.
Fortunately, they're not getting too much done here. Now Pac-Man's starting to get some traction. Oh my god, that's annoying.
Can't stop
Tell
him.
he actually can't stop this at all. He does stun him. That's
Can't
kind
stop,
of a way
won't
to
stop.
stop it. Pac-Man, though, unstoppable. Still his ulti, by the way, and Trident going to break the base in two separate places. Carbon! Be careful, my friend.
It's got no mana.
Oh, that's a good tag on the Jakey. They need to kill the Raka, but no one else is there. Wizard also pressuring mid. This is well played, Trident.
Absolutely. The Caitlyn traps zone them if they ever chase too far here, Legacy. It's why Regret's ultimate got them nothing for it. And they break the base on two fronts, as you mentioned. This is great because they can slowly poke with the Caitlyn. Here's engaged.
Yeah, that's engaged onto Jakey. A key kill, and it does go down. Now Carbon going to try and chase him onto Impair, but the damage is sort of there.
Here comes Wizard.
2v4 as Wizard going to swoop in, but he does not commit to that claw. Trident are just going to have to back out. Addition, never mind. Goes straight forward with the flash and takes out Carbon. Maybe regrets that decision as Choo-Choo's wipes him off the rift.
But this is still the base completely open for the taking for Trident. Legacy really need to establish some control now on these side lanes and work their way in. Pac-Man's the real issue now that the turrets are dead. And Trident, they've still got the same win condition that they've had for the past 5 minutes. It sieged the heck out of Legacy and put them at player disadvantages.
Well, and hits open but none down for Legacy. The death time is still there for 3 on Trident. Could give them some wiggle room, excuse me. As King and Regret are charging themselves up mid lane. Wizard though to defend. Jakey back up off the respawn and Impaired up in about 10 seconds.
It's just a day of upsets.
Potentially. It'll be a strong first win here for Trident if they can get it. They're poised to win this game, but we already sort of alluded to it. This is the issue with Poke and Siege, and it's always been the same since Season 1 and 2. You have to play very well, almost flawlessly, to win with this comp, and one mistake, especially late in the game, and the House of Cards well and truly comes crashing down.
Exactly right. A slight breeze can knock it all over, essentially. One Cocoon, one Braum ultimate. Who knows?
One Fnatic push.
One cheeky brush, Impaired checks it.
How about that
Stun
one?
lands, there's another, Impaired! Trouble! Jakey trying to heal him up, but he's going to die to King. As now Jakey's going to get jumped on. He's the key member to try and stay alive in these skirmishes, but he's absolutely dead.
Wow. Legacy, they've just found themselves the pick. It was exactly what they were doing 10 minutes ago. Find vision, utilize vision, make picks from it, and team fight. And now two members, the key members that have sustain, 4 Trident are down. There's an open inhibitor mid lane that should be easy for them to take. We'll see. Oh my god.
Gonna get slammed down. Charlie
Wow.
just eats him. And Legacy, and now the wants to break the base. And with death time, it's been quite long.
That's 3 dead.
They're just going to keep pushing.
This is the all or nothing moment, Legacy. They've decided they can end with 3 people no longer alive. Pac-Man and Wizard have to step up.
Wizard got caught though, damage is good, he almost goes down, he barely misses out on going into stasis. Pac-Man gonna get stunned on the end of it. Legacy, one hell of a pick there to close this game out, but that's all it took. House of Cards comes crumbling down and Legacy take out Trident in game number 1.
I cannot believe this just happened. Obviously, everyone predicts that Legacy is going to win this series anyway. Again, it's effectively first versus last place. But to lose like that, they had 4 pink wards in their inventory and blue trinkets up, and they face check blind.
Yeah, it wasn't good. Trident, they had all of the makings for the victory in that particular game. They were really set up for success, but they blunder once on a particular pick in bottom lane, and then it happened about 7 more times from Carbon hitting a cocoon. Honestly, Carbon won them that entire game then.
Well, certainly looking good there for Legacy. Maybe closer than they would have liked, but a win's a win nonetheless there for game 1. As let's get a little bit more from the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Pastry Time. A win is a win, but maybe not in the way we would have thought from Legacy. That was a very sloppy game. I feel like we saw the good, the bad, the ugly, and then a very good finishing team fight there, but that was a weird game.
Go, Fish.
This is the April's fault. I'm blaming it on this. That was Trident's game to take right there. They had all 3 inhibitor turrets. Inhibitors were ready to take. All they had to do is group up and take it, and Frost couldn't even mention. Vision was ready for them to take it, and they face took a brush. What? That was their game to take.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm really happy that we spoke about Tally. Really, really happy. Because that man, so much farm. He was just a rock in the top side of the map. The Poppy was how they were making a whole lot of those picks. You saw at the very end there, altered up the Soraka, made sure that they got that one. But the rest of the team on the side of Legacy, there was like some serious like seeing red going on that game. Carbon was throwing his face into it.
But let's actually break down what the team comps were involved, because I don't think that was necessarily Legacy's fault. You know, we once again had a peel-back comp, a Caitlyn, a Nidalee, Soraka, Trundle, all very, very siege-oriented. And in this situation, Lissandra is actually used for her disengage qualities. We saw it time and time again. If you try and jump onto Addition, Wizard CCs you up, can trap the whole team very, very hard to run through that zone control. So Legacy have to go in. They don't have a choice in that. It's just how they chose to go about it time and time again wasn't necessarily very smart until the last team fight. We're actually going to bring it up onto your screen. This is how Legacy should have been playing. Siege comps don't do well in the jungle. They do well in the lane. So what you have to do is control vision, take them into the jungle, and then be able to pick on them in a team fight. Fish, you carried this one. You said that, you know, it's all about the nice knock up there in the end.
Yeah, it was a nice knock-up in the end there, but it's all started off with Carbon again. Back-to-back cocoons in 2 successive team fights. They take out Impaired, who had a fantastic performance on Nidalee, and once he was down, there was no one left from Trident to stop them from taking down Soraka. And when you break down the team composition that nicely, Legacy just have to push for the win, and we're going to see it one more time. Carbon's going to get another crucial cocoon off onto Addition this time. And that's just go. We've won the game. That's all their comms should have been in once they hit that.
And, you know, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again, Addition has one of the safest pair of hands in the OPL. If you throw out a skill shot, the man will catch it. He is very good in that regard.
So if he doesn't make it in the OPL, definitely has an ability to play cricket.
Yeah, that's what I was going with.
Yeah,
but
get
thank
him
you
in
for
the slip,
making
nice.
it incredibly obvious. Yep.
All right, good, good.
No, but I want to take a look at the opposite side of the Summer Reserve. You know, we're very critical of Wizard. We said that maybe he'll have a bad lane matchup. I'm going to actually say that Wizard isn't a laner. He's a jungler that goes to mid lane to start the game, because the man, once again, fell behind in CS Atlas.
Yeah, he's actually our professional river player. We've got one. This is the first one that we found. But he's still managed to do it, right? So in lane, falls behind 30 CS, something like that, teleports bottom lane, sick plays, grabs the first blood, nicely played. It worked out for Trident, and we'll see whether he can continue to make it work on more than 3 champions, please, Wizard.
What sorcery is this, Atlas? I don't understand how this works.
I
I really don't get it. He does this all the time. It's every single game. It's just the same trend.
And I know, Atlas, I'm going to give you a moment to shine. They said it's very hard for water to climb up a tree. Atlas has some information for the desk.
All right, so I really wanted Trident to win for one reason, right? Because I know one thing about a tree. And this all goes back to Trident being a little puddle of water that could, trying to climb a massive tree. But it turns out the water can actually get up a tree without using any energy. They just climb up a Xylem vessel utilizing the old surface tension in order to do so. So it would have been very easy. But unfortunately, it wasn't, because they face check a brush and screw up my whole analogy. It's ridiculous.
Of course, that is how a tree gets water to its external limbs, and that is how Legacy won game number 1. Don't go anywhere, guys. OPL Legend match continues after the break. Welcome back to OPL Super Week, where Xylem Vessels collapsed at the very end of a game and Trident just fell short. However, guys, we do have a social media contest we're going to bring up onto your screen. During every night of Super Week, we are going to drop a secret code word. And you have to collect all 3 of them. Cannot stress that enough. Tweet them at us tomorrow night at lol_Oceania. I was very obvious yesterday, not so obvious tonight. So let's just get that one out of the way, move on to this one. Want to go back to this series because we have a lot, it's the OPL Legend match, and we have a lot of people playing like legends. I feel like Tally in the top lane was playing like a legend. I feel like Jake Soraka like a legend. I also feel Wizard had a pretty good game. Not legend status, but, you know, the River player is finally
He's
moving
the
up
best river player in the OPL spawn.
Yeah, he certainly is. So, so what I actually want to get into in this game is the drafts were very different from each other. One was a poke comp, siege comp. The other one is a big team fighting comp. Do you think they tried it once again, try and just throw a spanner out there? This was obviously a pre-planned composition, nearly worked. Do you think that they have something else here, Atlas?
Yeah, and I think they need to have something that's a little bit more flexible, maybe. We heard it spoken time and time again when we were listening to the cast. Of course, everyone's saying this is like a house of cards. You get rid of one portion of it, the whole thing falls apart. And I think with the way that Trident were playing, where they were getting themselves caught out just a little bit, especially towards the end, which really cost them the game, maybe just make sure that you're not that dependent on having 5 people there together.
I hope they have something else because they did throw that spanner in the works, and it worked for quite some time. It was disrupting and disorientating Trident, but they were able to remove that spanner after some time and fight back the way they normally do.
Yeah, they certainly were. The other member that I want to focus on from Trident's end is actually their jungler Impaired. We heard from him before the game. He got Nidalee in that game, performed relatively well, stayed in Cougar form for maybe a little bit too long there at the end. But what did you make of his performance? Is that the Impaired that we expected to show up? Is there more to him? Is there less? What did we make of that?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I was a little bit unimpressed, but he still played a great Nidalee. The only problem is, right, he hard carried. In the game that Trident had against the Direwolves, where they managed to sort of sneak in that victory, 10-3-9, something ridiculous like that, really went off on the champion. This wasn't necessarily the hard carry performance that he was expected to have. And this is the champion that he shouldn't get, ever. Flat out.
Well, Frostgurian did mention that in the States, it's cats that normally eat the spiders here. But even as I'm learning here in Australia, it is the spider that comes out on top. And that's what happened in the end of the game for Legacy.
Yeah, it certainly did seem to be the case. And it is a very strange matchup because you have Elise on one side that is a very good proactive jungler, and Nidalee is actually a very good counter jungler. So what you want is actually to allow Elise to make the first move, but you need to have enough wards. The fact that Carbon got ahead with the Tracker's Knife, I feel, actually set him up for very good stead because it meant that was never going to be the case, and Impaired kind of started on the back foot. With all that aside, isolating the mid lane, Choo-Choo's didn't have the best game, but in the end scaled up on Victor. What can we expect out of Aaron? He's an amazing player, but it seemed that he didn't get quite the control over that game that he would have liked to.
Yeah, and this was sort of an uncharacteristic game out of Choo-Choo's as well. I mean, missed a Chaos Storm actually in the early game on Addition, which is definitely not something that you'd expect. Was still playing absolutely fine, but Wizard did okay, getting around the map more especially. So having Aaron there in the mid lane, getting the work done, that was fine, but he wasn't all that proactive. He was sort of there just clearing out minion waves. Looked like he was, oh no, I'm on Victor duty. Now I'm just lasering stuff. This is not exactly what I want to do, but managed to get it done in the late game.
Well, you mentioned that almost every time that Wizards got a lane, he's down in CS, and it was true in this game as well, and he becomes that sort of river champion where he roams around, picks up a lot of kills in the mid game. I really want to see if Choo-Choo's can actually shut him down during the laning phase. Not just get a 20-30 CS lead, but actually shut him down in the mid lane and make sure he can't get to that stage where he can't roam around anymore. That would be a true tale for me.
Yeah, the problem is, right, Wizard gets shut down every laning phase. Like,
he just bounces back.
I don't know how. He's made of like some sort of weird rubber. I don't know what it is. He's a wizard. He just gets it done. It's just what happens.
Yeah, he certainly does. And, this is certainly a game that I was very surprised about. In fact, a lot of this game actually looked like it was Carbon trying to rein in 4 people on his team.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of speculation during the preseason that Tally, very young player, Regret, King, both young players, can Carbon rein them in? It looked like it took 40 minutes, and he finally did, but that was a nervous game for Legacy.
It was a nervous game for Legacy, and I think Atlas was it Carbon trying not to be too much of that disappointed father in that game? Was he trying to calm Impaired down a little bit?
I don't think it had anything to do with it. He couldn't think about, like, it wasn't about him being, like, dealing with these kids that were, like, his old kids. No, he's got to deal with the kids he's got currently. Like, Jesus, don't forget about your other family, man. Like, you got problems at home. So he had to deal with that. Fortunately, one of the children had to grow up. It was Tallywhacker in the top lane, or just Tally now. I, of course, affectionately remember his old name. But he was definitely playing fantastically, able to just dominate through. So the Poppy had insurance. So thankfully, Legacy were able to lean on that and carry them.
He was like the oldest son. Carbon put money in his trust fund early. Yeah. He went on to college, came out the other end, and carried the game for them. But we'll see whether he's able to make it work in Game 2, because we are about to get into it with Pastry Time and Frosty and Frostgrid.
Thank you very much, guys. We are going to get ourselves into game number 2. Frostgrid is dancing. Frosty's having a good time. It's been a great first game there and a great super week. But Trident made it awfully close, but could not close the deal.
Yeah, in case you were wondering why Spawn was laughing as he tried to send it to us, he was watching Frosker and dance much more enthusiastically than that. Of course, Trident. They did. Yes, Pastry was dancing too, Mr. Producer, in my ear. Sorry for not getting it all right. I
wasn't
forgot what my
dancing
point
alone.
was now.
We're talking about Trident. Trident losing to Legacy. It was a little bit sloppy. The one thing that I really want to talk about is morale. Like, Trident losing the way that they did, that has to hurt.
Yeah.
And I'm curious if they're going to be able to bounce back.
Well, we'll have to see here. It does start in Champs Late. They've got a little time to calm down, make their picks, and see if they can pick up another honestly strong comp. It was creative with the Siege comp there with the Soraka in Italy, Caitlyn, but they made it work almost up to a point, I suppose. But we are going to swap sides. Trident blue for game 2, Legacy over on the red, and there's Fiora actually banned away. So continuing to target some of Tally's champions.
I feel like red side Tally is a thing at the moment. He's got a lot of counter picks. He can play a lot of champions. And his Fiora is also good as the last pick option for Legacy. They like to flex their mid and top lane. So what they do is they cut off one of the lane's stronger options. Could still be a flex, but they know it won't be Fiora at least.
Well, as Kalista banned by Legacy, so respecting the power of the champion. We know Addition loves to play it as well, so makes plenty of sense if you're not going to be on the blue side, which they did first pick in game 1. They take Kalista out. There's Lulu getting banned, so pretty standard stuff so far.
Yeah, pretty much entirely standard. Of course, the Gragas is the other interesting one, not going for Nidalee again. Still showing that they don't mind if Impaired plays Nidalee, they can just beat him at his own game, which is what they did in game number 1.
I don't know, that was really close.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to count that as we know how to beat Impaired's in Italy. I think that was Trident kind of biting themselves.
Well, there's Gragas there for Legacy, so do take out the strong meta jungler. And 5 seconds means Kog'Maw actually going to get banned by Trident. So don't want to first pick it themselves, but absolutely don't want to give it away to King.
Yeah, I think Kalista being banned signals the Kog'Maw in the response ban as well, so both AD carries taken off the board. Addition probably going to go back to like these Caitlyn maybe as well. King has a much deeper champion pool than just those two, so just the strong champions removed.
And there's Nautilus away from Pac-Man once again. Very good at locking down some of those carries. Very strong tank in the current metagame. But GP is open. Trident will take it.
Yeah, so's Corki. I mean, they've got the entirety of their champions available to them this time around, Trident. A lot of availability for flexing as well, believe it or not, between Pac-Man and Wizard.
Yep. Pac-Man did show us that he can play the Gangplank. Always necessary to flex these strong, powerful picks. As Legacy, we'll see what they decide to do on the red side. They knew they were giving away something strong. So a GP picked up, but I'd be curious to see what they take here.
I figured that we're going to see Carbon back on the Elise.
At least Braum, I
Yep.
guess, would be the...
It would be a really safe second rotation.
And always Alistar.
That's not Alistar.
Or Poppy. Poppy's also another big first
Yep.
pick rotation, in my opinion.
I would agree with that. Tally's Poppy looking really good, especially towards the end of that game. I don't know what Legacy doing right now, but having
I
some
think
fun.
they're... Yeah.
Tally's messing around. But there's Braum locked in. And what's Tally going to change
Do
to?
it.
We'll see. I'll give him as much time as he needs. Nah, there's Lysandra.
He's having a laugh.
He is.
Of course, they take the Lysandra as one of the champions that Legacy can indeed flex themselves, but away from Wizard. Might assume that it's now the Gangplank mid lane in response, perhaps. Trident could always go for the Corki, though, and flex that with Addition.
You have to question giving 2 comfort champions back-to-back, though, through the draft phase as well as the early rotation. The fact that they gave up Gangplank as well as Nidalee. Typically, you'd think that by priority picking the Gangplank, you're making a choice. Wizard or... Yeah, Wizard's getting his champion, but that means we're going to have to give up Impaired's champion and instead.
Yeah, actually taking no jungler at all. So I guess Legacy like to do this, it feels like. It's almost like they want to test themselves, where they're just like, you know what, we'll play against Gangplank and beat it. That's what they did in the early weeks when GP was even stronger in the earlier stages of the season.
Are they the only ones that have the victory with Zed over Gangplank?
Yes. I think they've done it twice as well. We know Choo-Choo's loves to play the Zed, so we'll see if they do opt for that later, but Trident are locking down these picks. It's going to be Nidalee and Alistar by the looks of things. Going to round out picks 2 and 3.
It's just a really good second draft from Trident across the board here. So they've picked up the engage tool that they would need in this composition. Of course, not having Lysandra this time around raises some eyebrows as to what they might go for. Also says to me that they will have a tank in the top lane and that it should be Wizard playing the Gangplank mid, though, because they need the double tank combo with just raw damage on the other 3.
Yep. As you can see, Legacy are considering their next few picks. King's having some fun. We'll see exactly what they end up with here.
Lots of options.
Yeah.
Sivir also quite underrated, just personally. I think
Yeah.
she's very good. Might be short range, but it's into a Nidalee comp. There's merit there.
I think Chuchi's just going through all his favorite champions. Like, give me an assassin.
Well, that's actually like 2014 Choo-Choo's
Yeah.
special right there. Is the Syndra Z Yasuo bans.
Well, there's the Elise and the Corki. So Legacy are going to settle into some pretty standard picks here. Still flexing the Corki, still flexing the Lysandra, and leaving a nice ambiguous counter pick for their final one.
Of course, Carbon performed beautifully on Elise last game. I do think that the decision to gank top or prioritize top as opposed to bottom was a little bit wonky, but he made it count in the end.
Yeah, the kills were there, so I guess that was all that mattered in the end. Of course, Spawn even mentioned it on the desk how the junglers performed Italy against Elise. One's a gank jungler, one's a counter jungler.
Yep.
So we'll see how it goes this time around, and if Carbon can get any ganks off without having vision there available for Trident.
Yeah, and of course the other end is impaired. Maybe he can get an edge in the matchup this time and do what we've seen he can do. Gank lanes, carry them, pressure them, and then maybe even kill Carbon, who does love to fight the enemy jungler. Trident, though, do have to round out their team composition. Addition might be swapping it up here. Does look like Wizard's going to get the Gangplank. I think that was fairly obvious, but especially with the Corki being taken by Legacy. And it is going to be Poppy Lucian that rounds them out. A nice, strong draft here.
Yeah, and they actually get the Poppy themselves, knowing that Legacy saved their mid and top lane pick, whichever one they choose it to be, until last. No Fiora available also, so if they opt into having Tally play a champion top, they're limited with what they would want to be. I think it just comes back to Trundle again, or what they do is they keep him on that, and they pick something that can now deal with Gangplank mid lane. Unfortunately, Sandra's probably the one that they want to do that.
Well, I could move it there as well, but we'll see what Legacy want to do. Again, very flexible picks here. One of the strengths of their solo laners, I feel, is that Tally and Choo-Choos can play just about every meta pick between each other. It's what makes drafting against Legacy so difficult. And they've got good backup already. Braum Elise is a great support crew for Legacy, so I don't think it's going to be Zara, but about 10 seconds left for Legacy to decide on this final pick.
Wouldn't mind Victor again, honestly. But this is also Tally's counter to Gangplank top lane.
You're getting a Quinn, although it's Gangplank mid lane.
Either way.
I guess so.
It's just the counter because you can kill the kegs. Ranged advantage as well.
Makes sense. Wizards probably not going to play mid lane Poppy, although you never know. No, gonna give it a... Get out. Not give that one a go. Swap it back up. And we will have Quinn for top lane and Lysandra mid there for Choo-Choos. Choo-Choos, absolutely awesome Lysandra player.
It's much more of a 5v5 draft from either's team. Trident stayed true a little bit to their first draft in that it's still very strong in Siege. You've got the Nidalee, you have the Lucian again. Lucian with his double tap passive is actually very adept at burning through towers. And then, of course, Gangplank is excellent at that. But it gives it more team fighting presence with Gangplank acting as kind of like a pseudo-Rumble in how he fights around Dragon and Baron.
Definitely does. It's quite a strong Dragon comp.
Yep.
Trident love Dragon, I tell you that much.
On the
Pat
other
did a
side,
great job getting them.
Legacy are still kind of a pick-based composition.
Well, again, Legacy, probably not the cleanest game one for them. Likely looking to snowball this one away. They have the champions to get aggressive. And if King's Vampiric Scepter only Fates calls any indication, I think it's going to be a pretty bloodthirsty game.
I think you can default to going in. I think that's the way that Legacy look at this. And it could be an ego thing. I will say I'm surprised Legacy won that first game, but see if it gets the better of them in game 2.
Well, certainly looking for a cleaner game here, probably on both sides, but hashtag TRI win for Trident or hashtag LGC win for Legacy, depending on who you think is going to take our final game. Will we get a third game and another 6-game night, or are we going to end Super Week just a touch early?
And remember, hashtag IamOPL if you want to tell Atlas and Spawn whilst they're getting into the science of trees that Trident actually has a metal pole on them, so climbing trees isn't that easy through science. They actually have a metal pole to somehow get up.
I like how science backs that up.
Absolute science there, as we are going to see what happens here in this next game. Game 2, of course, is Legacy do find themselves up again after a pretty hard-fought first game for Trident. You can see the Keystone Masteries there on your screen. Grasp of the Undying everywhere for Trident, or it's Thunderlord City for Legacy.
Yeah, the Gangplank special. Bandit, Grasp of the Undying. And Tally's about to find them all.
I like this. I feel like Trident stole Legacy's invade from the last game, but Tally is in the brush early enough, and he'll be able to spot them out. Trident, though, just going to get some vision. Could be a lane swap, could just be for some info, but both teams going to move on to opposite sides of the map and get some vision down.
It's the deepest Legacy invade on 2 sides of the jungle at the same time as well.
Yeah, I like it from Carbon. Just casually walked into their side of the jungle on blue and actually got a nice deep ward down.
Yeah. So he'll start blue, and he'll see which one they go to next, hopefully. Or where they start, rather, and then go to invade the red buff. So Carbon, getting the knowledge of where they will be, can work accordingly on this Elise, and does want to gank.
Looks like it is going to be standard lanes, though, as Addition is heading down there. Although, oh, there's Alistar. I lost the purple cow. I was like, where is it?
Pretty interesting to lose a cow. He's rather large.
He's a purple cow.
But Addition will walk past the wall. Legacy will know what's up now, but I think they'll be more than happy with standard lanes this go around. Krugs are going to be started here by Trident, but of course Legacy will start the Gromp on the other side. And we are going to settle into Quinn versus Poppy, actually. Should be quite a nice top lane to watch. As we have Loltai's weighing in, I believe from the last game. I know when that frontline king, that can only mean one thing.
Means he's dead.
Well, that's exactly what it did mean in the last game. We'll see if King has in fact been reined in by his captain and jungler Carbon.
Fantastic use of the Drake song, though.
Oh yes, wonderful. I'm sure there's a parody song in there we can write.
That's how I dance.
Hotline Bling.
Yep.
Do you know all about it though?
Still too soon. I don't want to talk about it.
Well, back in our standard lanes, you can see level 2 was hit early by Legacy's duo. So Addition and Jakey actually getting zoned off the wave right now. Good little zoning play there. As Wizard probably not going to have a fun time early on the gangplank. Lissandra pretty good into melees especially.
Yeah, absolutely. Every time he goes to last hit with an auto attack, he'll be in range of Lissandra's spells and primarily wants to use the Q to get Grasp of the Undying off Lissandra, which will still mean he'll take damage. So like at every single scenario where he wants to last hit or poke or just get money, resources in some way, he'll lose health.
Legacy in this mid lane matchup certainly have the proactive head start. The one thing about Gangplank that I just really dislike is how long it takes for him to ramp up. He has one of the most expensive item builds in the game, whereas Lissandra has a fairly efficient 2-item power spike, and likewise her level 6 is just so potent.
Yeah.
Not a fan. I understand the Gangplank thing. I understand you can, clear out Baron minions really quickly. The triple cask is incredible. If he hits the barrel on the crit, it's massive, but it just takes him so long to get there.
Oh, another dive in top lane. Pac-Man already used his charge. Great cocoon as Carbon's going to dive in. The damage still connects. He's going to chase down Pac-Man. He's going to get dove down. Nice red buff proc. That should be a kill. It is first blood. It goes to Tally.
That was executed so well by Legacy. Carbon flashing because Impaired is stalking him up the lane. So just gets out safely. And this is, again, they know the lane that they want to camp. They're picking Tally's lane because he's a self-sufficient top laner on this Kun when he gets ahead this time around. Carbon's also the benefactor of experience and gold in his back pocket. And Jungle is doing exactly what we expected of them, but this was honestly executed so well from Carbon and Tally.
The juggle of the tower aggro is just amazing right there. Carbon takes one shot, and then they just quickly go back in. Elise has it, and Tally gets out pretty much scot-free.
I like the flash share as well from Carbon just on the end. Clearing a little bit of extra distance, but
It also helps get his spiderlings on the other side of him. So it's got a protection against any incoming spears.
good work there from Legacy. Once again, Carbon visits top lane early. Able to get Tally rolling. Serrated Dirk now in his inventory, so we'll see if Poppy starts running into real problems there. We heard about the stats already. Tally's CS at 20 in particular. Pretty incredible over his fellow top laners. But Choo-Choo's low on mana, has forced the teleport out from Wizard, who only has got the Sapphire Crystal Longsword action.
Help him CS.
Yeah,
Oh
pretty
no,
much.
Wizard.
Choo-Choo's looking for it. He's going to get locked up though. Impaired, nice little climb, but no kegs coming out from the gangplank.
Yeah, he actually queued the keg on 2 health, so he didn't get the blow up. Unable to find it, Wizard, and Impaired being here was honestly just to blow the rest of Choo's mana, who does have a passive, thankfully, on the Sandra to help him farm. Should be fine for now, at least.
You can see staying in the lane, regenerating some mana naturally as well. Dorans will help out just a touch. So Choo-Choo's no need to go back just yet, and now has the teleport advantage up in the mid lane in case Legacy do want to make any plays, so should be okay.
I feel like Gangplank is the perfect champion for Wizard. We keep talking about how he's like the god, or excuse me, the legend of the river,
Yep.
but he can't farm. And Gangplank just effectively compensates for this, because even if you miss the farm, you get the extra gold. Or excuse me, when you get the farm, you get the extra gold.
I'm on board with Twisted Fate as well.
Oh yeah. Just get all the gold in there.
Don't even have to be in a river then. You just go between lanes.
I feel like thematically that wouldn't fit as nicely. Like you skip the river as Twisted Fate.
More efficient, honestly.
It
Might
is.
not be thematic.
He draws
but-
power from the river, Rusty. I feel like
Oh, right,
should be a
okay.
Tom Kench player.
I missed that part.
Who
He
solved
draws
it.
power.
I mean, he must.
That makes sense. He should play Tom Kench then.
That was exactly what I was
Yeah.
thinking. Well, river aside, Choo-Choo's is still CSing nicely and building up that lead once again. 15 CS ahead right now. Although Wizard is going to pop down some kegs, get it going. Quite get any extra plundered gold on the backline minions though.
The other big difference is how these two mid-laners will utilize their teleports. Obviously, Wizard has always already procced his because it's all about the farming. You see that in his itemization, the fact that he went back, he got a Sapphire Crystal, he gets a longsword. He just wants to sit in this lane and farm as long as possible. That's what the TP was utilized for. Whereas Choo-Choo's has an opportunity where he can use his teleport entirely offensively. Gangplank teleports for a gank, pretty atrocious. He needs to be down there early. He needs to set up his barrels to do his damage, whereas Lissandra can immediately be there present and throw down the Frozen Tomb.
Well, we know that Legacy use their teleports very well, especially with Lissandra. TP can contribute the ulti, but Lissandra's overall kit much more useful, as King and Regret have a checking with the bottom side. Are doing nicely. Do have a bit of a lead as Choo-Choo's actually going to get the blue buff now. I'm going to kite it over to him. Cheers will say thank you very much. Only has mana for one spell. He's going to get the blue and recall though. He does need to spend his gold, so going to lose some time on the buff, but not a huge deal you have to think for Lissandra. And I think that Legacy just up across the board on farm right now. Have that kill, have good farm in all their lanes. Up almost 1,000 gold.
They're up pretty much entirely, and it's just comfortable up as well. Like, no one's forcing anything. There's no big advantages or objectives that they're looking to search for, so just, I guess, scaling. It does kind of do well for GP, getting towards the Trinity Force, but also does things for King, who will have the Trinity Force arguably sooner based off their current farm. And the Rod of Ages for Choo-Choo's, who's well and truly on his way there. So everyone's pretty much content until around the, let's say, 15-minute mark.
And Choo-Choo's actually getting aggressive. Does a significant amount of damage to that turret. He did burn the teleport to make sure it happened, but probably a worthwhile trade there. I have to imagine he's going to continue applying pressure in this lane. And if anyone else comes or a fight breaks out or a gank comes in, Choo will take that tower, no worries.
Tally also tweeted yesterday saying he wasn't aware you max E second on Lissandra. It's like a 5.5 second cooldown at level 5.
Oof. Oh wow, they're going for it. Ambitious perhaps. Ulti used, but that's going to be oranges out. Choo-Choo's will bail. TP burnt by Pac-Man though. As the ulti does get the Spiderlings, I think. Maybe just got Carbon on the end of it. But Impaired's here with the spears. They aren't quite connecting. They are going to keep running in though, Impaired. Able to flash forward and take out Choo-Choo's.
Carbon should not be staying here because he will die to a flash Q from Wizard. Tally, of course, sitting on the sidelines, able to keep them in there. And yeah, they managed to pick up a counter, I guess, counter engage. Legacy, that was deep. That was super deep.
I don't quite understand what the thought process is as Lissandra trying to lock down Wizard and burst him. You understand that the GP ultimate level 1 is going to do so much damage, especially in that small quarters as you're diving the tower, and likewise you didn't have any information on where Impaired was.
So deep.
Yeah. I feel like after the Cocoon missed, he didn't get the oranges. It's probably time to back away. But Legacy, they do show off one of their perhaps more exploitable tendencies, which is get very aggressive at all stages of the game.
And that's kind of the concern for Legacy for me, is that because they are so aggressive and they are so, again, we'll call it confident, they just try to brute force a lot of these games on their mechanics, and, you know, whether they're taking this one as seriously as they should or, you know, that debate aside, I feel like that is why the Chiefs and the Direwolves still have a very clear chance at the top.
Well, it's maybe getting a bit lonely for Legacy at the top because they're still undefeated. We're going to take another series here. But Trident made them work for game 1. Legacy are going to have to work for the second game, but Choo-Choo's starting to put the hurt on here in this mid lane. That tower's almost gone naturally. And the mid lane just got ganked. This Carbon needs a spear. Impaired, looking to hunt, repel down. Carbon should back away.
A timely Scuttle Crab presence as well. Impaired 2 levels ahead of Carbon right now, with a bit of extra farm and the kill in his back pocket. This is the member of Trident that you want gold on. He's got it.
Certainly does. They're going to group back though. Wizard's going to get forced off here.
Oh,
Spear
Carbon.
lands. Carbon in trouble. Cocoon's down. And there's the ulti out from Choo-Choo's Impaired. Maybe going to get this turned around on him. He's going to try and live for a little while longer. Impaired makes a huge play, but barely goes
Carbon.
down as Wizard is going to get the last Q and take him out. But the rest of Legacy are here to answer. Wizard has to do a whole lot of running away here. And the claw's going to follow. Quinn's in bird form. I don't know if he can get away here. He's going to try and turn things around, but Tally's just going to take him off the rift.
Not going to find the turnaround. And Legacy, they are the ones who turn it around after a spear connects onto Carbon, but basically kites around and baits them for an extra prolonged period of time that he arguably should not have done. And wow, that's just a big pickup here for Legacy.
And again, Legacy coming up in trumps with just their mechanical ability and how good all of their players are individually.
See, the bottom lane's rotated as well, so I guess they'll collect the mid lane farm while it's here. They're going to move back. I have to think the first 80 carry items are on the way soon. Rod of Age is actually done for Choo-Choo. And Tally got the Ghost Lake components. He has got red buff. Pac-Man going to get the ulti flashed out from him. Charge does land, but Pac-Man looks to be dead here. Tally able to get a nice outplay.
Absolutely not respecting Legacy's top laner right there. Pac-Man goes down. And it was a nice flash though from Tally to ensure he can continue to stay sticky. It was the red buff above all else that he got graciously gifted from Wizard. Comes full circle now. Gives Legacy a kill.
Impaired going to try and steal this dragon away. He does have a ward in there. Spear's good, but it's not quite enough for the steal. Carbon able to smite that one down. First dragon also goes to Legacy, so they're continuing to build advantages. 2,000 gold up right now.
Massive thing, of course, is that mid-tier tower down, so as soon as Choo-Choo's can get control of that creep wave, he can start putting his pressure elsewhere on the map.
Yeah.
Carbon going to donate blue over there. Choo's able to pick that up. So again, Legacy just biding their time on the next few purchases. We'll see where they go next. Trident, on the other hand, still need a little way to go to kind of get to item number one. We do have Ghostblade for Tally and Sunfire for Pac-Man, so those first items are sort of complete. But Trinity Force still on the way for Wizard, and Essence Reaver probably a shop away for Addition at this point. So just trading farm back and forth. Carbon though, a little low, eats a spear. Impaired. He wants to go in for it again. The Cocoon does get used, but unfortunately, Quinn and Lissandra are a little too close.
Yeah, exactly. Legacy's laners right now are what is allowing Carbon to be this aggressive. And you would say it's foolish aggression. You're always looking at Impaired like, you can kill him. Just kill him. But every time he wants to go in, he will take probably his life for it. And honestly, Legacy, just because of these laners, looking good.
Instead, just some nice pressure there from from Impaired onto Choose. Let's get him with a spear, but corrupting. Oh no, just biscuits there for Choose. Excuse me. Gonna keep him nice and healthy. Again, Impaired currently forced too much here in a straight up gank, but in a counter gank, he's just fine, and he goes in to apply some pressure. But with no mid tower here to farm from safely, Wizard doesn't really have a whole lot of fun stuff happening, especially with Carbon right behind Choo-Choo's here towards the blue buff.
They need to transfer this power into something. The fact that Choo-Choo's is freed up and Carbon is so strong, as well as the laner's winning.
Good pulverize there for Jake. His Addition. He's going to move back in with the auto waves. Regret takes a pretty big chunk of damage, but Cullen going to get burnt for some extra damage.
But effectively, by extending this farm lane, where Choo-Choo's just continuously pushing the wave back into Wizard's hands, this is exactly where Wizard wants to be. He just wants to farm anyway. You're just getting closer to the strong gameplay. So this is what I want to see. Legacy finally pulling the trigger and saying, okay, we have control of the mid lane. We can rotate this pressure onto the Rift Herald and do something with this.
Yeah, the aggression they placed mid was just to establish vision. So it was a slower battle, but they do essentially win that war per se, and they get themselves the Rift Herald. Legacy, they're playing with a lot more patience in them, I guess, which is obviously not that evident, but compared to the first game, yeah, pretty evident.
Probably trying to make sure that they don't go a little too far, which they may have done in game number one. Do have a healthy lead. It's still building, though, almost up to 3K ahead here. 15.5 minutes in as Pac-Man's going to be forced off top tower. Carbon, oh, goodbye.
And there we go. This is what I was talking about. Again, utilizing Choo-Choo's and Carbon's presence to start taking other objectives around the map. So first it starts with the Herald, and they quickly rotate that to top tower.
Well, there's Pac-Man going to try and make something happen. Tower does fall, but Impaired here. It's 4v2 as King packages his way out. He valks again. That might be enough to get him out of the hands of Pac-Man, but Pac-Man's going to chase. Good flash there from King's going to keep him safe, and somehow Regret lived.
that was close. Regret, no idea how he got out with his life. Of course, he's still full health, so no focus.
Those are all his summoners.
Yeah, no focus on him whatsoever. King's package delivery actually went over Poppy's dash. So they cancelled the dash out with the package. So we know which is prioritized now as a spell. I think Pac-Man's learning with us.
Oh, yeah.
As he tried to do it.
Did he run into a wall?
No, he just went over him.
Oh,
like
okay.
he dashed into the Corki.
Yeah, and
Corki went
yeah,
nowhere.
Yeah, I've seen that one
yeah.
before. It's really funny.
And there we go. Now we have the Quinn counter onto Gangplank lane. And with Tally still having the Rift Herald and so many resources by Trident extended bottom, Legacy gets so much damage and pressure control over that top tier tower.
Yep, and they actually took 2 turrets there, and almost a third, excuse me, with Tally getting the top tier 2 nice and low. So all of a sudden that gold lead still moving forward here for Legacy.
Teleport.
Ulti maybe going to cut off Jakey, but there's the TP in the backside that you mentioned. It's Choose. Tally's here as well. Addition going to be the first one to get locked down, and he'll be stunned by the Lysandra and taken out by the Queen. Now Jakey going to get himself tagged. The ulti about to wear off. Queen in again. King this time with the kill.
And this is Legacy when they turn on the aggression. They've set up the vision. They knew they had a teleport advantage as well. Wizard tries to split push, but struggles with it. And Tally's free to rotate himself, as is Choose. Both of them teleporting at pretty much the same time. This is one of those holes.
And now Wizard's the only one with a teleport. He's going to maybe try and get damage under the turret, but Choo-Choo's up here to defend the wave. And collects a bit of extra farm for himself. Legacy starting to really mount a lead here. 5k up under 18 minutes in this game. Second Dragon's going to be spawning in 50 seconds. And the Phantom Dancer actually the item for Tally.
Yeah.
Full on duelist mode.
Very unique item choice as well. A lot more people are going for Phantom Dancer since they've changed the move speed to have a passive amount opposed to just running towards somebody. So it's less so of a Vayne passive. And honestly, it's good because you're into Poppy, who doesn't build damage items. Still does a lot of damage, but that's a lot less now as a percentage value because of the Phantom Dancer.
Pressure's still on here as well. His Legacy trying to shove with 2. Choose off the Wizard. As now Quinn's going to move in for it. Entombs lands. That's Tally with another kill. Turret goes down as well. Pac-Man, I think, looks to try and get the Spider, but he doesn't quite get it with the ultimate. King's moving in. Choo-Choo's even leaping forward. Everyone on Trident has to be afraid. And that's a dead hour start. As Carbon now going to get stunned in by Pac-Man, but he's going to die. Trident is trickling into these fights. And Legacy might even break top now.
They should break top, you would have to say. That's a lot of members dead, and they're not done.
Legacy never done, it feels like, but they will take the tower. Impaired posturing, trying to throw some poke in. But this inhibitor's going to go down under 20 minutes in the game. Trident, you need to pull the trigger now, but they just can't. 3 people dead. Legacy dodging every spear. And a huge shift in momentum.
And they just break the game wide open. Legacy find a point of power, utilize that point of power, and they take everything they possibly can from it. Finally, they go back, but with Inhibitor in their back pocket, my God.
A reminder that this all stemmed from the top, or excuse me, from the middle lane. As soon as that was broken open, everything just started going Legacy's way. Choo-Choo has made quick work around this map in tandem with Carbon.
And Tally as well has been the beneficiary of pretty much all of it. 5-0-2 right now on the Quinn with a bucket of gold to go and spend at the shop. Dragon back alive, Baron up in 15 seconds. Choo-Choo's eating cake damage, but he'll be just fine. As Trident are trying to mount a counter push here in the mid lane.
You would like to think that they could siege mid if you see. They would be aware Tally is bottom. They wouldn't know that 2 are at the Dragon, though. That's the big question mark. So they show respect, they back up. And only now they'll know, but they have to answer bottom already. Legacy definitely on the ball.
And a massive lead all of a sudden. 20 minutes in and Legacy are up 8k. And it feels like it's been a much cleaner second game here for Legacy. I like to call this one the reverse Legacy. Normally, Legacy have very clean game 1s. And then game 2, they go a little too man mode, perhaps.
I feel like game 1 was the Splinter and game 2 is the Branch.
Yeah. Fair. But certainly,
It's a pretty big branch.
certainly is.
It's like a log.
I had a quick...
It's like a log floating down a river, and it just hits the waterfall, and it just like crashes down.
I believe the general game plan was to push a whole tree onto Trident from Legacy. So,
I think I saw that tweet.
yeah,
Yeah, it was. That was good.
we're doing a decent job here. As the number of branches continues to fall rapidly. As Trident is now trying to defend from this siege, but this tower is not defensible, I don't think. It is for now, but I don't know if once this wave goes and the next one comes, I don't think it is. And Tally is just abusing Pac-Man in bottom lane now on this Quinn. He's so far ahead.
Level 14 to level 11 is pretty much all you need to know about this matchup right now.
Yeah, and that's the big thing as well, having that Phantom Dancer. He's critting everywhere. He's got the double bonus damage, and he's reducing Pac-Man's essentially to his. There is such a major difference between them.
Yep. Now Legacy going to move themselves down to the bottom side. King goes in aggressive. Tucci's going to get punted out though by the Poppy ulti, but Tally's done the damage already. 7 turrets to 0 now for Trident, who without those 2 kills would be on the verge of getting perfected by Legacy.
And it looks like Legacy are going to retain their OPL Legend title match if they continue to close out this way. Of course, much easier to do so than we saw last game Trident trying to do when you have the top inhibitor down at 19 minutes.
Now Wizard is going to try and defend what he can, but Legacy probably just going to run themselves to Baron. Plenty of open room with that top inhib still spawning super minions into that lane.
Yeah, they have to address the top lane, and actually, Impaired's done well, to be honest, in this game. So you can't stem any issues for Trident thus far from the jungle. He's managed to stay 30 CS ahead of his opposition. It's just the conflicting styles that Legacy and Trident have got. Carbon ganks. But the ganks have been successful in both games.
Well, Jakey now maybe in a spot of bother. He's going to get ultied out by Brom. Additionally to the zone, cancels the culling, but this could be the re-engage. Choose forced to ulti himself as a regret. Getting low on the backside, Trident able to take him out as Choose pops his on, but he's going to die by the looks of things. Gets a 5-man snare, but it's not quite enough. Wizard able to get the next kill, and King's a little too low. Here comes Tally, though, going to swoop in and take out Wizard. 3v4 here for Legacy.
Tally's
Can
dead.
they turn it around? No, they can't. Tally gets shut down. Addition picks up another shutdown. And now Carbon just has to try and get his way out of here.
He's actually just going to run them around. He's got Dead Man's Plate, and try as he might, we'll see how far Carbon gets on this battle. Actually, he's probably going to live.
Impaired able to chase, though. In fact, Carbon might even turn around and try and kill him. Looks to drink the spear. Impaired waits. Nice play, but now Carbon's going to turn around and fight him. Impaired has to pop back. Does get the heal. Still hunted. Spears duking.
Mortal
and Impaired
Kombat.
gives it up.
Oh, that's unreal. Okay, so Carbon lives, but the rest of Legacy die, and they were completely mispositioned against a Gangplank ultimate, which is ultimately what killed them for it. Tally finally makes his way in. The saving grace, you were saying, he's got his 3 big items, and he's going to be able to kill them all. Stands next to a wall, gets stunned by Poppy and dies. And honestly, that was the undoing of Legacy there. Overconfidence in fighting without their 5-1 top laner, and then overconfidence of their 5-1 top laner who was 5-0.
Saving grace for Trident, however, is they take the team fight, as well as their top inhibitor respawning. But
Whoa, that's
as I say
sick
that,
mechanics from Tally, though. Going to keep chasing down Wizard. Movement speed's good. Tally able to pick him up, but can he get out safely? Of course he can.
Absolutely can. Movement speed is good. Quinn is 1 better than GP in regards to movement speed. Legacy, they were already doing this.
Baron is dead.
Impaired.
Impaired!
Oh,
He
man.
actually spears it. But they do get it. They're trying to lock down the jungler. Impaired in a whole host of trouble. King in a fire rockets into his back.
wow.
That one crits. And goodbye, Nidalee.
That actually was pretty scary. Impaired is level 14 compared to Carbon's level 12, so he had the stronger smite.
I know when that Corky crits.
Well, Spear wasn't enough to take down the Baron, unfortunately. And Legacy with the buff will now apply it in 2 different lanes. Tally going to bring so much pressure down to the bottom side of the map. And Legacy's top, the rest of them, sorry, are going to just sit top and retake this inhibitor. Fortunately for them, Midwave is being a little bit uncooperative. They might have to go fix that one. They'll retake that inhibitor, dragging up in 50, and Tally being very pesky there on the Quinn in bottom side. Going to bird up once again.
She needs a pigeon skin,
Why?
because pigeons are obnoxious.
You could call it the carrier pigeon as well. It'd be genius.
Just drops mail on you out of Skystrike. It's like in Harry Potter when all the owls deliver envelopes into the boarded up house.
Male.
Yeah, just mailstorm. There you go.
It's like the Maokai ultimate, but way better. The Vengeful Maelstrom.
Yeah, Vengeful Maelstrom, yeah. That's what it's called, right? Postman Maokai would also be
A
good.
Harry Potter Maokai skin would be so excellent.
Harry Potter character would Maokai.
The tree.
Of course.
A Whomping Willow.
Well, fight breaks out. Regret kind of gets moved back into the team very far. As Jakey does a nice job, he is going to die. But Choo-Choo's straight into the middle of the team. Pops the ulti, pops the Zhonya's, and Tally now going to move in to clean up these kills. Got a big broom, this Quinn. He's going to play Janitor. As Calvin gets a different double there. King taking out Alistar and the turret. And now Tally's going to work on this as Legacy. Just going to take the rest of the base and probably the game.
Yeah, the battle on multiple fronts here, Legacy. They've asserted their dominance over the former sister team. It's only a matter of time, you would have to say, with all of these minions crashing. That's a lot of minions until Legacy can close this out.
Getting
I'm the
aggressive
captain
for it.
now.
He wants it. Last auto's good. Shut down onto Lucian. And Legacy going to clean out the rest of the structures. A clean 2-0 and a much better game too. They'll sweep Trident and retain the OPL Legend title.
And the branch drops is the easiest way to describe this. They come into the second game, Legacy. They kind of hit another level with the way that they were playing as a team this time around. I'm going to say it was respect that they well and truly gave to the Trident roster, and it was deserved. Trident played well.
That is the first place team in the OPL.
Yeah, and that's the way they should play there in game two. Very few mishaps in that last game. Game one, of course. We'll talk about it later, I guess. But let's hear a bit more from that game and the sweep from Legacy as they retain the Legend title. Let's go back to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Pedro Time. I also am finding it very difficult to talk tonight, so I feel your pain. However, Legacy do retain their OPL Legends title with a 2-0 against Trident. This was very similar, I feel, to the Direwolves games that Legacy played, where Game 1 went for an extended period of time. Game 2, they come onto the Rift very focused and just completely run a train on the other team.
Yeah, and what I really, really like about that as well is the fact that that wasn't what it looked like at the start of the season. At the start of the season, it was very decisive game ones and then floundering, not really understanding how to play game two, getting a little bit cocky. Whereas this time around, the game two, looking okay. Maybe work on the game one, and then we'll be all right.
I like how you drew the similarities to the Direwolves here, because the Wolves, you know, they drop a game, then they look hungry as the pack, and they hunt together, and they pick up the next two. However, this just looked like a Whomping Willow. You get it angry, it just smashes you right off the block.
Yeah, it certainly did. So in the end, we do have a very decisive 2-0 there. One person I do want to focus on is Choo-Choo's. You know, we made a cry out to him, do something in that mid lane, try and control Wizard. Wow.
Yeah.
No River Gangplank.
Yeah, well, look.
Didn't exist.
Wizard...
This time he fell behind.
Again, he fell behind, but there was just no coming back from that. Choo-Choo's Lissandra is one of the best I've ever seen. He's so, so good at that champion. Always able to eke out so much damage. You saw, even when they got caught out and destroyed, honestly, Legacy, there was like that one fight that Trident looked good at. That was a 5-man Ring of Frost. You don't see 5-man Rings of Frost. That was just hardcore out of Choo-Choo's. The guy manages to get everything out of the champion. Beautiful to watch.
Choo-Choo was great. He did exactly what we said that he needs to do in order to shut down this Wizard in the mid lane. He couldn't become that River Wizard. In fact, he was not even a River Pirate in that game.
He wasn't much of anything.
Yeah, he wasn't that much of anything in that game. And that means that Legacy do take it 2-0, guys. As we take a look at what the results for the day, it was also Sin picking up the 2-0 victory over Direwolves in a surprise upset. And then OPL Legend match was Legacy versus Trident, where Legacy retained their title and also a very, very nice record in the OPL. Tomorrow, we will have Chiefs taking on Sin, which is now a very interesting matchup to round out top four, before Hellions will take on Infernum to close out Super Week. Let's take a look at the standings, however, because the games tomorrow now have huge standings implications. You can see that Hellions and Sin are equal. And if the Direwolves drop their game to the, if Chiefs drop their game to Sin, they also are able to clinch themselves into that third place spot. Race for playoffs very much heating up. Unfortunately, now Trident are down towards the bottom of the table one more time after what looked like was going to be a resurgence in the team. But that is all from us tonight, guys. That is second day of Super Week under wraps. Day 3 will be here, though, tomorrow at 6 o'clock. You're not going to want to miss it.